Chapter 14 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 14. Mary Brotherton continues sick in heart and mind, but is roused and cheered by her own steadfast will. An o'er true tale. It was not till the second dinner bell had rung that Mrs. Tremlett ventured to seek Mary in her chamber. The worthy woman was perfectly aware that the naturally strong feelings of her young mistress had been violently affected by the scene they had witnessed, and though far perhaps from comprehending the effect it had produced on her mind, she was conscious that she should do no good by obtruding herself uncalled for upon her retirement. But when the signal that always brought them together had passed unheeded, she became uneasy, and availing herself of the privilege that long and well requited affection gave, she knocked at her door and called upon her name. Miss Brotherton answered the summons immediately, but her withdrawing the bolt of her door, as well as the unchanged appearance of her dress, showed that she had not been occupied in preparing for dinner. " You are not aware how late it is, my dear child. The second dinner bell has rung," said Mrs. Tremlett, looking anxiously in her pale face. " Has it?" replied the young lady. " Indeed, I beg your pardon. But I will not keep you waiting. I will not dress to day, if you will excuse it." "No, no, my dear, that won't do. Never mind about the dinner, I will tell them to take it out again." " Indeed I do not wish to dress," said Mary languidly. " Morgan will tease me by asking what dress I choose to wear, and 50 questions besides. Let me go down as I am, Nurse Tremlett." " You shan't have Morgan at all, dear. The dressing will refresh you, my darling child, and it won't be the first time, Mary, that I have done all you wanted in that way. There, just sit down on the sofa for 1 minute, and I will speak about the dinner, and be back again." It was very passively that Mary did as she was bid, and without another word of remonstrance sat down and awaited the return of her old friend. She was, indeed, completely exhausted. The scene she had witnessed had not touched only, it had wrung her heart, and the hours she had passed since were not such as to bring her spirits back to their ordinary tone. It was not alone the melancholy spectacle of a fellow creature passing from life to death, which had thus strongly affected her. It was the frightful degradation of the group of human beings who had gazed upon it with her. It was the horrible recollection of the dying woman's statement respecting the lacerated flesh of her child. And it was the filth, the misery, the famine, and the vice that she had been warned of, and had seen, which had set her powerful, healthy, unprejudiced, and unselfish mind to meditate upon the state of things which had produced it. It was hardly possible for any one to be more profoundly ignorant upon the subject which had thus seized upon her heart, than was Mary Brotherton. On the question of negro slavery she had from her very earliest infancy heard a great deal, for her father was an anti-black slavery man, who subscribed to the African Society and the Missionary Fund. Drank Mr. Wilberforce's health after dinner whenever he had company at his table, and while his own mills daily sent millions of groans to be registered in heaven from joyless young hearts and aching infant limbs, he rarely failed to despatch with nearly equal regularity, all booked for the same region, a plentiful portion of benevolent lamentations over the sable sons of Africa, all uttered comfortably from a soft armchair, while digestion was gently going on, and his well-fed person in a state of the most perfect enjoyment. On the slavery question, therefore, Mary really knew a great deal, and felt concerning it as every true Christian must feel. But as to everything concerning the nature of the labour performed in the factories by whose chimneys her pleasant park was surrounded, the age, sex, or condition of the labourers, the proportion of their daily existence devoted to toil, the degree of care bestowed on their immortal souls, or the quantum of enjoyment permitted to them by their earthly masters, while awaiting a summons to the presence of their heavenly one, of all of this Mary Brotherton was as ignorant as the sleek lap-dog that dozed upon her hearth rug. But this carefully adjusted cloud was now passing away from her intellect for ever. If, where ignorance is bliss, it is folly to be wise, that folly had seized upon her. For no longer was she destined to taste the doubtful joy of luxury that had never looked upon the seamy side of existence, or dreamed that the means that supplied its exquisite yet almost unnoted refinements were earned by the agony of labouring infants. But though this, worse than fool's paradise, was thus closed upon her for ever, she felt a power and energy of purpose awaked within her heart, that she thanked God upon her bended knees for giving, though she trembled as she received it. And never did sainted nun breathe purer or more earnest vows of self-devotion to heaven, Then did this ardent spirited girl to the examination, and, if possible, to the relief of the misery she had at length learned to know existed round her. But, like most other persons when occupied by a really profound emotion, Mary felt no inclination to talk about it. She had not, indeed, the slightest intention to conceal anything she did from Mrs. Tremlett, but on the contrary hoped eventually to gain much assistance from her strong practical good sense. But she could not discuss, she could not reason, she could not prate about it now, and she went through the business of the dinner table so tranquilly, that her watchful companion felt rejoiced, though a little surprised, at her recovered composure. Soon after they retired from table, Mary proposed a walk in the grounds, and as they wandered together through the richly scented flower garden, and then seated themselves where the cool breeze of evening brought the tempered fragrance to their senses more delightfully still, the feverish feeling of tightness across her forehead seemed to relax, and, as if to apologize for the silent fit that had seized her, Mary looked kindly into the face of her old friend, and then bent forward and kissed her. " Bless you, my dear love ! You feel better now, don't you?" said the affectionate old woman. " Yes, dear nurse, much better. The air is delicious to night." " It was too much for you, my dear child, that dreadful scene this morning. My dear Miss Brotherton, you must be reasonable. Indeed you must, or instead of making me the very happiest being in the world as you do now, my life will become one of continual terror and alarm. You can do no good, my dear, in putting yourself in such places as you were in to-day." Mary reflected for a moment before she answered her, and then said, " Are you quite sure, nurse Tremlett, that a young woman without any natural ties whatever, and with a fortune so large as mine, can do no good by making themselves acquainted with the condition of their poor neighbours?" " Oh no, Miss Mary dear, I never said that. You do a great deal of good by putting the gardeners' and under gardeners' children to school ; and by all the help you give them and every body else that works about the place ; and I dearly love to see you do it, and I have no doubt in the world that it keeps many from sending their children to the mills, and it will bring a blessing upon your head, my dear. But that's nothing to do with poking yourself into such a place as you got into to-day. You never heard any thing so dreadful as what Sir Matthew Dowling was telling me about them, before you came out the first time." Mary shuddered as she heard his name. " You will promise me, my dear, won't you, never to go to such a horrid place again?" resumed the old woman. " We will not talk about that now, my dear Mrs. Tremlett. I want you to tell me what you think I could do that would be most useful for those poor young girls. I know what it is to lose a mother, dear nurse, and it makes me feel for them." "God bless your kind heart, my dear. That is just like you, and I wish with all my heart and soul that you lived somewhere among the farming people, for there you would have some reward for your charity. But God help me, if one half of what Sir Matthew told me is true, these horrid girls are worse than it is decent to tell you, and the father's as bad. But don't you think, my good friend, considering that I am more than come to years of discretion, and that you are a good deal older still, don't you think it might be as well for us, in a case of such importance as this, to see and judge for ourselves, instead of taking Sir Matthew Dowling's word for it?" said the heiress, while a slight frown contracted her brow. " Why, yes, Miss Mary, only it is so difficult to come at the truth," replied Mrs. Tremlett. " Surely there is one truth that it is easy enough to come at. I suppose you have no doubt upon your mind that these people are in dreadful distress." " Wicked people almost always are, Miss Mary." " Then it is my duty, Mrs. Tremlett," replied Mary, almost sternly, " to endeavour, at least in the case of such very young people, to amend or prevent their wickedness. It would be a frightful sin, worse in me, burdened as I feel myself with riches earned by the labour of such miserable little creatures as those whom we saw to-day, if I should look upon such utter destitution, let it be mixed up with what frailty it may, and pass along on the other side. I will not do it, Mrs. Tremlett, so never ask it more. At present all I know is, that I have seen misery. Its cause I have yet to learn. This may be the work of time, and I do not mean to wait till I have acquired such knowledge before I relieve the want and woe I have witnessed. I left word that the eldest girl was to come up to me. She will hardly delay doing so, poor creature, therefore I must again postpone my intended visit to Hoxley lane, for I will not go out to-morrow till I have seen her." All this was very contrary to Mrs. Tremlett's judgment, for she had a very natural dread lest the warm heart of her young charge should be imposed upon by the designing and depraved. Nevertheless, there was a feeling of respect that came upon her involuntarily, and as it were unawares, as she listened to the firmly spoken purpose of the young girl whom as yet she could hardly persuade herself was more than a child. In pursuance of the resolution thus declared, Miss Brotherton did not stir from home during the whole of the following day. Lady Clarissa Shrimpton, Mrs. Gabberly, and one or two more distant neighbours called, but she was denied to them all, from the fear that her anticipated interview with Sophy Drake might be interrupted. But the precaution was unnecessary. The long morning wore away without the girl's making her appearance, and it was not till past 8 o'clock in the evening that a servant entered the drawing room, and informed Miss Brotherton that a very dirty girl and 2 little children were at the gate, who said she had given them orders to call. " It is very true," replied the young lady. " These are the people I told you to let in." The man retired in silence, but paid himself for his forbearance by the vehemence of his wondering commentary in the servants' hall. Mary Brotherton was sitting at an open window, with the last light of evening falling upon her and the volume she held in her hand. She had been making what proved but an idle effort to read, even when that light was stronger ; but now the volume hung listlessly from her hand, while her eyes, fixed on the brightly tinted vapours in the west, seemed to look athwart them, and like the worthy gentleman on the platform before Tilbury Fort, to gaze on many things that were not yet in sight. Mrs. Tremlett, with the happy indifference to the increasing twilight peculiar to the sisterhood of knitters, continued at another window to manoeuvre her bright weapons, and vary the successive fronts of her phalanx with no louder note of command than was occasionally produced by the gentle clicking of her needles against each other. It was nearly an hour since a word had been exchanged between them, but now, as the footman left the room, Mary turned towards her and said, " This is poor Sophy, Mrs. Tremlett. Come and sit near me, will you? I want you to hear all she says." Her old friend moved her place accordingly, and had just seated herself by the side of Miss Brotherton when the door again opened, and Sophy Drake, leading a little sister in each hand, entered the drawing room. It required no force of contrast to render the miserable, squalid, unhealthy appearance of these poor girls most painfully striking. If it had, the elegant apartment into which they now entered would have furnished it. Mary's heart smote her as she gazed upon them. So young, so pretty too, thought she, and yet so painful to look upon. The eldest of the three looked languid, weary, spirit-broken, and inanimate, hardly throwing a glance at the novel objects around her, and looking more fit to lie down and rest the aching limbs she slowly dragged along, than to indulge any feeling of curiosity. The little ones had the same unsteady tired gait, but they looked up with an expression of wonder, and almost of awe, on every object as they passed along. " How are you all, my poor girls?" said Mary kindly, as they drew near to her. The eldest girl dropped a curtsy, but made no audible reply. " It is so sad and hopeless a grief to lose a mother," continued Miss Brotherton, " that I can say not one word to check your grief. But if there is any thing that I can do to make you more comfortable, I shall be glad to do it. You seem all of you greatly in want of clothes. How comes that, when so many of the family work and get wages?" " The wages isn't enough to buy us bread, ma'am," replied the eldest girl, " and help pay lodging rent." This statement seemed so very incredible, that Mary felt a painful conviction that the young creature before her was not speaking truth. She remained silent for a minute or two, and then said, "I suppose when you say bread, you mean food of all kinds? And tea, and sugar, and butter, and so on?" said Mary. " I have not had the taste of meat in my mouth for above these 2 years," replied Sophy, colouring, and in a voice that seemed to indicate something like indignation. " And as to sugar in our tea, or butter on our bread, no factory child is brought up to it." Mary coloured too. She longed to get accurate information respecting their manner of living, and the reasons why incessant labour failed to supply the necessaries of life, but she knew not well how to set about it. " Do not be angry with me, Sophy," said she, " if I ask questions that seem unfeeling and very ignorant. I really know little or nothing about the manner in which poor people live, and I want to know. Not merely from curiosity, but because I should like to help them if I could." " And God knows we want help bad enough, ma'am," replied the girl, while tears started in her eyes. " Father has got the money you gave yesterday, and we shall never hear any more of that." Is he a bad father to you, then?" "Not bad to beat us, but he drinks terrible." "Then I suppose his wages go partly in that?" "His wages and our'n too, ma'am. He bain't always able to get work. The old hands are often out, and then in course he takes our'n." "Then if he was a temperate, steady man, you would do a great deal better?" "In course we should, ma'am. But mother said he took to it as most of the others do in all the mills, on account of hating to come home so, when we young ones comes in from work. I have heard mother say that father cried when that was the biggest, comed home first beaten and bruised with the strap and the billy roller." "What is the billy roller, Sophy?" inquired Miss Brotherton, in an accent denoting considerable curiosity. "It's a long stout stick, ma'am, that's used often and often to beat the little ones employed in the mills when their strength fails, when they fall asleep, or stand still for a minute." "Do you mean that the children work till they are so tired as to fall asleep standing?" "Yes, ma'am. Dozens and dozens of 'em every day in the year except Sundays is strapped and kicked and banged by the billy roller because they falls asleep." "But surely parents are greatly to blame to let children young enough for that to go to work at all?" "They must just starve, ma'am, if they didn't," replied the girl. "How many years have you worked in the factory yourself, Sophy?" "Just 12, ma'am, this last spring." "And how old are you?" 17, ma'am." 12 from 17? You mean to say that you began to work at the factory when you were 5 years old?" said Mary, with some appearance of incredulity. "I was 5 years and 3 months, ma'am," answered the girl firmly. Miss Brotherton looked at Mrs. Tremlett, but perceived no appearance of incredulity on her countenance. "Is this possible, Mrs. Tremlett?" said she. "Yes, my dear, I believe that it is very common," replied the old woman. "I have often heard it spoken of among the servants." "Have you ever been at school, Sophy?" "Yes, ma'am. Afore father changed his mill and took work under Sir Matthew, we all, father, mother, Grace, Dick and all, worked for the great Quaker gentleman, Joseph Tell, and he had a school in the factory for Sundays." "And you learnt to read there, of course?" "No, ma'am, I didn't," replied the girl, shaking her head. "Whose fault was that, my dear? Surely if you were put to school, you ought to have learnt to read." "I couldn't, ma'am, I couldn't. And it was not my fault neither," replied the girl with considerable agitation. "We was often and often kept going till 12 o'clock on a Saturday night, and when the Sunday comed we couldn't sit down upon the bench, neither Grace nor Dick nor I, without falling dead asleep. 'Twas the only right good sleep we had, that before Sundays I mean, 'cause father was always obligated to wake us every other morning about 5 o'clock, summer and winter, and earlier than that too, when we worked night work. So keeping our eyes open Sundays wasn't possible, 'cause they didn't strap us." "Then there is not one of you can read?" "No, ma'am, not one." "Can your father read?" "Yes, ma'am, he can. That is he could, he says, when he was younger, but he's almost forgot now. He says in his young days the machinery improvements was nothing like what they be now, and that the piecer children hadn't not half so far or so fast to walk as they have now, and he learnt to read of his own mother when he comed home at nights." "And why doesn't he do the same for his children, as his mother did for him?" said Miss Brotherton. "Because we couldn't keep our eyes open for 2 minutes together when we comes home at night. I have seen poor mother, as is dead and gone, lay little Becky here, down upon the bundle of straw that she and I sleeps upon, 'cause she couldn't keep up to eat her supper when she comed from the mill. And I have seen her put the sopped bread in her mouth when she was so dead asleep, that she couldn't get her to swallow it, and how could she or the rest of us learn to read, ma'am?" Mary made no reply, but sat for a moment or two, with her eyes fixed on the ground, in very painful uncertainty as to what she could say or do, that could be of effectual service to the miserable group before her. She felt that though poor Sophy might perhaps be telling nothing but the truth in this dismal description of her wretched family, it was not from her that any general information could be obtained. It was, as she thought, utterly impossible that it could apply to the hundreds of thousands whom she had heard it stated, as a matter of national pride, by some of her rich neighbours were employed in the factories of England and Scotland. A moment's thought sufficed to convince her, as it has done multitudes of amiable minded ladies and gentlemen besides, that it was perfectly impossible such horrors could exist on the glorious soil of Britain, unless indeed, as in the case before her, the unhappy drunkenness of the father plunged his helpless family into a degree of poverty, which nothing, perhaps, but the unnatural degree of labour described by this poor motherless girl could avert. "I must clothe them all," thought she, "and put the little ones to school. Perhaps, too, I may find a place in my own kitchen for poor Sophy. But as to learning from her anything that can be depended upon respecting the system by which the factory labour is regulated, that is quite hopeless." She felt, however, that the weary-looking group ought not to return empty-handed after their walk, with no reward for it but her promises; and turning to Mrs. Tremlett, asked her in a half-whisper what she could give them, that might be made immediately useful in the way of clothing; their garments being in a condition that it was painful to her to behold. "You might give them that piece of dark cotton, my dear, that you bought the other day for the coachman's children. There is no great hurry, you know, about them, for they are not to go to school till next month." "Very true. It is just the thing," replied Mary; and having rung the bell and ordered her maid to appear, she gave orders to have it brought to her. "I do not exactly know how much there is of it, Sophy," said she, putting it into her hand, "but enough, I think, for one or two of you, and I will get more of the same sort when next I go to Ashley." Sophy took it with a curtsy, but having held it for a moment, said, "Please, ma'am, this won't be no use to me, unless I may pawn part to get the rest made." "Can you not make a gown for yourself and your sisters, my good girl?" demanded Mary. "Please, ma'am, I never was learnt to sew," replied the girl, blushing. More convinced than ever that her first effort to assist the poor operatives had led her by an unlucky chance into a family whose unthrifty habits made it almost hopeless to attempt doing them any essential service, Mary drew forth her purse, and giving half-a-crown to each of them, took the useless material back, saying, "I will send you some more decent clothes to wear, Sophy, and then we must think what further can be done for you and these poor little ones. But indeed, my dear girl, I greatly fear that unless your habits are improved, and that you can be taught to use your needle like all other decent young women, in making and mending what is given you, it will be impossible for me or for any one to do you much good." Poor Sophy Drake looked both sorry and ashamed as she listened to this reproof; but she attempted not to answer it, and again curtsying as she received the money, she turned away without again speaking, and left the room. "This is very, very dreadful, Nurse Tremlett," said Mary, as soon as they were alone. "I could not have believed that it was possible in such a country as England to find human beings in a state of such degraded ignorance as that poor girl. Did you ever meet with anything like it before?" "I can't say, Miss Mary, that I ever before came within reach of hearing a factory girl speak so much as I have heard to day; but I can't pretend to say that I am a bit surprised. I told you, my dear, from the beginning, that you would only get yourself into trouble, and do no good. From the very first of my coming to this country, which was but a month before I came to live with your mamma, I always heard the same history of the factory folks. And you know, my dear, what everybody says must be true." Mary, as she listened to this, looked harassed, puzzled, and wretched. "But is it not something unheard of in the history of the world," said she, "that thousands and hundreds of thousands of persons should exist, all labouring, young and old, with unceasing industry to support themselves, and that this their painful labour should subject them to such habits of inevitable ignorance and degradation, that all decent and respectable persons must be taught to shun them?" "It does seem very hard upon them, my dear, to be sure," replied her companion; "but as to why it is so, I am sure it is impossible for us to guess. It must be partly their own faults, of course; but at any rate, my dear, I wish you would not go on, working yourself up so. I can't bear to see you, Miss Mary, looking vexed and miserable for what you can't help the least bit in the world. And besides, my dear, I must say, that it is nowise right for a young lady like you to run the risk of getting near very bad people indeed, whose ways I don't like to talk to you about. I know you can't abide Sir Matthew Dowling, and I can't say I ever saw or heard of much to like in him; but for all that, there is not any good that I can see in disbelieving what he told us about these very people. He must know more about them than we can, and it was quite shocking, I do assure you, Miss Mary, the things he told me. A great deal too bad to repeat, I promise you." Mary burst into tears. I am very unhappy, Mrs. Tremlett," said she, " and it is not putting faith in Sir Matthew Dowling that can make me less so. That I may be led to do so many things from my great ignorance, which were I better informed I should not do, is very likely, and it is therefore my duty to obtain information upon this tremendous subject as speedily as possible. Would to God, my good friend, that you could give it me! But as you cannot, we will cease to speculate together upon what we neither of us understand. I am sorry that our awful adventure yesterday prevented my purposed visit to the poor woman in Hoxley lane. We both agreed, you know, that I could get no harm there, and I have an object in view in making that visit that I am sorry to have delayed. We will go there to-morrow, Nurse Tremlett, and so early in the morning as to run no risk of meeting any of the fine folks who love to show themselves on the Ashley road." Mary Brotherton did go early the following morning to Hoxley lane, but her visit was too late, by exactly 24 hours. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 15. A tete-a-tete walk. Lively if not instructive conversation. The rich visiting the poor. Misplaced confidence. Innocent sin. The fashionable and luxurious Sir Matthew Dowling was not usually an early riser, but on the morning of the day which followed Martha's visit to Hoxley lane, he almost outdid the lark. His attorney having been sent for from Ashley with all speed within an hour after he had received his daughter's report, all things regarding the procuring indentures had been made easy, and he found himself when he waked in the morning in every sense ready for action. Great and very awful is the power of wealth in a bad man's hands. For scarcely is there any barrier which the law can raise for the protection of those who have it not, sufficiently strong to save them at all times and seasons from the aggressions of those who have it. How Mr. Canterbury, the attorney of Sir Matthew Dowling, contrived to get his part of the business executed so speedily, it would be difficult to say, but certain it is, that considerably before the knight's usual hour of breakfast on the following morning this active friend and agent arrived at the lodge with documents which only wanted the signature of the parties concerned, to render them of sufficient power to bind little Michael during the next 11 years of his life as apprentice to Mr. Elgood Sharpton, for the purpose of learning the business of a stocking weaver. The name of Deep Valley, by which Mr. Elgood Sharpton's factory was universally known, was not mentioned, but instead of this he was described as Elgood Sharpton, Esquire, of Thistledown House, Derbyshire, a designation most satisfactorily proving his honourable station, and of course his high respectability. Sir Matthew perused the document, smiled, nodded his approval, replaced the red tape with which it had been tied, and lodged it in his coat pocket, saying kindly to the judicious attorney as he did so, "Canterbury, we must get you made coroner at the next vacancy, or if we miss that, something or other else that may suit you, my good fellow. You deserve to be taken care of, and you shall." Mr. Canterbury expressed his gratitude and departed, whereupon Martha was again summoned to the presence of her father. "What a capital good girl you are, Martha," said the knight, affectionately patting her cheek, "always up and about before any of the rest are out of their beds. I tell you what, Martha, you and I will have our breakfast comfortably together without waiting for any of them, and then I will walk down with you myself to see Michael's mother, and settle with her about the little fellow's destination." Proud and happy was Martha made by this invitation, and gaily did she sally forth, when the cheerful meal was ended, for the rare pleasure of a tete-a-tete walk with the great man. Nothing could exceed Sir Matthew's good humour, he chatted and joked, and talked of taking them all on a trip to Paris, and in short was hardly silent for a single moment. But amidst all this communicative confidential gossip, he never said a word more concerning the business they were upon. Once or twice Martha began to say something intended to preface an inquiry as to the local destination of Michael, but some lively sally from her father always turned the conversation into another channel, till at length they entered the gloomy region of Hoxley lane, after which neither of them spoke again until Martha said, "This is the house, papa, but I believe we had better go in the back way. Shall I step in first and say that you are coming?" "No, no, my dear, there is no occasion to be so ceremonious, we will go in together." Martha then lifted the latch, and they did go in together, causing the sick woman to start as if she had seen a spectre. It was nearly 3 years since Mrs. Armstrong had last found herself in the overpowering presence of Sir Matthew Dowling, and the belief that this visit was for the express purpose of receiving her thanks, increased the embarrassment so startling a condescension was calculated to produce. Martha saw her colour change from pale to red, and then to pale again, and gently approaching her, said, "Mrs. Armstrong, my father, Sir Matthew Dowling, is come himself to talk with you about little Michael." "It is very condescending, miss," murmured the poor woman, "and I'm very grateful for this, and all favours." "Very good," said the knight in return, not however looking very steadily in her face. "This young lady, who I suppose you know is Miss Martha Dowling, my daughter, paid you a visit yesterday, I believe, and spoke to you, did she not, about your little boy?" "Yes, sir," was the concise reply. "And you approved, she tells me, of his being put to a good trade?" "In course, sir, I can't but approve, and be thankful for his being put in the way to help himself, and his poor crippled brother too, when I am gone. But I hope, no offence, sir, I'd be right glad to know your honour's pleasure as to the place where he is to be." "And that is a little more than I can tell you, my good woman," replied Sir Matthew in a friendly familiar tone. "I can tell you where his master that is to be lives, that," he continued, drawing the indentures out of his pocket, "that we shall find written down here, but he is one of the first in his line, and a capital trade it is, I promise you, so that he has got workshops, I believe, in 6 places. However, I'll make it my business to learn whereabouts Michael is to be, and let you know." As he said this, Sir Matthew opened the instrument and busied himself in unscrewing the top of his neat little portable ink bottle. "Then if it is all the same to you, sir," replied the widow Armstrong, in rather an unsteady voice, "I should like well to know where it would be, before I put my hand to the binding him." Martha looked up, more than half afraid that such cautious acceptance of the important service offered might offend her hot-tempered father. But equally to her surprise and satisfaction, she perceived that his countenance, instead of expressing anything of the kind, wore a look of more than usual good humour as he replied, beginning at the same time to replace the red tape round the papers, "That shall be just as it pleases you, my good woman. We won't say anything more about it just yet." Then turning to Martha, he said in a sort of half whisper, "I can't stay now, Martha, we must go, dear, because I expect to find some one waiting for me at home. But we must not deceive the poor dear woman either. She ought to know, Martha, that this is a chance I may not have again, God knows when, if ever. Can't you explain to her, my dear, that this is a sort of thing that by no means happens every day? Some time ago I had an opportunity of doing this gentleman a good turn about one of his principal hands for whom he was greatly interested, for he is like a father to them all, and he promised then to return it whenever I had anything of the same sort at heart. So now I have written to him about this boy, and he has answered me as kind as possible. Only he tells me that he has got such quantities of applications from the people round him, that when he has a vacancy among the bound hands, he can't keep it open, and that he must have yes or no at once. I am afraid, therefore, that we must give it up, my dear." This was soft sawder, as the inimitable Slick calls it, and the poor doubting, trembling, helpless bit of human nature, lying on the bed from whence she knew full well she should never rise, did not listen to it unmoved. She felt, as he intended she should, her heavy responsibility, and looked up into the face of Martha in a manner that very speakingly asked for counsel. The good girl understood the appeal, and frankly answered it. "You hear what my father says, Mrs. Armstrong?" said she, leaning over the poor invalid. "Yes, miss, I do," replied the anxious woman, "and God help me, I feel as weak and ignorant as a baby about what I ought to say in return." "I don't know how that can be," said the innocent Martha a little reproachfully. "You know exactly how the case stands, and must certainly be able to judge what you think it right to do under these circumstances." "I hope, excuse miss, if I seem over mothersome and foolish about him," replied the poor widow in a deprecating tone, "but he's a precious boy to me, and the binding him, comes upon me unawares like." "Well then, there's nothing more to be said, I think," said Martha, withdrawing herself from the bed. "It seems a matter of feeling, papa, and I don't think we ought to battle against it, for it is very likely she would be unhappy if we persuaded her, let it turn out as it would." Instead of answering, Sir Matthew suddenly wheeled round, and looked out of the window, as if the bit of stony mould extending 10 feet deep to the ditch that fenced it contained something of peculiar interest and curiosity. During this interval, which lasted about a minute, the widow Armstrong again fixed her eyes upon the face of Martha, with an appealing look that seemed to implore assistance from her judgment, while it evidently expressed confidence in her kindness. When Sir Matthew again permitted his countenance to be visible to them, it expressed nothing but indifference. But Martha thought it was such an easy good-natured sort of indifference that there could be no danger in bringing him back to the subject, even though he said as he turned round, "Come, my dear Martha, I cannot stay another moment, I do assure you." "I am quite ready, papa," she replied, "but don't you think it is almost a pity to let such an opportunity be lost for poor Michael?" "Certainly it is, my dear," he replied in the most good-humoured accent imaginable, "but what would you have me do, my dear child? Depend upon it, there is no real charity in assisting people against their will, or in a manner in any way contrary to their inclinations. You know perfectly well that it was my real and sincere wish that this good woman's child should be well provided for. An opportunity for doing this, better far than I could have hoped for, is now proposed, but evidently does not meet her wishes. Unfortunately, I must send the answer by today's post, and surely you would not recommend me to accept this situation for the boy, excellent as it is, against his mother's will?" "No, papa. Only it seems to me that Mrs. Armstrong has not quite made up her mind about it. And I thought perhaps that a few minutes' consideration might enable her to perceive how great a loss it would be to Michael were she to refuse it." "Well, Martha," returned the knight with a sort of jocose sigh, and at the same time seating himself on one of the widow's treasured rush-bottomed chairs, "I would rather make the person I expect wait at Dowling Lodge for an hour, than either disappoint your kind heart, or hurry this good woman into saying anything that she does not really mean. What does the little fellow himself say about it?" "He's grateful and thankful, sir, for what is offered to him, and willing he is to accept it. 'Tis only my poor weak sick heart that has got no courage left in it. You think, miss, he had better take it?" she added, turning her anxious eyes upon Martha. For a moment Martha felt a repugnance to the taking upon herself, as it were, the responsibility of the transaction, but an exclamation from her father settled the business at once. "Poor soul!" said he, "how natural is this weakness! Give her by your advice the strength she wants, Martha. It is the most valuable gift you can bestow." "Indeed, papa is very right, Mrs. Armstrong," said Martha cheerfully. "Michael will never forgive me if I let you throw away this golden opportunity. And I am sure I should never forgive myself if I threw away for him anything that you could call so, my dear young lady. I know full well all you have done for him, and been to him, and to doubt your judgment would be a sin indeed. So if you please, miss, I am quite ready to sign." Had Sir Matthew Dowling wanted any strengthening of the motives which actuated the deed he was about to perpetrate, he would have found it in this speech. The phrase, "I know what you have been to him," requiring no very forced interpretation in order to suggest to him that it was probable she knew what he had been to him also. However, he felt no inclination to disturb the business which was proceeding so satisfactorily, and therefore again smiled very kindly as he said, "I am sure nobody can find fault with your conduct in this business, Mrs. Armstrong. It has been exactly what it ought to be, and the better I think of you, the more anxious I feel to ensure this excellent situation for your boy. But stay a moment, I came down here in such a hurry, that I forgot the necessity of having a witness. Wait here for a moment, Martha, and I dare say I shall find some of Mrs. Armstrong's neighbours who may not only be able to witness these indentures, but also to give her their opinion upon the advantage of them." So saying, the knight arose, and walked out of the room. But before an anxious inquiry from the poor woman about the possibility of writing to her boy could be answered by Martha, he returned again, followed by Parsons and another overlooker from one of his own factories, whom he found accidentally close to the premises. "Here is a bit of good luck for us, Martha," said Sir Matthew as he entered. "I should have been sadly put to it for time, if I had had to run around till I could find a man who knew how to write his name. I have asked 2 fellows already, but they both said no. There is one comfort for you at any rate, Mrs. Armstrong. Your boy will never be in such a state of ignorance as that." Sir Matthew, as he spoke, again untied the paper, and dipping a pen which had been stuck within his coat sleeve into the ink bottle, he gave both pen and paper into the hands of Martha, saying, "There, dear, You will hold it for her better than I shall. Only make haste. I hate to break an appointment." Martha received the paper, and without a moment's delay laid it before the pale and trembling woman, placing at the same time the pen in her right hand, and indicating with her own finger the place to which Sir Matthew had pointed, as that where her signature should be. The poor woman received both submissively, and after a moment's pause, looked up once more into the face of Martha, who was bending over her. A kind and encouraging smile sat upon her plain but expressive features, and without further hesitation, the widow Armstrong signed her name. "Here, Parsons, sign away," said Sir Matthew gaily, as he withdrew the document from the bed. The ready servant obeyed, and his fellow driver followed his example, without waiting for any further instructions. "Now then, Martha, let us be off," cried the knight, moving towards the door as he pocketed the papers. But stopping suddenly before he opened it, he said, "By the way, Parsons, as chance has brought you here, we may as well make use of you about getting a few necessaries for our little stocking weaver. We must trust to you to get whatever may be wanted. He may take the clothes he has worn at the lodge for Sundays, but of course they would not be suitable for him to work in." "Very well, Sir Matthew, I will see about it," replied the important overlooker. "I must have no time lost, if you please," rejoined his master rather sharply, "for Mr. Elgood Sharpton mentioned in his letter that he should be having some of his people passing this way who might take charge of him, and I am sure I can't say when they may happen to call. So go directly into the town, Parsons, and buy whatever you think the boy may want. I dare say this will be very nearly the last expense, Mrs. Armstrong," he added, "that I shall be put to for him, and I assure you that I shall pay it very willingly." With these words he left the room, and Martha, pronouncing a short but kind farewell, followed him. Soon after she had overtaken him, and again passed her arm through his, she was startled by a violent burst of laughter, and on looking back, perceived at no great distance behind them, Parsons and his companion taking their way over a stile that led by a short cut to Brookford factory. It was from them the hearty laugh had proceeded. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 16. Miss Brotherton visits the widow Armstrong, and lays the foundation of a very lasting friendship. She then calls at Dowling Lodge, but fails of obtaining what she went for. As soon as Miss Brotherton and Mrs. Tremlett had finished their breakfast on the morning after the interview with Sophy Drake in the drawing room at Milford Park, they set off together on foot to visit the widow Armstrong in Hoxley Lane. "Nothing can happen to us worse than our adventure in the carriage the day before yesterday," observed the young lady. "You will confess, dear friend, will you not, that Sir Matthew's walking into the carriage was more terrible than anything likely to befall us on the high road without one?" "Why, I suppose I must, my dear," answered the old lady, "for to tell you the truth, I don't think you could look more put out if a constable were to come up and arrest you." "Decidedly not, Mrs. Tremlett. And listen to the birds, and sniff the sweet air, and then tell me if we are not wise to walk." The old woman confessed that she really did enjoy it, and on they went with the gardener's boy for a guide, till in less than an hour they found themselves before the door of No. 12 in Hoxley Lane. Probably their little pioneer was not one of the widow's visitors, for the pass through the hedge leading to the back kitchen door appeared unknown to him, and in answer to Miss Brotherton's knock for admittance, the principal entrance to No. 12 was opened by the ragged mistress of the tenement. "Does the widow Armstrong live here?" inquired Mary. "Yes, ma'am," observed the woman gloomily, continuing as she made her way for the ladies to enter. "The widow Armstrong is a lucky woman. She has got but one child left to provide for, and yet the gentlefolks keeps coming to help her, but nobody thinks of me and my 10 young ones." The ready hand of Miss Brotherton was immediately in her purse. "That is a large family indeed, my good woman. Are they none of them old enough to help themselves?" "The 7 oldest have all been in the factory from a'most the time they could stand, ma'am," replied Mrs. Sykes, "and if they hadn't, they must have been dead and buried long ago for want of bread. But though they have worked, poor creatures, early and late, there's no more come of it than that their bones be here instead of in the churchyard." "But with so large a number, all receiving wages," said Miss Brotherton gently, "I should have hoped that you might have found yourselves better off than you seem to be." And that's what we are told, ma'am, from year's end to year's end, and we must bear it, for there is no help. But 'tis a'most as bitter as the work that grinds us." Neither the person or manner of Mrs. Sykes were in any degree prepossessing. She was dirty, and in every way untidy in the extreme. She had on her feet the fragments of a pair of men's shoes, but no stockings, the rest of her clothing being barely sufficient to cover her. Her eye, voice, and complexion furnished strong indications of her being accustomed to take spirits, while her frightfully thin limbs gave her the appearance of being half starved. In short, it was impossible to look at her without feeling that she was a degraded as well as a suffering being. Mary Brotherton did feel this, and her heart sunk within her as she thought of Sophy Drake, of her drunken father, and of all Mrs. Tremlett had told her respecting the vice which, like a wide-spreading and hideous epidemic, seemed to ravage in all directions the miserable neighbourhood in which fate had placed her. She shuddered as she contemplated the wretched being that stood before her, and till she had spoken the words given above, a deep feeling of the woman's unworthiness chilled the ready pity of her warm young heart. But both in these words themselves, and in the tone of quiet settled despair in which they were spoken, there was a frightful and mysterious allusion to some species of injustice and cruelty, under which accusations she seemed herself to be included. The distaste and reprobation that were a moment before making hasty inroads upon her benevolence, seemed suddenly arrested as she listened; and she was about to repeat again the question she had already so uselessly asked, as to whence this universal severity of judgment against the factory labourers arose, and wherefore, beyond all others, submitted to the sentence which dooms human beings to toil, these people should appear to loathe their employment, and execrate, as it should seem, the very means by which they lived. But ere her lips opened to demand the explanation to which she so eagerly desired to listen, a glance at the hard features of the wretched woman checked her. "It cannot be from such as these," thought she, "that truth and instruction can be reasonably looked for." And as she silently gave her alms, and moved onwards towards the door which had been pointed to, as that of the widow Armstrong, something like a systematic project for making herself mistress of the knowledge she wanted, for the first time suggested itself to her imagination. Mrs. Sykes eyed the silver largesse as it fell into her hand, with a glance that seemed to devour it, and the words of thanks she uttered were almost hysterical in their eager vehemence. After delaying a moment for the contemplation of this precious drudge twixt man and man, she opened the door of communication, and Miss Brotherton and her friend passed into the dwelling room of the widow Armstrong. Contrary to custom, her lame boy Edward was sitting on the side of her bed, and when Mary entered, he was holding her hand, and gazing in her face with an expression of countenance which appeared to both the intruders to be the most piteous they had ever looked upon. The poor child was looking too most wretchedly ill, and the first idea which suggested itself was, that he felt himself to be dying. Notwithstanding the extreme poverty of the widow Armstrong, there was an air of decency and decorum about her, that might in any situation have commanded respect; but when contrasted with the appearance of her neighbour, seemed to indicate a claim to more observance than her visitors were showing by this sudden and uninvited entrance. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Armstrong," said Mary gently, "for breaking in upon you so abruptly, and I fear our doing so may have startled your sick child. This little fellow is very ill, I fear." "It is long since he has known health, ma'am," replied the widow, "but it is not that which makes him look so white and trembling now. We have lost what was dear to us both and all the world beside, and though I don't think as this one will ever look up again, I can't find a word in my heart to comfort him." "What then has happened to you?" said Mary with much interest. "Nothing bad to your son Michael, I hope?" "You know Michael, ma'am?" said the poor woman anxiously. "I have seen him at Sir Matthew Dowling's," she replied. "I wish you never had, ma'am," rejoined the widow bitterly. "We were only starving before, but now we are worse than that." "Do explain to me what you mean, Mrs. Armstrong," said Mary. "I ought to do it, ma'am, for you speak kindly, and that's a claim poor folks can seldom withstand. But how can I tell you the matter, ma'am? I know nothing, and that's the reason why poor Edward and I are so miserable." "But that is a bad way to get into, my good Mrs. Armstrong," said Mary cheerfully. "Don't fret yourself about fancied evils, which perhaps do not exist. Little Edward here should know better than that." The pale broken-hearted boy looked at her with lack-lustre eyes, but said nothing. "Are you uneasy because Michael has not been down to see you lately?" resumed Miss Brotherton. "He never failed to come, ma'am, till he was carried away from us," replied the widow with a sob that seemed the result of strength exhausted, and weakness that could struggle no longer. "Carried away from you?" cried Mary, changing colour. "What do you mean, Mrs. Armstrong? Who has carried away Michael from you?" "Sir Matthew Dowling, ma'am, has taken him away." And another sob followed the words. "Do not think I torment you thus from idle curiosity," pursued Mary, bending over her, "but I entreat you to explain to me fully what you mean. I am greatly interested for your little boy." "I thank you for it, ma'am," returned the poor mother mournfully, "but I can tell little that you or any grand lady, the friend of Sir Matthew, would think to the purpose. Yet the parting with him without one blessing or one kiss is hard to bear, though we don't justly know that any harm's come to him." "I am no particular friend of Sir Matthew Dowling's," replied Mary, with an accent which perhaps spoke more than her words. "Then I will tell you about Michael," exclaimed the lame boy, coming round the bed to the place where she was standing, and looking into her face as if he thought he could read all her thoughts there. "You have seen poor Mike when he was living there, ma'am?" "Yes, I have, my dear boy," she replied, gazing with deep feeling at his pale but beautiful countenance. "I have seen him there more than once, Edward, and I am quite sure he was not happy, though he was dressed so fine." "He was more unhappy 10 times over," replied Edward, "than when he was as ragged as me." "Was he unkindly treated?" demanded Mary. "He was beaten, kicked, and spit upon," cried Edward, bursting into tears, "and then he was told to laugh and look merry." "A wretched, wretched sort of cruelty," she replied, "of which I can well believe Sir Matthew capable. But surely you do not suppose that he has run away from it without telling you or his mother that he had such an intention?" "If you knew Mike better, ma'am, you wouldn't think that he could do such wickedness," said the mother. "He has stood beating with strap and stick for years, ma'am, young as he is, and never asked to stop from the mill a day, though he has been bruised almost to a jelly. And worse than that, too, poor lamb, 100-fold, with such a heart as his, he has seen his lame brother there, that was always dearer, a great deal, to him than himself. He has seen the cruel stripes fall on his poor shoulders too. And though he has come home with his little face washed with tears from it, he didn't think of running away." Mary saw that she had given pain, and hastened to atone for it by expressing her sorrow for supposing such a thing possible; and then repeated her request that she might be told what it was that had happened. The widow then related more succinctly than might have been expected all that had passed between herself, her boy, and Miss Martha Dowling, on the morning which followed the theatrical representation at Dowling Lodge. And before she proceeded further, Edward bore testimony to the spirited and courageous willingness with which his brother had adopted the proposed scheme. He had, it seemed, as usual, watched Teddy's return from the factory, told him what Sir Matthew proposed doing for him, and declared, that hard as it would be to part with him and mother, he was ready and willing to start, and was quite determined to be the best boy that ever was prenticed, and to be workman enough to maintain them both as soon as his time was out. Here the widow again resumed her narrative, and related very accurately the scene of the following morning, dwelling much on the young lady's kind manner, and on her putting it to her whether she advised that the child should go or not. "And Martha Dowling counselled you to let him go?" demanded Miss Brotherton. "Yes, again and again she did," replied the poor mother. "You are quite sure it was Miss Martha?" "Oh yes, ma'am. My Mike took care to make me understand that, the day they came together." "Then be quite easy in your mind, Mrs. Armstrong," said Mary eagerly. "I have no great liking for Sir Matthew Dowling. I do not think well of him, nor have I much to say in favour of any of his family. They seem to me to be cold-hearted, selfish people. But for this one, this Miss Martha that you speak of, I will undertake to answer for it that she has never deceived you, and that if she advised you to let Michael go, it was because she thought the doing so would be advantageous for him." "Bless you for ever and for ever, ma'am!" cried Mrs. Armstrong, seizing the hand of Mary and pressing it to her lips. "There is truth, ma'am, in your voice and in your eyes. Do as I do, Edward, dear. Look at the kind face of this young lady, and see if you can't find comfort from what she says. I did think, myself ignorant as I am, that the young lady had an honest face. But oh, ma'am, let it be as it will, and make the very best of it. 'Tis cruel to have our darling taken away in this fashion, without one word of take leave and blessing." "Indeed it is," replied Mary, "and your being ignorant of the place of his destination increases this anxiety. But on this point at least I think I shall be able to set your mind at rest. Before this time to-morrow, I will take care to see some part of the family at the Lodge, and shall certainly not scruple to inquire every particular respecting your boy. Keep up your spirits therefore, both of you, and for the future, let this little fellow here look to me for his wages. I won't have him go to the factory any more. What sum has he been receiving for his work?" Astonishment very literally rendered the widow Armstrong dumb on hearing this most extraordinary proposal. Poor soul! A few short days ago, it would have been sufficient to make her forget her weakness and her want, and have put her in a state of mind that queens might envy; for she would hardly have been able to remember that it was possible to have another wish. But now the first use she made on recovering her speech was to exclaim, "Oh, Michael, Michael, why bean't you by to hear this?" "He shall hear it, Mrs. Armstrong," said Mary in a voice of such cheerful confidence, that the terrors of both mother and son seemed to vanish before it. Mrs. Tremlett, too, ventured to add an encouraging commentary upon Mary's proposed visit of inquiry at the Lodge, observing that it was altogether out of probability that they should want to make any mystery as to where the little fellow was gone. Mrs. Armstrong, as she listened, seemed almost too happy to credit the evidence of her own senses. But in the deep-set melancholy eye of Edward, there was still an expression of suffering and of fear that looked as if misery had taken a hold upon him that could not be relinquished. "Now I must go," said the young lady, rising, "or I shall hardly have time to keep my promise. But I must settle with you first, my dear boy. What was the amount of your wages by the month?" "6 shillings, ma'am," replied Edward, looking at her, as she drew out her purse, with an eye that seemed to doubt what it beheld. 6 shillings! cried Miss Brotherton, as she put the pitiful wages of a long month's agony into the little trembling hand. "And have you lost your health and liberty for this?" Tears started to her eyes as she contemplated the look of wonder and delight expressed by the countenance of the poor widow, yet that look was not turned upon her. Stretching out her arms to the boy, she caught him to her bosom and held him there, much as if she had suddenly beheld him snatched from the fangs of some devouring monster. The face of the child himself she could not see, but his whole frame trembled, and they fancied he was shedding tears. "God bless you both," she said. "To-morrow you shall see me again." And so saying, she took the arm of her friend, and again passed through the dwelling room of Mrs. Sykes. The woman had now 3 little dirty creatures round her, to whom she was giving bread. "Heaven keep you, ma'am, this is your treat," she said, as Mary and her friend passed through. "It is the first time for many a week that I have fed 'em so freely, poor creatures." Miss Brotherton's heart was too full to answer. She nodded her head, and passed on. Their homeward walk up Hoxley Lane, across the London road, and along a pretty shaded bridle road that led to a gate in her own park paling, was performed almost entirely in silence. There is a state of mind in which ideas come with too much violence and rapidity to be told off in words. When this happens from an excess of happy imaginings, no condition can be more delightful. But when, as in the present case, it arises from the remembrance of painful realities, it is greatly the reverse. The misery around her was no longer a matter of doubtful speculation, but of most frightful certainty. Neither was it any vice in little Edward Armstrong which drove him to offer up his sickly suffering frame to ceaseless labour at the rate of 3d. for each long painful day. She felt oppressed, overwhelmed, and almost hopeless. Yet at that time Mary Brotherton knew not, guessed not, dreamed not, of the 100th part of what the unhappy class who had thus roused her human sympathies were daily and hourly suffering around her. The first words she spoke on entering her house were to order her carriage, and having gone so far in the performance of the task she had undertaken, she turned with tender kindness to her old friend, and gave as much care to her comfort and refreshment, as if the relative situation which they had borne to each other in days of yore was just reversed, and that Mary was the nurse, and Mrs. Tremlett the nursling. "You shall do nothing more before dinner, my dear good soul, but lie down upon the sofa, and get cool. Not even Mrs. Gabberly, I suppose, could see anything particularly dangerous and improper, in my going alone to pay a visit to Martha Dowling." And alone to Dowling Lodge the heiress went, pretty steadfastly determined not to leave it, till she had learnt exactly at what point of the earth's surface Michael Armstrong might be found. She inquired for Martha, and was shown as usual into my lady's morning drawing room, where to her extreme annoyance she found her ladyship, Sir Matthew, Lady Clarissa Shrimpton, and Miss Mogg. If Lady Dowling could have been glad to see any pretty young lady, it would have been Miss Brotherton, and she did exert herself more than usual to be civil. While, on the contrary, Sir Matthew both felt and evinced considerably less satisfaction at the sight of her, than he had ever done since the fact of her heiress-ship had become matter of unquestionable notoriety to the whole neighbourhood. But if his reception was cold, that of Lady Clarissa was warm, for she actually threw her arms round the young lady, reproaching her at the same time very tenderly for not having sent to say she was going to drive to Dowling Lodge. " I should have liked your carriage, my dear, so much better than my broiling little phaeton." It was hardly possible at that moment that either one of the 4 persons present could have said any thing to her sufficiently interesting to fully awaken her sense of hearing ; unless indeed Sir Matthew had led the conversation to Michael Armstrong. But this he did not do, and therefore, having endured Lady Clarissa's embrace, and answered her mechanically she knew not what, Miss Brotherton walked up to the sofa where the lady of the mansion as usual sat enthroned, and said, " Will you be so good, ma'am, as to let Miss Martha be told that I am come to call upon her?" The surprised eyebrows with which her ladyship listened to this speech would, probably under other circumstances, have given birth to an exceedingly comical caricature, but at this moment Mary Brotherton had no fun in her thoughts, and not immediately receiving an answer, she said, loud enough for Sir Matthew to hear, " Will you give me leave to ring the bell, and ask for the pleasure of seeing Miss Martha?" Lady Dowling still remained silently staring at her, but not so Sir Matthew. He reached the bell almost as soon as the young lady herself, and fully persuaded that this most unaccountable request could only proceed from some little manoeuvring project at that moment labouring in the fair Brotherton's head, which had, somehow or other, his son Augustus for its object, his countenance resumed all its former affectionate urbanity towards her, and taking her arm too suddenly for any contrivance to prevent it, he said, " Martha?" " Do you want to see Martha, my dear? To be sure you shall. She is a Dowling, Miss Brotherton, though not quite like the rest of us. But where is the Dowling, young or old, male or female, who would not fly from the farthest corner of the world to see you?" " I only want to see Miss Martha just now, sir," replied Mary, half smiling. " And Martha you shall see, my dear, without a moment's delay. Desire Miss Martha Dowling to come here instantly," he continued, as the door opened, and a servant appeared at it, adding, when the door closed again, " You do her an honour, my dear Miss Brotherton, in thus asking for her, that more than one of her family perhaps might feel inclined to envy." But as Miss Brotherton made no answer at all, and Lady Clarissa began to hem and fidget, and walk towards the window, all which the observant knight well knew were pretty lures, meant to recall him, he contented himself with gallantly drawing forward an armchair for the heiress, at no great distance from Lady Dowling, and then strode across the apartment to soothe the irritation of his noble friend. Martha never suffered a summons from her father to remain a moment unanswered. The message had been delivered to her in his name, and she entered almost immediately. Miss Brotherton, who was in no humour to make small talk for her ladyship, instantly rose, and went forward to meet her. " I took the liberty of sending for you, my dear Miss Martha," she said, " to request you would let me speak to you alone for 5 minutes. Will you take a parasol, and let us walk into the shrubbery together?" Martha, who certainly liked Miss Brotherton, notwithstanding the late painful scene, produced by her indiscretion, and who, moreover, at this moment, joyfully recollected how charming an anecdote she had now to relate concerning her father, acquiesced in this proposal with a ready smile, and saying that her parasol was always in the hall, the 2 young ladies left the room together. No sooner did she find herself beneath the sheltering trees of the extensive shrubbery, and ascertained, by looking round, that they were really alone, than Miss Brotherton, passing her arm through that of her companion, said, " My dear Miss Martha, I cannot help feeling great interest in the welfare of the little boy whom we saw performing the other night. Little Michael Armstrong, I mean. Will you have the kindness to tell me where he is now?" Instead of giving a direct answer, Martha eagerly exclaimed, " I am so glad, Miss Brotherton, that you asked to see me, for I have quite longed to tell you all particulars about that little fellow, and all that papa has been doing for him. I do assure you, Miss Brotherton, that, notwithstanding what you saw the other night, Papa has been and still is most excessively kind to him. Only he was very troublesome about the acting, and papa's temper is hasty. That, as you must be aware, Miss Brotherton, is the case with many people. But there are very few who have the courage and candour to own it, as my father does. In justice to him, I must tell you what happened the morning after the unfortunate play. My father sent for me, and said that he was perfectly miserable in his mind on account of the anger he had shown towards Michael. He told me as frankly as possible that he had beat him, and that in consequence of this, the boy was evidently so afraid of him that he had no enjoyment when in his presence. And he went on to say that such being the case, he was determined to apprentice the child to a good trade, where he might learn to maintain himself comfortably, and assist his family besides. So you see, Miss Brotherton, concluded Martha in an eager voice, and with heightened colour, you see that if papa loses his temper, he knows how to atone for it. Miss Brotherton listened to this statement with the most unbroken attention, and had she not been previously aware of the kind and excellent nature of Martha Dowling, she would have become so then. Her hopes, too, that all was fair and right concerning the disposal of the little boy were strengthened, and in full confidence of receiving a satisfactory answer, she said, "I am very much obliged to you, Martha, for telling me all this, because I truly feel an interest in the little fellow. And now I hope you will tell me also to what part of the country he has been sent." "I would tell you in a moment if I knew, my dear Miss Brotherton, but I do not. His departure at last was very sudden, owing, I believe, to papa's having found some particularly good opportunity of sending him." "I wonder you should never have asked where he was sent to, Miss Martha," said Mary gravely. "I did ask, Miss Brotherton," replied Martha, "but papa said he could not recollect the name of the place." Mary changed colour as she remembered the promise she had given to the child's mother; but after a moment's reflection said, "Perhaps he may have recollected it since, my dear. I wish you would run in, and ask him to come to me for a moment." Martha seemed to hesitate. "I am sure," said she, after a little hesitation, "that papa would be delighted to come here to talk with you, Miss Brotherton, only Lady Clarissa might—" "Nay, then, I'll go to him myself," said Mary rather abruptly. "There is no particular objection, I suppose, to Lady Clarissa's being led into the secret of the little Michael's abode?" And immediately turning her steps towards the house, she re-entered the drawing room, followed by Martha. They found Sir Matthew engaged in exhibiting a portfolio of splendid engravings to her ladyship, who was descanting upon them with rapture, though the application of a near-sighted glass to one long-sighted eye, while the other was effectually closed, rendered them pretty nearly invisible to her. "I beg 10,000 pardons, Sir Matthew," said the heiress, placing herself at the opposite side of the loo table, and thereby commanding a perfect view of his countenance, "but you are too good-natured, I am sure, to be angry with me, even though I do interrupt you. Will you have the kindness to tell me, sir, while Lady Clarissa is lost in admiration of that enchanting Venus, where little Michael Armstrong has been sent to?" The question was too unexpected for even Sir Matthew's sturdy self-possession to receive it as he would have wished to do. His bold eye, which had been gaily fixed on the young lady as she spoke to him, fell before her keen inquiring glance, and he turned the page of Lady Clarissa's adoration with rather unseemly rapidity, as he replied, "To a tradesman, that is, to a manufacturer, some miles further north, Miss Brotherton. I have just been telling Lady Clarissa," continued the knight, recovering his audacity, "I have just been telling her all the little fellow's adventures. The love of novelty seemed to have superseded all other love in his young heart, for he was delighted to go." "But he could not have liked going without taking leave of his mother and brother, Sir Matthew. I have just seen them, and they are in a perfect agony about him. In fact, I am come here on purpose to ask where he has been sent." "Fairest of messengers!" exclaimed the knight with a tender smile, "how utterly miserable shall I be if I cannot answer you! I think it is to Halifax. I am almost sure that it is either to Halifax or Wakefield that he is gone." "You have bound the little fellow apprentice, you do not know where?" said Miss Brotherton, with undisguised astonishment. "I do not say that, my dear young lady. I know he is apprenticed to an excellent good man, who is a stocking weaver; but he has 2 or 3 large concerns belonging to him, and I protest to you that at this moment I really cannot say to which this little fellow has been sent." "I am quite shocked to give you so much trouble, Sir Matthew," returned Mary, but I should be exceedingly obliged if you would learn the name of the place, and let me know it. I have ventured, sir, to promise the boy's mother that I would learn this for her, and I am quite sure that you will not let me disappoint her." "Most assuredly not. I will call or send to-morrow at the latest, my charming Miss Brotherton. How I adore your benevolence! No wonder you are such friends, Lady Clarissa. Your hearts are made upon the same model." To this satisfactory assurance Miss Brotherton made no answer, but telling Sir Matthew that she should remain at home on the morrow for the purpose of receiving his promised information, took her leave. With increased dislike of Sir Matthew, perhaps, yet with no very serious fears about the fate of little Michael, Miss Brotherton boldly determined to brave all the wonder which the act might occasion, and ordered her carriage to stop at No. 12 Hoxley Lane, Ashley. As it happened, however, she escaped all her military admirers, and reached the widow Armstrong without interruption. The absorbing mills were in full activity, and few of the inhabitants of the miserable region through which she passed were left to gaze on the unwonted spectacle. The answer she brought was received by the widow and her boy with breathless attention. But it was quite evident that it did not altogether remove the sort of vague terror which seemed to have taken possession of them. Mary's cheerful assurance, however, that she should soon bring them more satisfactory intelligence, could not be listened to without good effect. And she left them at last so infinitely happier than she had found them, that spite of Sir Matthew's unsatisfactory reply, and most unsatisfactory manner, she still blessed her morning's work. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 17. A journey begun in very good style, but ending not quite so well. A faithful description of a valley in Derbyshire. Michael makes some new acquaintance. And where was little Michael? The indentures, when duly signed and executed, did not remain 2 hours in Sir Matthew Dowling's possession before he began to put in action the power they gave him. Mr. Joseph Parsons perfectly understood the nature of the few necessaries which he was commanded to procure for the young stocking weaver; and accordingly, by the time Sir Matthew had taken leave of Martha in the hall, after their walk back from Hoxley Lane, his confidential agent was ready to attend him in his study. "Now, Mr. Parsons, I flatter myself that you will allow I have managed this business tolerably well. My excellent friend Elgood Sharpton will owe me a good turn, for thanks to the meddling of old Sir Robert, prentice boys are not so easily got as they used to be. And you and I, Mr. Parsons, have got rid of a most infernal spy. Now then, to business. How soon can you set off with him?" "As soon as a horse can be harnessed to the jockey cart, Sir Matthew." "The jockey cart? The devil! What a fool you are, Parsons! Have you really no more wit in you than to propose setting off willy-nilly with this young cur, that yelped at the rate he did the other night, before all the fine folks in the county in an open jockey cart? Fie, Mr. Parsons, fie! I really had a better opinion of your understanding." "I thought he was going to set off, at any rate, by his own free will, Sir Matthew," replied the superintendent, "and I knew when we got among the moors it wouldn't much matter to me if he did sing out." "You are an excellent fellow, Parsons, true to the backbone, and as firm as a rock. But don't you ever undertake to carry through such a pretty little kidnapping scheme as this, where everything is to be done according to law, unless you have got the help of a little such stuff as this." And the knight touched his own forehead expressively as he spoke. "There's few men as wouldn't be the better for a little of that, Sir Matthew," returned the judicious Parsons with a submissive nod, "but I'm ready and willing to do your bidding, be it what it may, and that's the best way of putting your honour's wit to profit." "You are right there, my good fellow. One captain is always better than two. But, however, as to Master Michael, Parsons, we must neither let him stay loitering here till his dainty mother has questioned all the gossips who will come to prate with her about her boy, and about all the nonsense current concerning Squire Elgood Sharpton's of Thistledown House. Nor yet must we carry him off at noonday in an open jockey cart, without permitting him to kiss his mother and brother, and uncle and aunt, and the devil knows who beside, from one end of Ashley to the other, all ready perhaps to tell him some amusing anecdotes concerning his future master." "But what be the indentures good for, Sir Matthew?" shrewdly inquired Mr. Parsons. "If they don't give you power over the chap, let him hear what he will." Fair and softly, Mr. Parsons, there is a when and a where in all things. It has cost me some pounds and a deal of trouble to get up a cry hereabouts concerning my goodness and charity to these Armstrongs. Once get the boy off, and you and I between us can make folks talk as loud of the great preferment he is come to as Mother Armstrong can about her doubts and alarms. There is no fear of that. I have more than one friend who will swear a thing or two for me. But once get up a screaming bout at the widow's, and a struggling scene in taking off the young gentleman, and we never shall hear the last of it. So if you please, Mr. Parsons, we will just get the young gentleman to take a ride before he is an hour older. But not in a jockey cart, though. I believe you know the road and the baiting place? By Jove, Parsons, now I think of it, there would be no better joke than taking him in my own carriage for the first few miles, and letting you drive on, as far as Wood End or thereabout, and wait till our coming. You know I have taken him out in the carriage lots of times, so he will think nothing of that, and I will have Crockley go with me to make the party agreeable. So off with you to Wood End as fast as you can go. But it must be in the covered cart, remember, and a trifle of cord must be in the way in case he gives trouble." Within an hour from this time, Sir Matthew Dowling's carriage was proceeding at a dignified and leisurely pace along a cross-country road which led to a lane, which led to a moor, across which was a track which led by another lane to Mr. Elgood Sharpton's factory in the desolate hollow, known by the name of Deep Valley. The party, as arranged by Sir Matthew, consisted of himself, his friend Dr. Crockley, and Michael Armstrong. The little fellow had been repeatedly honoured by a seat in the same stately vehicle before, for the purpose of being shown off at various houses in the neighbourhood, and had a notion that he was now taken out in order to hear the remainder of his great fortune announced. That this final proof of Sir Matthew's benevolence should have for its object the sending him far away from Dowling Lodge would have been, but for the dreaded parting with his mother and brother, a source of unmixed joy to the little apprentice. And even with this drawback, the distant hopes of this young heart might have been read in the contented meditation of his eye, as he rode silently along in front of his jocose companions, who amused themselves the while in talking very mystically concerning him, and his very useful and judicious destination. At length the carriage reached the point at which Sir Matthew intended his airing should terminate, and he looked out to reconnoitre the opening of a lane to the left where he expected to see the covered cart. Nor was he disappointed. A covered cart, with an excellent stout horse in it, was drawn up close to the bank to take advantage of the shade of a thick elm tree that grew upon it. As the carriage approached, the occupant of the humbler vehicle peeped out, and Sir Matthew recognised the punctual Parsons. "Pull the check-string, Crockley," said the knight. "We will get out here. That is, you may if you will, there is no occasion, I suppose, for me to trouble myself, is there?" "Oh dear no," replied Dr. Crockley cheerfully. "Here comes Parsons, good man and true. Get out, Master Michael. Jump, jump, and enjoy it, my fine fellow. Perhaps you won't have much time for jumping when you begin learning your trade." Without thinking it needful to reply to what he did not very clearly understand, Michael did as he was bid, and sprang from the carriage to the ground. The well-known figure of Parsons greeted him as his feet touched the turf, and the next instant he felt his hand suddenly seized by him. "Shall you want me, Mr. Parsons?" said Dr. Crockley, putting his head out of the carriage. "Not at all, sir," replied the superintendent, leading Michael forward. "Then shut the carriage door, John," said Sir Matthew, "and order the coachman to drive home." Please, sir," uttered the plaintive voice of Michael as he turned his head and attempted to disengage his hand. "Please, sir, is Mr. Parsons to take me away?" "Yes, my boy, he is," replied the knight, loud enough for the footman to hear. "He is going to take you to your new master, and you may give my compliments to him, my dear, and tell him that I have sent him a very good boy. Good-bye, good-bye. Home." So ended the colloquy. The carriage turned round and drove off by the way it came, and Michael Armstrong was left alone with Mr. Joseph Parsons. He need not, however, have held the little fellow's hand so tight, for there was no rebellion in his heart, nor any thought of escape in his head. He knew his companion too well to hope for an explanation from him respecting this sudden manner of sending him off, and child as he was, he had no inclination to weep before him. But on the contrary, his young heart swelled with a proud determination to behave well, and to set about his new employment with a stout spirit. Nevertheless, when he arrived at the cart he paused for a moment, before he obeyed the orders of Parsons to " climb up," and ventured to say, " Please, sir, mayn't I to see mother any more?" " Climb up, I tell you," said the brute, clenching his fist at him, " and if you bother me with any more questions, I'll just give you this in your mouth, to stop your jabbering." Had Michael counted 20 years instead of 10, he could not more resolutely have screwed his spirit to endurance than he did as he now clambered up, and placed himself as he was directed, in the back part of the vehicle, not another syllable passed his lips. For 4 hours the slow but sore-footed cart horse jogged on through a lane that would have made any pace beyond a walk intolerable. At the end of that time, the cart stopped before the door of a lonely public house that formed a corner, round which the road turned off at nearly a right angle, and stretched across one of those wild and desolate moors which are, perhaps, only to be found in such perfection of dark and stony ruggedness in Derbyshire. Michael, as he descended from the cart, looked out upon the unlimited expanse of dreariness and shuddered. But his mind had not been sufficiently filled with the remembrance of brighter objects, to give the scene as full effect upon him, as it might have produced on others. The Mucklestone Moor, haunted by the Black Dwarf, was a pleasant spot compared to it. For there the barren heath was only strewed with fragments of stones around one certain spot, whence rose, doubtless with some pretence to picturesque dignity, a huge column of unhewn granite. But on the ridgetop moor of Derbyshire, no object reared itself above the rest, either to attract or relieve the eye. As far as sight could reach, the wild heath was encumbered with a crowded layer of large and shapeless grey stones, defying the air of heaven to nourish vegetation among them, and making any effort of man to remove the congregated mass desperate and unavailing. Arid, rugged, desolate, was the desert that spread around. And to those who knew the nature of the operations carrying on in every direction near it, no great stretch of imagination would have been necessary to suggest the idea of fitness, and sympathy between the district and the most influential portion of its population. This is, indeed, a fitness that seems often found. Where towering mountains scale the heavens, the hardy natives show a spirit pure and clear as the sweet air by which they live. In the rich valleys of the east, the lazy peasant eats his rice, purchased with easy labour, and is content to dream away his being in the sultry shade. And in the flinty region of our northern moors, the race of millocrats batten and grow fat, as if they were conscious of and rejoiced in the local sympathy. A stunted elderly lad of all work came forth on hearing the rumbling of the wheels. " Ask the dame if she has got 2 beds in one room," said Mr. Parsons, descending from the driving seat, of which he had had quite as much as he desired. The message brought out a hideous crone, whose sharp visage looked as if it had drawn itself up into points and angles while battling with the rough blasts that roared, whistled, and moaned about her dwelling. " And who be you?" was her first salutation ; to which Mr. Parsons only nodded graciously in reply. " Dear me, be it you, sir?" exclaimed the woman. " I ax your pardon for not knowing your honour at a glance. Beds? Ay, ay, plenty of beds, sir. Please to walk in. Who is this fine young un? He can't have nothing to do with the mills, any way." " This is a fine holiday suit, dame, that Sir Matthew has been pleased to bestow upon him," replied Mr. Parsons, " and if he had behaved himself a little better, he might have lived like a prince to the end of his days. But he is an untoward chap, and chose to cry when he should have laughed. And so you see, the fine folks at the lodge got tired of him. What then, this be the boy, be it as we have had so many talking about? He was to be made a gentleman of by Sir Matthew Dowling? And so he is turned off, is he?" This was said as the old woman led the way to the receiving room, that is to say, the kitchen of the mansion, and here, though the season was still warm elsewhere, a large fire was burning. That its warmth was welcome might be gathered from the fact that the only persons in possession of the room were sitting or standing close beside it. The guests, before the arrival of the newcomers, amounted only to 3, namely, a young woman pacing her way to a distant service, a stout lad, her brother who travelled with her, to carry her box and guard her from harm, and a venerable looking man with grey hair, but having withal bright eyes and a florid skin, and bearing in his dress and demeanour the appearance of a thriving agriculturist. It was with so bustling a movement that the landlady pushed back the little round table on which stood the farmer's mug of beer, and there was so much of respect in the manner with which she wiped the chair brought forward for Mr. Parsons, that the fact of his being a person of consequence became notorious to all. The farmer quietly pushed back his chair to follow the table, the young woman modestly squeezed herself very closely into the chimney corner, and her brother fairly bolted, standing with eyes and mouth widely opened, to gaze at ease upon the distinguished society into which it had been his chance to fall. Mr. Parsons took his place among them as such a great man ought to do. That is to say, he looked neither to the right nor to the left, but made himself comfortable without taking the trouble of considering whether any other person were present or not. Michael crept in after him, and when the more important part of the company had arranged themselves, he was observed standing alone in the most distant part of the room. "What dost stand shivering there for, my boy?" said the old farmer, in north country dialect so broad as to be dangerous for south country folks to spell. "I could be after thinking there was some mistake here. Surely you ought not to be standing while some other folks are sitting." This observation, though the genuine result of the old man's notions of vulgar and the reverse, might not have been so bluntly spoken had he not felt himself affronted by the unceremonious style in which his place before the fire had been taken from him. Michael probably did not understand the full meaning of the remark, nevertheless he looked dreadfully terrified, and fixed his eyes upon the back part of Mr. Parsons' august head, his face being fortunately turned from him with an expression of desperate fear that seemed to puzzle the good farmer. "Well now, don't he look as well behaved and pretty a young gentleman as one would wish to see?" continued the farmer, turning to the young girl, "and yet there's no mistaking that t'other's his master." "Fine feathers makes fine birds for them as you can see no farther," cried Parsons contemptuously, and turning one of his threatening scowls upon the old man. "But wait a bit, good man Goose, and you'll find out, perhaps, all is not gold as glitters." "Poor little fellow!" exclaimed the farmer on meeting the superintendent's ill-omened eye. "I wish with all my heart, master, that nobody cared no more for your ugly looks than I do." "Dame Pritchard," said Parsons without appearing to hear him, "let the boy and me have a bit of supper, d'ye hear? Spite of his fine clothes, however, which were but a gift of charity, the boy is neither better nor worse than one of our factory children." "I would not have thought it," said the old man, apparently satisfied, and turning to his mug. "No, I dare say," retorted Parsons with a sneer, "such chaps as you seldom finds out what's what or who's who before they are told." From this moment no further interest was expressed about little Michael. He was a factory boy, and what good was there in asking any further questions? So a thick slice of bread and a scrap of bacon were set before him, and as soon as the more elaborate supper of Mr. Parsons was concluded, he with great affability took the little fellow by the hand, and preceded by Dame Pritchard and a candle, conducted him to a pallet bed in the same chamber as his own. For the first moment after he was left alone with the boy, the superintendent felt a strong inclination to make him pay for the affronts he had been the cause of his receiving below. But the same wisdom which had cut short his indignation there checked him now. And having locked the chamber door and given Michael a stimulating kick to hasten his undressing, he carefully packed in a bundle the Dowling Lodge suit which he took off, leaving in its place beside the bed, the result of his hasty shoppings at Ashley. When roused from his slumbers at daybreak the following morning, Michael found these new garments ready for him, and for a moment his heart sunk at the change, for though new, they were of the very lowest kind, and formed as strong a contrast as well as possible with the dress he had laid aside on preparing for his night's rest. But the human mind will often show symptoms of philosophy even at 10 years old; which truth was made evident by the manner in which the young apprentice invested himself in his new suit, cheering his spirit as he did so, with the recollection that a person going to be bound to a trade like that of stocking weaving, would look very ridiculous in such a dress as had been just taken away from him. Early as it was, Mrs. Pritchard was ready in the kitchen with a pot of hot tea for Mr. Parsons. Michael received a fitting hunch of bread, the covered cart was brought up to the door, and the ill-matched pair set off again upon their journey. It might have been paradoxical to say that the temper of Mr. Parsons was irritated by the patient, unsuspicious, and submissive demeanour of his helpless charge. Yet such, nevertheless, was the fact. It was many years since the bones of Mr. Parsons had been exposed to any conveyance more rough and rude than Sir Matthew's jockey cart, which was constructed with excellent and efficient springs. The movement therefore of the covered vehicle which had brought his aching joints to the crooked billet on Ridgetop Moor, was equally unwonted and disagreeable. and now that the peaceful demeanour of his little companion had convinced him that it was altogether unnecessary, he felt ready to twist his neck round, as an atonement for all he had endured. Ere they had advanced a mile further, however, his spirit found a species of consolation that was perfectly congenial to it. The drear dark desert that spread before them, dimly visible as far as the eye could reach through the chilling mist of the morning, was just such a region as his heart desired for the dwelling of the young plague who had caused him so jolting a journey. And here too the covering of the rough machine was far from unwelcome, so that Mr. Parsons, as he drove slowly and cautiously onward amidst the deep ruts and rumbling stones, looked out upon the bleak desolation of the scene with a feeling that almost approached to complacency. At length the moor was passed, and for a few miles their joints enjoyed the luxury of a turnpike road. The country too seemed softening into a species of wild beauty that might, in some degree, atone for its bleakness. But ere this had lasted for more than a couple of hours, the horse's head was again turned aside from the main road, and by a steep and very rough descent, they gradually approached the level of a stream, running through so very narrow a valley as in many places to afford barely space enough for the road, between the brook and the precipitate heights which shut it in. On reaching this level, the road, which for the last quarter of a mile had seemed to be leading them into the little river itself, turned abruptly, and by an angle so acute, following the indented curve of the lofty hill, that they speedily appeared to be shut in on all sides by the towering hills that suddenly, and as if by magic, reared themselves in every direction round. It is hardly possible to conceive a spot more effectually hidden from the eyes of all men than this singular valley. Hundreds may pass their lives within a few miles of it without having the least idea that such a spot exists. For from the form of the hills it so happens that it is possible to wander for hours over their summits without discovering it. One undulation rising beyond another, so as to blend together beneath the eye, leaving no opening by which this strip of water level in their very centre can be discerned. Asterisk. The real name of this valley, which most assuredly is no creation of romance, is not given, lest an action for libel should be the consequence. The scenes which have passed there, and which the few following pages will describe, have been stated to the author on authority not to be impeached. For about another half-mile, the narrow cart road runs beside the stream without encountering any single object, except its lofty barrier and the brook itself, more remarkable than here and there a reed of higher growth than common, or a plant of foxglove, that by its gay blossom seems to mock the desolate sadness of the spot. Another turn, however, still following the wavy curvings of the mountain's base, for mountain there it seems to be, opens another view, and one that speaks to many senses at once, the difference between the melancholy caused by nature, and that produced by the work of man. A wide spreading cotton factory here rears its unsightly form, and at one glance makes the happy wanderer whose foot is free to turn which way he will, feel how precious is the power of retracing his steps back again along the beguiling path that has led him to it. This was a joy for which our little Michael sighed in vain. On jogged the cart, and nearer it came at every jolt to the object which he most hated to look upon. But then came also the cheering thought, that he was no longer a mere factory boy, but about to become an apprentice to a good and profitable trade, in which hereafter he might expect to get money enough for himself, for mother, and Teddy too. Nevertheless, he certainly did wish, at the very bottom of his heart, that the stocking weaving business was not carried on in a building so very like a cotton factory. But though Michael saw this hated cotton factory, he as yet saw but a small portion of the horrors which belonged to the spot he had reached. His position in the vehicle made it impossible for him to look round, and perceive how completely all the acts that might be committed in that deep valley were hid from the eye of every human being but those engaged in them. Neither could he recognize in the dismal building detached, yet connected both with the manager's house and the factory, the prison prentice house, which served as home to hundreds of little aching hearts, each one endowed by nature with light spirits, merry thoughts, and fond affections, but all of whom rose to their daily toil under circumstances which rendered enjoyment of any kind, both morally and physically, impossible. The gradations by which all the misery that awaited him was disclosed were, however, neither lingering nor uncertain. The cart stopped, Parsons got out, and then calling forward his companion, seized him roughly by the arm, and swung him through the door which opened to receive them. "So, this is the chap you are going to bestow upon us, is it, Mr. Parsons?" said a fellow whose aspect must have withered hope in the gayest spirit that youth and joy ever produced between them. " Has he nimble fingers?" " He can move 'em quick enough when he've got a mind for it," replied Parsons. " But you must not spare the strap, I can tell you, for a more obstinate hard skinned little devil never crossed the threshold of a factory." " Never mind, Mr. Parsons, we know how to manage all those matters, you may depend upon it. We possess many advantages over you, sir. No parents here, you know, to come bothering us about bones and bruises. Here they all count at what they are worth, and no more. Children is plenty, Mr. Parsons, and that's about the best thing we have got in our favour, for it can't be denied but we all of us at times finds that we have managed to complete more work than 'tis easy to dispose of." " No doubt of that, Mr. Woodcomb. But you had better hand off the boy, if you please, and then we'll settle our little matter of business, and I'll be off. Your roads are none of the best, sir, and I must make my way back to the Crooked Billet to night." " Not till you have had a bit and a drop with us, Mr. Parsons. They are at supper in the 'prentice house now, and our young master shall be handed in at once." So saying, the scowling manager opened a door in the farther corner of the room, and made Michael a sign that he was to pass through it. The child obeyed, but he trembled in every joint. Feelings of deeper terror than had ever reached his heart before, were creeping over him. His lips moved not, but his very soul seemed to whisper within him, " Mother! Mother!" Yet at that moment the unhappy boy knew not what was before him. The influence under which he cowered thus, was like that produced by the leaden dimness of a coming storm upon the birds, who droop their pinions and seem ready to fall to the earth, even before a single hailstone has touched them. A long, low passage led to another door, which was again opened by the condescending hand of Mr. Woodcomb. Through this he thrust the poor Michael, and having either by a word or a sign made known to the governor of the 'prentice house, that he had brought an accession to his wretched crew, he retired, closing the door behind him. Michael heard the door close, and looked up. The room he was in was so long as almost to appear like a gallery, and from one end to the other of it a narrow deal board stretched out, having room for about 200 to sit down at once. The whole of this table was now occupied by a portion of the apprentice children, both boys and girls, belonging to Deep Valley Mill, and their appearance might have wrung the heart of any being who looked upon them, however blessedly wide his own destiny might lead him from the melancholy troop. But to Michael the spectacle was appalling, and young as he was, he seemed to feel that the filthy half-starved wretches before him were so many ghostly representations of what he was himself to be. A sickness like that of death came over him, and he would have given a limb only for freedom to stretch himself down upon the floor and see no more. But the master of the ceremonies at this feast of misery bore a huge horsewhip in his hand, without which indeed, it is said, he seldom appeared on the premises, and with it an eye that seemed to have the power of quelling with a single glance the will of every little wretch it looked upon. The place that Michael was to take at the board was indicated to him, and he sat down. The food placed before him consisted of a small bowl of what was denominated stir pudding, a sort of miserable water porridge, and a lump of oaten cake, of a flavour so sour and musty, that the little fellow, though never accustomed till the fatal patronage of Sir Matthew fell upon him, to any viands more dainty than dry bread, could not at this first essay persuade himself to eat it. The wife of the governor of the 'prentice house, a help meet for him in every way, chanced to have her eye upon the stranger child as he pushed the morsel from him, and the smile that relaxed her features might have told him something, had he chanced to see, and understand it, respecting the excellent chance there was of his having a better appetite in future. A girl nearly of his own age sat on one side, and a boy considerably older on the other. The first, who had as much of beauty as it was perhaps possible for any human being to have after a 6 months' residence at Deep Valley Mill, looked up into his face with a pair of large blue eyes that spoke unbounded pity, and he heard a soft little voice whisper, " Poor boy !" while his lanky neighbour on the other side made a prize of the rejected food, venturing to say aloud, " Anyhow, it is too good to be wasted." The wretched meal did not last long, and for a few minutes after it was ended, the governor and his wife disappeared. During this interval, those who had strength and inclination moved about the room as they listed, but by far the greater number were already dropping to sleep after a day of protracted labour, during which they had followed the ceaseless movements of the machinery for above 15 hours. Among the former was the hungry lad who had appropriated the oat-cake of Michael, and no sooner were the eye of the master and mistress removed, than he turned to the new comer, and in a tone that seemed to hover between good humour and ridicule, said, " So you could not find a stomach for your supper, my man?" " I did not want supper," replied Michael, dolefully. " You didn't want it, did you ? That speaks better for the living as you have left, than I can speak of that as you'll find," returned his new acquaintance. " Don't you say nothing to nobody, and to morrow morning, after the lash have sounded through the room to wake us all, just you start up, and jump into your clothes, and when we goes to pump, I'll show you where we get our tidbits from." Michael was in the act of nodding assent to this proposal, when the woman, who 5 minutes before had left the room, returned to it, and by a very summary process caused the ragged, weary, prayerless, hopeless multitude to crawl and clamour, half sleeping and half waking, to their filthy beds. They were divided by 50s in a room, but notwithstanding the number, and the little space in which they had to stow themselves, the stillness of heavy sleep pervaded every chamber, ere the miserable little inmates had been 5 minutes enclosed within the walls. Poor Michael lay as motionless as the rest, but he was not sleeping. Disappointment, fearful forebodings, and excessive nausea, all conspired to banish this only blessing that an apprenticed factory child can know. He had already laboured, poor fellow, for nearly half his little life, and that under most hard and unrelenting masters. But till now he had never known how very wretched his young thoughts could make him. His mother's fond caresses, and his brother's fervent love, had in spite of toil, and sometimes in spite of hunger, cheered and comforted the last moments of every day. The rude bed also, on which the brothers lay, was too clean, notwithstanding all the difficulty of keeping it so, to be tainted with the loathsome scent of oil, or sundry other abominations which rendered the place where he now lay almost intolerable. Yet to this den, far, far away from the only creatures who loved and cherished him, he was come by his own consent, his own expressed desire. The thought was almost too bitter to bear, and the bundle of straw that served him for a pillow, received for the first hour of the night a ceaseless flood of tears. It was, as his young companion had predicted, by the sound of a flourished whip, that he was awakened on the following morning. In an instant he was on his feet, and a minute or two more sufficed to invest him in his clothes. This speed, however, was the effect of terror, for he remembered not the invitation of the preceding evening. But hardly had he finished the operation of dressing, when Charley Ford, the boy who gave it, was by his side, and giving him a silent hint by a wink of the left eye, and a movement of the right elbow that he might follow him, turned away and ran down stairs. Michael did so too, and presently found himself with a multitude of others in a small paved court, on one side of which was a pump, to whose spout every child came in succession to perform a very necessary, but, from lack of soap, a very imperfect act of ablution. Neglecting to watch his turn for this, and not permitting Michael to do so either, Charles Ford made his way to a door that opened upon another part of the premises, and, pushing it open, disclosed to the eyes of Michael a loathsome and a fearful spectacle. 7 or 8 boys had already made their way to the sort of rude farm-yard upon which this door opened, one and all of whom were intent upon purloining from a filthy trough, just replenished for the morning meal, of 2 stout hogs, a variety of morsels which, as Michael's new acquaintance assured him, were dainty eating for the starving prentices of Deep Valley Mill. " Make haste, young'un," cried Charles, good naturedly, " or they won't leave a turnip paring for us." And on he rushed to the scuffle, leaving Michael gazing with disgust and horror at the contest between the fierce snouts of the angry pigs, and the active fingers of the wretched crew who contested with them for the offal thus cast forth. Michael Armstrong was a child of deep feeling, and it was, perhaps, lucky for him, that the burning sense of shame and degradation which pervaded every nerve of his little frame, as he looked on upon this revolting spectacle, come upon him while yet too young for any notion of resistance to suggest itself. He felt faint, sick, and broken-hearted. But no worm that ever was crushed to atoms by the foot of an elephant dreamed less of vengeance than did poor Michael, as the horrid thought came over him, that he was going to abide in a place where little boys were treated with less care and tenderness than pigs. He turned away shuddering, and feeling almost unable to stand, and then the image of his mother seemed to rise before him. He felt her soft gentle kisses on his cheeks, and almost unconsciously pronounced her name. This dear name, lowly as it was murmured, came upon his ear so like the knell of happiness that was never to return, that the hard agony of his little heart melted before it, and sitting down upon a bundle of faggots that were piled up against the wall, he rested his burning head against the bricks, and burst into a passion of tears. At this moment he felt a hand upon his shoulder, and trembling from head to foot, he sprung upon his feet, and suddenly turning round beheld, instead of the savage features of the overlooker which his fancy had conjured up, the meekest, gentlest, loveliest little face that ever eyes looked upon within a few feet of him. It was the same little girl who had been placed next to him at the miserable supper of the preceding night, and whose low murmur of pity, for all the sorrow he was come to share with her, had reached his ears and his heart. "You'll be strapped dreadful if you bide here," said the child. "Come away, and don't let them see you cry." But even as she spoke she turned from him, and ran towards the door through which the miserable pilferers of the pick trough were already hurrying. Perhaps no other warning voice would have been so promptly listened to at that moment by poor Michael, for it was something very like the numbing effect of despair that seemed to have seized upon him, and it is likely enough he would have remained in the attitude he had taken, with his head resting against the wall, till the brutal violence of his taskmaster had dragged him from it, had not this pretty vision of pity appeared to warn him of his danger. He rose and followed her so quickly, that by the time she had reached the crowd of children who were still thronging round the pump, he was by her side. "Thank you," whispered Michael in her ear. "It was very kind of you to call me, and I shouldn't have come if you hadn't, for I shouldn't care very much if they killed me." "That's very naughty," said the little girl. "How can I be good?" demanded Michael, while the tears again burst from his eyes. "'Twas mother that made me good before, and I don't think I shall ever see her any more." "I never can see my mother any more till I go to heaven," replied the little girl, "but I always think every day, that she told me before she died, about God's making everything come right in the end, if we bear all things patiently for love of him. But God can't choose I should be taken from mother, and that's why I can't bear it," said Michael. The little girl shook her head, very evidently disapproving his theology. "How old are you?" said Michael. 11 years old, 3 months ago, and that was 1 week after I came here," answered his new acquaintance. "Then you are more than 1 whole year older than me," said Michael, "and I dare say you know better than I do, and I'll try to be good if you'll love me and be kind to me always, like poor Edward. My name is Michael. What's your name?" "Fanny Fletcher," replied the little girl, "and I will love you and be kind to you, if you'll be a good boy and bear it all patiently." "I would bear it all patiently," said Michael, "if I knew when I was to get away, and when you was to get away too. But perhaps we are to stay here for ever?" And again the tears ran down his cheeks. "That's nonsense, Michael," said Fanny. "They can't keep us here for ever. When we die, we are sure to get away from them." Michael opened his large eyes and looked at her with something like reproach. "When we die?" he repeated sadly. "Are we to stay here till we die? I am never to see mother and Teddy any more then." "Don't cry, Michael," said the little girl, taking his hand. "We shall be sure to get out if God thinks it right. Don't cry so." "I wish I was as old as you," said Michael, with an accent expressive of great respect. "I should bear it better then." As Michael ceased speaking he felt the little girl shudder. "Here he is," she whispered, withdrawing her hand from him. "We mustn't speak any more now." "Off with you, vagabonds!" roared the voice of the apprentice house governor from behind them. "Don't you see the factory gates open?" The miserable little troop waited for no second summons, well knowing that the lash, which was now only idly cutting the air above their heads, would speedily descend upon them if they did. But not even terror could enable the wasting limbs of those who had long inhabited this fearful abode to move quickly. Many among them were dreadfully crippled in the legs, and nearly all exhibited the frightful spectacle of young features pinched by famine. Let none dare to say this picture is exaggerated, till he has taken the trouble to ascertain by his own personal investigation that it is so. It is a very fearful crime in a country where public opinion has been proved, as in the African slave trade, to be omnipotent, for any individual to sit down with a shadow of doubt respecting such statements on his mind. If they be true, let each in his own little circle raise his voice against the horrors detailed by them, and these horrors will be remedied. But woe to those who supinely sit in contented ignorance of the facts, soothing their spirits and their easy consciences with the cuckoo note, exaggeration, while thousands of helpless children pine away their unnoted miserable lives, in labour and destitution, incomparably more severe than any ever produced by negro slavery. It was with a feeling certainly somewhat akin to comfort, that Michael found himself thrust into the same chamber with his gentle little monitor Fanny. The mules they attended were side by side, and though no intercourse was permitted, that could by possibility interfere with the ceaseless labour of piecing, nevertheless, a word when their walk brought them near enough to each other to be heard, was often exchanged between the children, and the effect of this on Michael was most salutary. Superlatively, and above all others, wretched as are the miserable young victims apprenticed to factory masters, it is not unusual to find among them some helpless creature, whose first impressions were received under more favourable moral circumstances than those in which the pauper children of the manufacturing districts are placed. For it is from a distance from those unblessed regions that the great majority of apprentices are furnished, and the chances are, therefore, greatly in favour of their having first opened their eyes amidst scenes of less ignorance, degradation, and suffering, than those born within reach of the poisonous factory influence. Such was the case with Fanny Fletcher. It was not till mother and father were both dead that she had ceased to hear the voice of love and the precepts of religion. For 3 years she had, indeed, been supported by the labour of a poor widowed mother; but being her only child, Fanny had wanted nothing, had never been exposed to the hearing of coarse language, or the witnessing vicious habits, and all her little studies had been so thoroughly mixed up with religious feelings, that by the time she was 10 years old, it would have been almost impossible to eradicate them, or rob her entirely of the gentle courage and patient endurance such feelings invariably lead to. When her mother died, all the world, her little world, consisting of a score of poor bodies of her own class, exclaimed, "Poor Fanny Fletcher!" But there was not one among them rich enough to save her from the workhouse, and to the workhouse therefore she went, whence within 3 months she was sent, with many others, as apprentices, to Deep Valley Factory, ostensibly, and as doubtless the parish authorities believed, to learn a good trade, but in truth, to undergo a species of slavery, probably the most tremendous that young children were ever exposed to in any part of the known world, civilized or uncivilized. That the desolate little creature suffered fearfully, both in body and mind, cannot be doubted. Yet, at the time Michael first saw her, there was still that beautiful look of innocent patience in her eyes, which shows that the spirit, though bending under sorrow, is neither reckless nor degraded. Herself, and her companions from the workhouse to which she had been consigned at her mother's death, were the latest arrivals at Deep Valley when Michael reached it, and were still considered by the rest of the inmates as newcomers, who did not yet know the full misery of incessant labour, with strength daily failing for want of pure air and sufficient food. Fanny was by nature a slight, delicate little creature, with an elastic sort of vitality about her which seemed to set fasting at defiance. That is to say, her sweet eye had not yet lost its brightness, but her beautifully fair cheek was very pale, and her delicate limbs most deplorably thin, though they had not yet reached that shrunk and wasted condition which was nearly general among her companions. Michael looked at her as she bent over her threads, and repaired the incessant breakings among them with her white little hands, with a degree of love and pity which, while it wrung his heart, softened the hard despair that had nearly seized upon him, by making him feel, that though his mother and his brother were lost to him for long, long years, during which he was to taste of nothing but misery, still there was somebody who might grow to love him. This was a timely solace. Young as he was, he perceived at once that instead of being brought to Deep Valley to learn a trade, he had been beguiled to enter there bound and helpless, for more years than he dared to count, and with no prospect of learning anything beyond the same slavish process of waiting upon the machinery, which had painfully occupied his daily existence, and that of his dearer brother, as long as they could remember to have lived. Under these circumstances, it was truly a great blessing to have found somebody of whom he might make a friend, and so strongly did the poor little fellow feel it, that when the miserable band were led to their morning meal, he told Fanny as he walked beside her, that he thought he should grow to behave better than he had done that morning, if she would always talk to him about good things, and let him talk about mother and Teddy to her in return. "There's a good boy," replied Fanny soothingly. "I will talk to you, Michael, whenever I can, and never mind," she added, as they sat down again side by side at the long dirty board that formed their breakfast table. " Never mind not having what's good to eat. It won't taste so nasty by and by, when you grow used to it." " I won't mind it," replied Michael manfully, as he supped the musty flavoured watery mess. " But I wish I had got a bit of good bread for you, Fanny." CHAPTER XVIII. of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. CHAPTER XVIII. An explanatory epistle which does not prove satisfactory. Plans for the future, followed by active measures to carry them into effect. A morning visit to Mrs. Gabberly. During the whole of the day which followed Miss Brotherton's expedition to Hoxley lane, that young lady remained waiting at home not very patiently for Sir Matthew Dowling's promised communication. But still it came not, and when, at an hour too late to hope for it any longer, she at length retired to bed, it was in a state of irritation and anxiety that left her little chance of quiet slumber. Pale, harassed, and fearing she knew not what for the little fellow for whose safety she had undertaken to answer, Miss Brotherton joined her good nurse at the breakfast table, incapable of thinking or speaking upon any other subject. But it was in vain that the gentle spirited Mrs. Tremlett again and again declared it to be impossible, and quite out of all likelihood, that Sir Matthew should mean any harm by the boy. Mary, though weary of conjectures, could by no means end them by coming to the same conclusion. Nor did the following letter, handed to her while she still sat before her untasted breakfast, greatly tend to tranquillize her. It was from Sir Matthew Dowling himself, delicately enveloped, highly scented and sealed with prodigiously fine armorial bearings on a shield, almost large enough to have adorned the panels of a carriage. But all this perfection of elegance was lost on poor Mary, whose heart, indeed, seemed to leap into her throat, as she tore open the important despatch. It contained the following lines: " My charming neighbour, if you knew, or could at all guess, how fervently I admire the beautiful benevolence you have manifested, in trying to quiet the fidgety spirit of poor widow Armstrong, you would be better able to appreciate the vexation I feel, at not yet being able fully to answer your inquiries concerning the boy. Think not, my dearest Miss Brotherton, that I neglected this business to day, on the contrary, I do assure you, I gave my whole attention to it. Nevertheless, I have by no means succeeded in learning what you wished to know. The facts of the case are these. A most respectable stocking manufacturer, with whom, however, my foreman is better acquainted than myself, employs a multitude of young hands, most of whom are apprentices in the different branches of his business. It was to this person that the weak and wavering poor woman for whom you are interested agreed to entrust her boy. Indentures were accordingly prepared, and I gave my superintendent orders to have the little fellow supplied with all necessaries, desiring that no time might be lost in getting him ready, as I knew that people belonging to this stock weaving establishment were likely to pass through Ashley in a day or two, and I wished, if possible, to avoid having the trouble of sending him to his destination myself. Now it unfortunately happened that my man, Parsons, obeyed this order much more literally than I intended ; for meeting in Ashley the persons I had named to him the very next day, he immediately mentioned the circumstance to them, and finding that they had a comfortable van and every thing convenient with them, the whole business was arranged and done before I returned from a visit I had been making at Netherby. This was certainly being more prompt than was necessary, but it would have mattered little, comparatively speaking, had he not been such a goose as to let the van drive off, without even asking to which of the manufactories of the establishment it was going. Yet, although this is vexing, my dear Miss Brotherton, I should think it could not be very important. I have told Parsons to write about it immediately, and he shall wait upon you with the information you wish for, as soon as he receives it. Will you, my fair friend, join us in a little picnic party projected by our young people for Thursday next, under the greenwood tree in Blackberry wood? Lady Clarissa is of course to be one of our society, and she will communicate all particulars respecting place and time. Ever, my dear Miss Brotherton, very faithfully yours, Matthew Dowling. Having read this letter to the end, she turned the sheet, and began a reperusal of it without uttering a word, and when she had again reached its conclusion, she put it into the hands of Mrs. Tremlett, still without speaking a word. Before, however, that excellent but not rapid lady had got half through it, poor Mary's agitation broke forth. " What do you think of it, nurse? For heaven's sake, give me your opinion without delay. I am quite sure that the poor creatures in Hoxley Lane whom I have beguiled with my presumptuous promises, will pine themselves to death with this uncertainty. Tremlett, for mercy's sake finish reading it, and tell me what I can do more." It might not have been very easy for any one to have satisfactorily answered this inquiry; but the good Mrs. Tremlett was altogether incapable of forming any opinion worth hearing on the subject, for in truth she neither shared nor fully comprehended the vague fears that were tormenting her young mistress. Having, however, at length, despite of Mary's interruptions, contrived to reach the end of the epistle, her first words were, "Don't, my darling Miss Mary. Let me beg of you to refuse at once. There is nothing in the world so dangerous and cold-catching as these foolish parties on the damp grass. And besides, the evenings are drawing in now, and I'm sure—" "Oh, Nurse Tremlett, Nurse Tremlett!" interrupted Mary, more angry with her than she had ever been in her whole life before. "How can you be so cruel as to trifle thus? Why won't you try to think a little for me about this strange mysterious business, and give me your opinion?" "Lord bless you, Miss Mary, if you were to kill me, I could not more help thinking of you first than I could fly," replied Mrs. Tremlett. "And indeed, my dear, I don't see what you should put yourself into such a fuss for. What can you think is going to happen to the little boy? You'll just spoil that poor sickly body, my dear child, if you encourage her in having such tantrums, because her boy set out upon his journey a day, may be, earlier than she expected." "Then you really and truly do not believe it possible, nurse, that Sir Matthew Dowling should have smuggled the boy away, without intending to let us know where he has sent him?" said Miss Brotherton. "Good gracious, no, Miss Mary," replied her friend. For a moment this opinion brought some consolation with it, simply from the decision with which it was uttered. But the next, all her anxiety returned again, for though she felt that there was, perhaps, something improbable and exaggerated in the idea of the child's being kidnapped in the face of day, and as it were before 100 witnesses, there was at least no delusion as to his unhappy mother's state of mind respecting him, nor in the fact of her having in some sort pledged her own word, that the poor woman and her lame boy should receive tidings of him. A little further conversation with Mrs. Tremlett convinced her that her opinion on the subject could be of no great value, inasmuch as it was founded solely on the notion that it was not likely Sir Matthew Dowling should want to hide away the little boy. "No," thought Mary, "nor was it likely he should have acted, looked, and spoken as I saw him do, when his poor girl lost her senses from agony at my having witnessed it. If I misdoubt him unjustly, I will be careful that it shall not injure him. I will await his own time for information. If it comes, no one will be the worse for the impatience with which I shall have waited for it. But if it comes not, I can be doing no wrong by taking every means of seeking it." In conformity with this resolution, Miss Brotherton not only waited with tolerable external composure herself, but continued in a great degree to tranquillize the spirits of the widow Armstrong likewise. And during a whole week Sir Matthew Dowling was permitted to remain unmolested. Miss Brotherton, indeed, did not meet him under the greenwood tree, pleading an indisposition, which was not quite imaginary, as her excuse, but she troubled him with no more questions. On the day fixed for this al fresco meeting of nearly the whole neighbourhood, Edward Armstrong was appointed to pay his first visit to Milford Park. During her almost daily visits to his mother, she had remarked that, though he uttered not a word in contradiction of the reasonings, by which she sought to show the improbability that any mischief could have befallen Michael, his speaking features expressed no confidence in them, and wishing upon this day of general riding and driving, to remain within her own gates, she determined to take the opportunity of conversing with him alone. She was by herself in her pretty boudoir when he arrived, and perceiving that his pale face was flushed by heat and exercise, she made him sit down on the sofa beside her. There was something singularly sad in the utter indifference with which his young eye wandered over all the striking and unwonted objects that surrounded him. When bade to sit beside the young lady on her silken couch, he obeyed without seeming at all conscious that the rest he needed was now afforded in more dainty style than usual, and all the intelligence of his soul seemed settled in his eyes as he looked into the face of Miss Brotherton, and faintly murmured, "Is there any news of him?" "No, Edward, there is not," replied Mary firmly. "But surely, my dear boy, this delay cannot justify the look of misery it produces on your countenance. Tell me, Edward, what is it that you fear for Michael?" "I do not know myself," replied the boy, and yet I think it over in my head day and night, only to find out what is the very worst possible they can do to him. But is that wise, Edward, or is it right, think you, while your poor mother has only you left to comfort her, that you should only strive to fill your own head and hers with the very worst thoughts your fancy can conjure up?" "I do not fill mother's head with them," replied Edward. "I have never told her one single word of all my dismal thoughts." "Then you are a good boy, and I love you for it. But what are your dismal thoughts, Edward? You may tell them to me." The boy hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I think Sir Matthew Dowling is a wicked, cruel man. And I think that he would be more likely to be wicked and cruel to Michael than good to him." "What is it has made you think Sir Matthew cruel and wicked, Edward?" demanded Miss Brotherton. "Because he is hard and unjust to those who labour for him, and because I have seen him laugh and make sport of the tears of little children." There was something in the accents of the boy that startled Mary. She felt inclined to exclaim, "How much older art thou than thy looks?" So thrilling was the tone, and so profound the feeling with which she spoke. "Yet still," she replied, "it is difficult to see that he could gain any advantage by ill-using Michael in any way bad enough to make you look so miserable, Edward." "If he keeps him from me, is not that enough?" said the pale boy, looking reproachfully at her. "But, Edward, you knew that he was going to leave you, and your mother, at least, consented to it." "Yes, she did consent to it. Poor dear mother! She did consent to it. But had I been true, as I ought to have been, she never would," said Edward, clasping his hands and closing his eyes with a look of intense suffering. "Explain yourself, my dear boy," said Mary kindly. "In what have you been otherwise than true?" "We agreed together, poor Michael and me agreed together, never to let mother know how bad we were served at the mill, and above all, we agreed that she should never know how miserable Michael was at the great house, 'cause we was sure she'd have him away, and so lose the bit of comfortable food she has been having. But it was wrong and wicked to deceive her. We should have told her all, and then Michael would have never gone." "You acted for the best, my dear boy, and must not reproach yourself," replied Mary. "And so far am I from thinking it wrong to keep her mind easy in her present state of health, that I strongly advise her being still comforted as much as possible by our manner of talking to her. Fear not, Edward, that I shall neglect the safety of Michael, because you will not hear me talk of his being in any danger. I will not rest till I know what has become of him." Mary said this in a tone that left no doubt of her sincerity. And it was then, for the first time, that Edward seemed to remember her greatness. He stood up before her with a look of tender reverence inexpressibly touching, and said solemnly, "Then God will bless you for it." "And he will bless you, my dear child," replied Mary, with tears starting to her eyes. "He will bless and comfort you for all your duty and affection. Keep up your spirits, Edward, and above all things, never be idle. It is for your mother's sake as well as your own that I am anxious you should learn to read and write, dear Edward. And by degrees we shall get you on to ciphering, and who knows but we may make a clerk or accountant of you, and so enable you to get money, even if your health is not very good." The boy smiled languidly as he replied, "I should like it very much if I was to live long enough." "You will get stout and well, Edward," said Mary cheerfully, "now that you have no hard work to do. And you shall come up to the same school that all my boys and girls go to here, and when school is over, you must come every day to my kitchen with a little basket for your mother. You understand, Edward? And once every week you must come up into this room to me with your books, that I may see your writing and hear you read a little." A gleam of hope and joy kindled in the boy's beautiful eyes as he listened to her, and a bright blush mantled his pale cheeks. But it was like the flitting sunshine of April, chased by a heavy cloud, almost before its warmth could be felt or its beauty seen. "Oh, if Michael could but hear that!" he exclaimed, while tears, for the first since the conversation began, burst from his eyes. "That was what poor Michael always wanted. If I could but learn, and so get my bread without mill slavery, Mike always said he would not mind working himself, 'cause he was so strong. But now that very thing is come, and he will never know it." Heavy and fast the drops fell from beneath the hand which he had raised to conceal his face, till Mary, as she watched him, wept for company. This, however, was not the way to help him, and conquering a weakness so every way unwise, She spoke to him with affectionate but steady firmness of the exertion it was his duty to make at a time when his mother had none but him to comfort her. She had touched the right string. The little fellow's nerves seemed braced, and every faculty awakened by the words she uttered. And if he took back to his mother no tidings of poor Michael, he brought to her support a young spirit strong in endurance, and an intellect that, for the first time, had whispered to its owner hopes, promises, and aspirations, which seemed to make the life he had often loathed a new-found treasure to him. Mary saw not all that passed in the young mind she had rescued from the listless languor of despair, but she perceived enough to satisfy her that she had done him good, and that, however vain her hopes of benefiting the miserable Drakes might be, there could be no doubt that, in this case at least, her efforts would not prove wholly abortive. It is wonderful what an energy and renewed impetus this conviction gave to her spirits. No mildew can blast more surely or bring a more lamentable feeling of withering over the heart, than that caused by the cold and false philosophy which would check every effort to do good, lest, by possibility, success might not attend it. The remainder of this day was by no means spent unhappily by the warm-hearted little heiress. The schoolmistress was made to expect Edward on the morrow, and the cook was made to expect Edward on the morrow. One Mercury was dispatched to the town for a choice of collection of slates, copies, spelling books, and the like, and another to Mary's tailor in ordinary, with instructions to call on the widow Armstrong, and take measure of her son. All this business, and a good deal more tending the same way, having been satisfactorily got through in the course of the day that kept all the Ashley world safely entangled in the thickets of Blackberry wood, Mary Brotherton lay down to rest, and slept exceedingly well, though not urged thereto by having shared in their pleasant fatigues. She rose the next morning with a sort of pleasant consciousness of increasing power to walk alone in this busy world, and gaily announced at breakfast to Mrs. Tremlett her purpose of immediately making a visit of speculation to Mrs. Gabberly, in order to ascertain if any gossip was yet afloat respecting the disappearance of Sir Matthew Dowling's far-famed protege. The distance from Miss Brotherton's mansion to Mrs. Gabberly's cottage was not great, and the heiress traversed it without having any fear of officers before her eyes, or any other protection than her parasol. She was, of course, received with expressions of unmitigated astonishment at her absence from the gala of the preceding day. " What on earth, my dear child, could have kept you away?" said the animated lady. " Perhaps I was afraid of taking cold, Mrs. Gabberly. Mrs. Tremlett took care I should remember how short the days are growing." " Mrs. Tremlett ! Nonsense. Well now, I can tell you that you just lost the most delightful day that anybody ever had. Such a dinner ! Game of all kinds, almost all in savoury jelly too, think of that. So wholesome, you know, with the spice, and eating it in the open air and all. Depend upon it, my dear Miss Brotherton, that if you suffer yourself to be boxed up by that ignorant old woman, you will very soon lose your health altogether. And do you know I can't help thinking that you look rather feverish to day, your eyes have that sort of brightness. I wish to goodness you would let me feel your pulse." " Nothing will do my pulse so much good, my dear Mrs. Gabberly, as your telling me all the news you heard yesterday," said the young lady, good humouredly shaking the hand that was extended to ascertain her state of health. " Well now, my dear, I am sure I have no objection in the world to tell you, and certainly one does pick up a vast deal of information at such a party as that. Will you believe it? 2 of the Simonses are going to be married." " Really ? That's very good news, I suppose. Had you a great many people there?" " Oh, everybody, just everybody, but your own dear self. And I can truly say that if you had been there, it would have been quite perfect." " You are very kind, but a person so very much afraid of taking cold, is always troublesome on these al fresco occasions. Lady Clarissa was there, of course?" " Of course, my dear, and such a flirtation with Sir Matthew. God knows, I ain't over strict in any way, I despise it because it shows such ignorance of life and good society. But I must say, I do think they carry the thing a little too far. Of course, a lady of rank and title like Lady Clarissa is not to be judged altogether like common people. I am quite aware of that, and nothing can be more thoroughly vulgar than forgetting this. And I certainly have lived too much in really first-rate good society not to know it. But, nevertheless, you know, There is reason in roasting eggs, and even an earl's daughter may get talked of." "Was Lady Dowling in presence?" inquired Miss Brotherton, smiling. "No, my dear, thank God she was not, or we should have had sour looks with our sweetmeats, I can tell you." "Did Sir Matthew bring his little favourite with him, the little boy he has adopted, you know?" "Oh dear, haven't you heard all that yet? Well now, upon my word, Mary Brotherton, it will not do, you're shutting yourself up in this way. Catching cold indeed! As if I, the daughter of my own poor dear father, wasn't likely to know more than Mrs. Tremlett about catching cold. Why, my dear, the little boy has been sent away I don't know how long, with a monstrous premium, paid by Sir Matthew, to get him entered at one of the first commercial houses in Europe. Dr. Crockley was exceedingly agreeable and attentive to me all day yesterday, and indeed so he was, I must say, to everybody. We do sometimes differ about spinal complaints, and I think he is a great deal too speculative. But it is impossible to deny that he can be very agreeable when he chooses it, and it was he that told me all about this last noble act of Sir Matthew. To be sure, he is an honour to the country if ever there was one, Sir Matthew, I mean. It is such men as that, Miss Brotherton, that brings wealth and prosperity to our glorious country. To think only of the hands he employs. 1,500 children taking all his mills together, he told us yesterday, besides several women and men. Oh, it is glorious to be sure. However, Dr. Crockley did just whisper to me, but I don't believe he meant it should go much farther. He did certainly hint, that poor cross Lady Dowling did not like to have the little fellow in the house, and that was one reason why good Sir Matthew was in such a hurry to place him. Did you happen to hear to what part of the country the boy had been sent, Mrs. Gabberly?" "Why no, my dear, I can't say I did. But that makes no difference, you know. Everybody is aware that it is a noble situation for him, and that's the main point, of course." "Oh, certainly. I only asked from idle curiosity. And I suppose, Mrs. Gabberly, that it is because I am so idle that I do often feel curious about things that nobody else seems to care about. Do you know I am dying to get into a factory and see all these dear little children at work? It must be so pretty to see them all looking so proud and so happy, and all enjoying themselves so much. I really must get a peep at it," said Miss Brotherton. "La, my dear, what a very queer notion," replied Mrs. Gabberly. "Perhaps it is," said Mary, smiling, "as nobody else in the whole neighbourhood ever talks about it. But if I have such a fancy, there can be no reason why I should not indulge it, can there? Why, good gracious, my dear child, only think of the dirt. You would be downright poisoned, Mary." "Poisoned? How can that be, dear Mrs. Gabberly, when everybody agrees that it is such a blessing to the country, to have brought such multitudes of children to work together in these factories?" "Nonsense, my dear," replied Mrs. Gabberly, knitting her brows. "This is some of Mrs. Tremlett's vulgar ignorance, I am very sure. How can a girl of your good understanding, Miss Brotherton, speak as if what was good and proper for the working classes had any thing to do with such as you? Fie, my dear! Pray never let anybody in the neighbourhood hear you talk in this strange wild way. I do assure you, that there is nothing that would do you so much injury in the opinion of all the first families hereabouts. And nobody knows this neighbourhood better than I do." "I am quite aware of that, Mrs. Gabberly," said the young lady very respectfully, "and that is one reason why I wish to talk to you about this notion of mine. Is it really true, Mrs. Gabberly, that none of the ladies in the neighbourhood ever go into the factories?" "To be sure it is. Why should they go, for goodness sake?" "Oh, I don't know exactly, but I cannot see why they should not, if they wish it," replied Miss Brotherton modestly. "Well now, but I do, my dear. And I do beg and entreat that you won't talk any more about it. I am quite sure, Mary, that somebody or other has been talking nonsense to you about all this. If you have got any friends or connections towards Fairly now, I should think they had been telling you all the romantic stuff that has been hatching there about factory children, and God knows what beside. But I don't believe you have ever gone visiting that way, have you, my dear?" "And who is there at Fairly, dear Mrs. Gabberly, who would be likely to talk to me on such a subject?" said Mary, colouring to the temples with eagerness to hear the answer. "Good gracious! My dear, did you never hear tell of that poor wrong-headed clergyman, George Bell? Such a difference, to be sure, between one man and another. My dear good Mr. Gabberly never in his life breathed a word that could hurt the feelings of his neighbours. He visited them every one, and was on the best and most friendly terms with them all, which is what I call living in the true spirit of Christian charity. Whereas this tiresome, troublesome Mr. Bell has taken it into his head to find out wrong, where everybody else sees nothing but right. And God forbid, my dear, that you should take it into your dear innocent head to follow any of his mischievous fancies. I wonder what he'll get by it. Great goose he must be, to be sure, not to see that he is going exactly the way to set everybody that can be of the least use to him smack against him in all things." "What is it he does, Mrs. Gabberly, that is so very wrong?" demanded Miss Brotherton. "What is it he does? Why, just everything he ought not to do, my dear, that's all. You would hardly believe, perhaps, that a clergyman should actually encourage the poor to complain of the very labour by which they live. And yet I give you my word and honour that is exactly what he has been doing. It's incredible, isn't it, almost? He positively says, loud enough for all the country to hear him, that the labour in the factories, such a blessing as it is to the poor, he actually says that it is bad for the children's health. Such stuff, you know, my dear, as if the medical men did not know best. And there's numbers of 'em that declare that it's quite impossible to tell in any way satisfactory that it can't do 'em any harm at all. And upon my word, I don't know what poor people will come to. It's quite out of the question to attempt pleasing 'em. If they've got no work they are perfectly outrageous about that, and ready to tear people to pieces just to get it. And no sooner is there enough to do, than away they go bawling again, swearing that the children are overworked. Isn't it provoking, my dear?" "Mr. George Bell," said Mary very distinctly. "Yes, my dear, that's the name of the foolish man who seems to take a pleasure in making people fancy they are not well enough off, when I'm sure, by all I can hear and understand, these very identical people may consider themselves first and foremost of the whole world for prosperity," replied Mrs. Gabberly. "Fairly?" rejoined Miss Brotherton interrogatively. "Yes, my dear, Fairly's where he lives, if I don't mistake." "Good morning, Mrs. Gabberly," said the young lady, rising somewhat abruptly. "I am very glad you had such a pleasant day yesterday. Good bye." And without permitting the stream of Mrs. Gabberly's eloquence to well forth upon her afresh, the heiress slipped through the parlour door, and escaped. CHAPTR XIX. Chapter 19 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 19. A Voyage of Discovery. A plain statement leading to the conviction that even where ignorance is not bliss, knowledge is not always happiness. A hasty friendship that may, nevertheless, prove lasting. To order the carriage, and to give Mrs. Tremlett notice that she wished her to make all speed in preparing to accompany her in it, was to Miss Brotherton the work of a moment. As the business she was upon might however take some hours, she urged her old friend to eat luncheon as if certain of having no dinner; and having given time for this, and interrogated her coachman concerning distance and so forth, the hopeful animated girl sprung into her carriage as the clock struck 2, determined not to re-enter her mansion till she had lost some portion of the ignorance which had of late so cruelly tormented her. The roads were good, and by the help of a short bait, Miss Brotherton and her companion reached Fairly turnpike a little after 4. Here she made inquiries for the residence of Mr. Bell, and having learned in what direction she should find it, repeated the instructions to her coachman, and bade him drive on. "Are the horses to be put up there, ma'am?" demanded the coachman. "Yes. No, James, not there, I suppose, that is, not at the clergyman's house. But of course you will be able to find some place quite near, you know. And William must wait. No, not to wait, but come back as soon as he knows where you put up, that I may send for you when I am ready." To these not over clear instructions James answered, "Yes, ma'am," and drove off. In obedience to the directions received at the toll bar, the carriage soon left the high road, and proceeded down a grassy lane, which harvest carts for the time had rolled into smoothness. Less than a quarter of a mile of this brought the wanderers to another turning, that in 5 minutes placed them before the gates of an edifice the aspect of which made Mary pull the check string. "That looks like a parsonage house, does it not?" said Miss Brotherton. And before Mrs. Tremlett could answer, William had already opened the door and let down the steps. It was very easy to get out, and very easy to inquire if Mr. Bell were at home. But when answered in the affirmative, Miss Brotherton felt that it was not very easy to decide in what manner to explain the cause of her visit to the object of it. She had by no means settled this point to her satisfaction, when the door of a small parlour lined with books was opened to her, and she found herself in the presence of the gentleman she had so unceremoniously come to visit. There was much in the countenance of Mr. Bell to reassure a more timid spirit than that of Mary Brotherton. Nevertheless, she stood before him for a minute or two in some embarrassment, not so much from fear of himself, as of herself. Did she fail to make him at once understand the motive of her inquiries, he could not avoid thinking both them and herself impertinent, and this consciousness caused a much brighter glow than usual to mantle her cheeks, as she stood before him with her eyes fixed timidly and almost beseechingly on his face. Although Miss Brotherton had not quite the easy and tant soit peu assured air of a woman of fashion, there was enough in her appearance to indicate her claim to observance as well as admiration, and Mr. Bell opened the conversation by earnestly requesting that she would sit down. His aspect had done much towards giving her courage, and his voice did more. "You are very kind, sir," said she, "to receive so courteously a stranger, who has in truth no excuse whatever to offer for thus intruding on you. Nevertheless, I am greatly tempted to hope, that if I can succeed in making you understand the object of my visit, you will forgive the freedom of it." "And I," returned Mr. Bell, smiling, "am greatly tempted to believe that let the object of this visit be what it may, I must always feel grateful to it. Is there anything, my dear young lady, that I can do to serve you?" "There is indeed, Mr. Bell," she replied with great earnestness of voice and manner. "I am come to you for instruction. Though you do not know me, you probably may know the place at which I live. My name is Mary Brotherton, and my house is called Milford Park." "Certainly, Miss Brotherton, both your name and that of your residence are known to me. On what subject can I give you any information that may be useful?" "Circumstances, Mr. Bell, have lately directed my attention to a subject which my own situation in life, as well as the neighbourhood in which I live, ought to have long ago made thoroughly familiar to me. Such is not the case, however. I am profoundly, and I fear shamefully, ignorant respecting the large and very important class of our population employed in the factories. I am in possession of a large fortune, wholly amassed from the profits obtained by my father from this species of labour, and I cannot but feel great interest in the welfare and prosperity of the people employed in it, especially as I understand a very large proportion of them are young children; and moreover, that from some cause or other, which I can by no means understand, the whole class of the factory people, as I hear them called, are spoken of with less kindness and respect by those who have grown rich upon their industry, than any other description of human beings whatever. I am told, sir, that it would be unsafe, improper, and altogether wrong, were I to attempt making myself personally acquainted with them, as I would wish to do. And having accidentally, Mr. Bell, heard your name mentioned as a person who took an interest in their concerns, I have come to you thus unceremoniously, in the hope that you would have the kindness to give me more accurate information on the subject, than I have found it possible to obtain elsewhere." Mr. Bell, who had placed himself immediately opposite to her, looked in her young face, and listened to her earnest voice as she spoke, with the deepest attention. It soon became sufficiently clear that he considered not this intrusion as requiring apology, but that on the contrary his very heart and soul were moved by her words. He paused for a moment after she had ceased speaking, as if unwilling to interrupt her by his reply. But when he found that she remained silent, he said, "The subject on which you are come to converse with me, my dear Miss Brotherton, is assuredly the very last I should have expected to hear named by a young lady in your position. for it is one from which the rich and great of our district turn away with loathing and contempt. Yet is it the one of all others to which I would if possible direct their best attention, involving as it does both their interest and their duty beyond any other. But I fear I cannot enter upon it without wounding many prejudices, which of necessity you must have imbibed, and proving to you that much which doubtless you have been educated to consider right, is on the contrary most lamentably wrong. Can you bear this, my dear young lady?" "I hope I could, in a search after truth, Mr. Bell, even if my mind were in the condition you suppose," replied Mary. "But this is not the case. You will not have to remove many false impressions, I think. It is the total absence of all knowledge on the subject which I am bold enough to ask you to remedy." "And most willingly will I endeavour to do so, to the very best of my ability," replied Mr. Bell. "But to me it is a beguiling subject, and if I detain you too long, you must tell me so." "Fear not," replied Mary, smiling, "I shall be more willing to hear than you to speak." "You are of course aware, Miss Brotherton," resumed the clergyman, "that the large proportion of young labourers to whom you have just alluded are calculated to amount, in Yorkshire and Lancashire alone, to upwards of 200,000. "Is it possible?" exclaimed Mary. "Alas! Mr. Bell, you must not think that, of course, I know anything. Had you named 2,000 as the number, my surprise would have been less." "But so it is, Miss Brotherton. Above 200,000 young creatures, including infants among them, counting only 5 years of life, are thus employed in the counties I have named, and they surely form a class which both from their numbers and their helplessness are entitled to English sympathy and protection." "Unquestionably," cried Mary eagerly. "I always feel that the labouring poor have great and unceasing claims upon the sympathy and assistance of the rich. But this claim must be equally great, I should suppose, amongst all the labouring classes. Is it not, Mr. Bell?" "I feel it difficult to answer your question by a negative," he replied, "because, taken in its broadest sense, it most assuredly demands an affirmative. Nevertheless, it is unquestionably true that at this moment there is no race of human beings in any portion of the known world, the most wretched of negro slaves not excepted, Miss Brotherton, who require the protection and assistance of their happier fellow creatures, in the same degree as the young creatures employed in our factories." Miss Brotherton looked at him, not doubtingly, but with considerable surprise, and timidly replied, "But the negro slave, Mr. Bell, has no choice left him. He is the property of his master." "Neither has the factory child a choice, Miss Brotherton. He too is a property. Nor is it the least horrible part of the evil which noiselessly has grown out of this tremendous system, that the beings whom nature has ordained throughout creation to keep watch and ward over the helpless weakness of an infant life, are driven by it to struggle with and trample down the holiest and dearest of human ties, even the love of a parent for its offspring. Picture to yourself a bleak winter's morning, Miss Brotherton, when the mother of factory children must be up hours and hours before the sun to rouse her half-rested little ones, and, nervously watching her rude clock till the dreaded moment comes, must shake the little creatures, whose slumber the very beast of the field might teach her to watch over and guard, till they awake, and starting in terror from their short sleep, ask if the hour be come. The wretched mother and the wretched child then vie with each other in their trembling haste to seize the tattered mill clothes, and to put them on. The mother dreads the fine of 1/4 of the infant's daily wages, which would be levied should it arrive but a minute too late, and the poor child dreads the strap, which in addition is as surely the punishment for delay. Miss Brotherton, I have seen with my own eyes the assembling of some hundreds of factory children before the still unopened doors of their prison house, while the lingering darkness of a winter's night had yet to last 3 hours. I shall never forget one bitter morning last January 12th. The last piteous summons from a dying parishioner had left me no choice but to exchange my pillow for the bitter biting blast of Howley Common, and the path across it leading me within 100 yards of a large cotton factory, I witnessed a spectacle, which to my dying day I shall never recall without a shudder. There was just moon enough to show me all the dreary sternness of the scene. The ground was covered with deep snow, and a cutting wind blew whistling through the long line of old Scotch firs which bordered an enclosure beside the road. As I scudded on beneath them, my eye caught the little figures of a multitude of children, made distinctly visible, even by that dim light, by the strong relief in which their dark garments showed against the snow. A few steps further brought me in full view of the factory gates, and then I perceived considerably above 200 of these miserable little victims to avarice all huddled together on the ground, and seemingly half buried in the drift that was blown against them. I stood still and gazed upon them. I knew full well what and how great was the terror which had brought them there too soon, and in my heart of hearts I cursed the boasted manufacturing wealth of England, which, running, in this direction at least, in a most darkened narrow channel, gives power, lawless and irresistible, to overwhelm and crush the land it pretends to fructify. While still spellbound by this appalling picture, I was startled by the sound of a low moaning from the other side of the road, at a short distance from me, and turning towards it perceived a woman bending over a little girl who appeared sinking to the ground. A few rapid steps brought me close to them, and I found on examination that the child was so benumbed and exhausted as to be totally incapable of pursuing her way. It was her mother who was urging her forward, and who even then seemed more intent upon saving a fine, than on the obvious sufferings of her sinking child. I know, poor wretch, that little choice was left her, and that the inevitable consequence of saving her from the factory, and leading her gently home to such shelter as her father's roof could give, would be to watch her perish there for want of food. "Alas, alas! Is it thus my wealth has been accumulated?" exclaimed Miss Brotherton, shuddering. "Is there no power in England, sir, righteous and strong enough to stay this plague?" "Miss Brotherton," returned the clergyman, "such power and such righteousness must be found, or this plague, as you well call it, will poison the very life-blood of our political existence. And long ere any serious danger is likely to be dreamed of by our heedless rulers, the bloated wealth with which this pernicious system has enriched a few, will prove a source of utter destruction to the many. Never, my dear young lady, did the avarice of man conceive a system so horribly destructive of every touch of human feeling, as that by which the low-priced agony of labourine infants is made to eke out and supply all that is wanting to enable the giant engines of our factories to outspin all the world. But you must see it, Miss Brotherton. You must watch it with your own eyes. You must follow the hateful operations of this atrocious system into the thousands of sordid and forgotten huts which cover its miserable victims, ere you can possibly understand its moral mischief. There is no strength, no power in words to paint it." "Its moral mischief," said Mary eagerly. "Explain that to me, Mr. Bell, for it is the point I find most puzzling. Why is it that these poor factory people, because they labour more unremittingly, as it should seem, than all the world beside, why, for this reason, instead of being honoured for their industry, are they invariably spoken of with contempt and obloquy?" "Your question, Miss Brotherton, involves by far the most terrible portion of this frightful commercial mystery," he replied. "But as I have told you, nothing except personal investigation can enable the inquirer to arrive at the whole truth respecting it. Were a patient, accurate, and laborious detail of all the enormities committed, and all the sufferings endured under the factory system, to be presented to the public, it would be thrown aside by some as greatly too tedious for examination, and by others as a statement too atrocious to merit belief. Yet England must listen to it, and that soon, or she may mourn her negligence when it is too late to repair it. That marvellous machinery of which we make our boast, Miss Brotherton, is not more perfect in its power of drawing out the delicately attenuated thread with which it is our glory to produce, than the system for reducing the human labour necessary for its production to the lowest possible price is, for degrading the moral nature of the helpless slaves engaged in it." "That the system has such a tendency I cannot doubt, after the repeated assurances which have reached me that so it is," replied Mary. "Nevertheless, I am still unable to comprehend why it should be so." "You have only to take advantage of your residence near Ashley, Miss Brotherton, the dense population of which subsists almost wholly by factory labour, in order to understand but too well why this terrible result is inevitable. You are as yet too young a lady for me to expect that you should have very deeply studied the nature of the human mind, or made yourself fully aware how greatly the habits and character of all human beings depend upon education, and the circumstances in which they are placed. Nevertheless, If you turn your attention to the subject, you will not, young as you are, be long incapable of detecting the dangers which beset the hearts and souls of those whose unhappy destiny have made them factory laborers. The dark little circle in which they move, from birth to death, from father to son, from mother to daughter, is so uniform, that almost any average individual case may fairly serve as a specimen of the whole class. Boys and girls, with few exceptions, labor indiscriminately all together in the factories. While still almost children, they form connections and are married. Having worked in the mills, probably from 5 years old to the hour of their unweighed and thoughtless union, the boy assumes the duties of a husband with little more knowledge of moral or religious responsibility than the brute animal that labors with 1,000 times less degradation in the fields; while the childish wife comes to her important task ignorant of every earthly usefulness, save what belongs to the mechanical drudgery in which throughout the whole of her short sad life, she has been made to follow the uniform and ceaseless movements of machinery. She cannot sew, she cannot cook, she cannot iron, she cannot wash. Her mind is yet more untaught and undisciplined than her hands. She is conscious of no responsibility, she knows no law by which to steer her actions or regulate her spirit, and becomes a mother as she became a wife, without one single thought of duty mixing itself with her increasing cares. By degrees, both the husband and the wife find employment in the factory less certain. It is for children, 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 that the unwearied engine calls, and keenly does the hungry father, and the mother too, watch the growth of the little creatures to whom they have given birth, till the slight limbs have firmness enough to stand, and the delicate joints are sufficiently under the command of the frightened will to tie threads together under the potent inspiration of the overlooker's strap. Then comes a state of deeper degradation still. The father is idle, for often he can get no work, and it is to the labor of his little ones that he looks for bread. Nature recoils from the spectacle of their unnatural or labored aspect as they return from their 13, 14, 15 hours of toil. He has not nerve to look upon it, and creeps to the gin shops till they are hid in bed. The mother sees it all, and sternly screws her courage to the task of lifting their bruised and weary limbs upon their bed of straw, putting in their mouths the food she has prepared, their weary eyes being already closed in sleep, and preparing herself to wake before the sun on the morrow, that with unrelenting hand she may drag them from their unfinished slumber, and drive them forth again to get her food. This is no varnished tale, Miss Brotherton, but the bare, naked, hideous truth. And can you wonder that beings thus reared and ripened should form a degraded class? Can you wonder that all others should turn from them as from a race with whom they have nothing in common? If some sad accident preceding birth disturbs the beautiful process by which nature prepares the noble being she has made to be lord of all, and an abortive creature comes to life, curtailed of all its fair proportions, both of mind and body, all within reach of the hapless prodigy shudder as they mourn, and the best and wisest among them pray to God that its span of life be short. But believe me when I tell you, Miss Brotherton, that the effect which the factories of this district is producing upon above 200,000 of its population, is beyond all calculation more deplorable, and many a child is born amongst them whose destiny, if fairly weighed against that of such as one as I have described, would appear incomparably more terrible." "Can such things be, and the rulers of the land sit idly by to witness it?" cried Mary, shuddering. "It seems as if the rulers of the land knew little, and cared less about it," replied Mr. Bell. "The profoundly ignorant opinion that there is some connection between our national prosperity and the enormous fortunes amassed by some score of north country manufacturers has, I believe, produced much of the lamentable non-interference of which the disinterested few complain, who are near enough to look upon the frightful game. Some individual voices have been most gloriously raised on this tremendous theme, and if they will be steadfast and enduring, they must and will prevail. For human nature, with all its vices, is not framed to look coldly on such horrors, and permit them. But the remedial process is so slow, it is so difficult to arouse the attention, and awaken the feelings of busy men concerning things at a distance, whose connection with all that they deem important they are too ignorant of, or too preoccupied to trace, that the keenest observers, and those who would the most deeply deprecate any remedy but a legal one, begin to fear that mercy will be clamoured for with very dangerous rudeness, before the Parliament of England shall have roused up its wisdom to the task of affording it." "And in what way, Mr. Bell, is it wished or hoped that the legislature should step forward to cure this dreadful evil? Is it proposed to abolish the use of machinery?" Mr. Bell smiled and shook his head. "You perhaps think," said he, "that there is a great disproportion between my strong sense of the vice and suffering produced by the factory system, and the measure for its mitigation to which I now limit almost my wishes. But it would be vain to look back to the time when steam engines were not, and there would indeed be little wisdom in addressing our lamentations to their introduction. It is not the acquisition of any natural power, principle, or faculty that we should deplore. All such, on the contrary, should be hailed as part and parcel of our magnificent birthright, and each new use we learn to make of the still much unknown creation around us, ought to be welcomed with a shout of praise, as a fresh fulfillment of the supreme command, replenish the earth and subdue it. It is not from increased or increasing science that we have anything to dread. It is only from a fearfully culpable neglect of the moral power that should rule and regulate its uses, that it can be other than one of God's best gifts." "But how," demanded Mary, "how, if machinery continues to be used, can an Act of Parliament prevent the necessity of employing children to wait upon its operations, instead of requiring the strength of men, as heretofore, to perform what the steam engine does in their place?" "No Act of Parliament can be conceived capable of inducing a manufacturer to employ the weaker, and at the same time the more costly agent, in preference to a more powerful and cheaper one," replied Mr. Bell. "No reasonable man would ask this. No reasonable man would desire it, and assuredly no reasonable man would attempt to enforce such an absurdity by law. No, Miss Brotherton, this mighty power, as surely given for our use as is the innocent air that fans the woodbine yonder, has at length, after some few thousand years of careless overlooking on our part, been revealed to us. But let us not fly in the face of benignant nature, and say like Caliban, 'You taught me language, and my profit on't is, I know how to curse.' If used aright, there cannot be a doubt that this magnificent power might, in all its agencies, be made the friend of man. It requires no great stretch of ingenuity to conceive that it might be rendered at once a source of still increasing wealth to the capitalist, and of lightened labour to the not impoverished operative. But that, as things are at present, this great discovery, and all the admirable ingenuity with which it is applied, acts as a ban instead of a blessing, upon some 100,000s of miserable victims, is most true, while all the benefit that can be shown as a balance to this horror, is the bloated wealth of a small knot of master manufacturers. But so monstrous is this evil, that its very atrocity inspires hope, from the improbability that when once beyond all reach of contradiction its existence shall be known by all men, it should be permitted to continue." "Then why is it not known?" demanded Mary, her colour heightened as she remembered her own entire ignorance upon the subject a few short weeks before. "Surely it is the duty of all lookers on to proclaim it to the whole world." "Alas, Miss Brotherton, it is more easy to raise a voice than to command attention to it. Loud and long must be the cry that shall awaken the indifferent, and rouse the indolent to action. But this loud long cry will be uttered, and by the blessing of God it will be listened to at last." "But tell me, Mr. Bell," resumed his deeply interested auditor, "what is this moderate enactment in mitigation of these wretched people's sufferings, which you say would content you?" "All that we ask for," replied Mr. Bell, "all that the poor creatures ask for themselves, is that by Act of Parliament it should be rendered illegal for men, women, and children to be kept to the wearying unhealthy labour of the mills for more than 10 hours out of every day, leaving their daily wages at the same rate as now." "And would that suffice," demanded Miss Brotherton with astonishment, "to effectually relieve the horrors you have been describing to me?" "Miss Brotherton, it would," replied the clergyman. "I would be loath to weary you with details," he continued, "but a few items may suffice to make you see how enormous are the benefits which would follow such an enactment. At present, if a large demand for manufactured goods arises, instead of being, as it ought, a blessing to the industrious hands that must supply it, it comes upon them as a fearful burden, threatening to crush the very springs of life in the little creatures that are chiefly to sustain it, while the golden harvest that brings it is not for them but for their masters. For the miserable need of an extra penny, or sometimes 3 halfpence a day, the young slaves, who observe have no power of choice, for if they or their parents for them refuse, they are instantly turned off to literal starvation, no parish assistance being allowed to those who resist the regulations of the manufacturers, for this wretched equivalent for health and joy, are compelled, whenever our boasted trade flows briskly, to stand to their work for just as many hours as the application of the overlooker's strap, or billy roller, can keep them on their legs. Innumerable instances are on record of children falling from excess of weariness on the machinery, and being called to life by its lacerating their flesh. It continually happens that young creatures under 15 years of age are kept from their beds all night. 15, 16, 17 hours of labour out of the 24, are cases which recur continually, and I need not say with what effect upon these victims of ferocious avarice. Now, not only would all this be mended, the positive bodily torture spared, and as far as is consistent with constant indoor occupation, the health of the labourers preserved, were it made unlawful to keep them at positive labour for more than 10 hours of every day. Not only would all this follow from the enactment, but innumerable other advantages, some of them more important still, would beyond all question be its consequence. In the first place, were there no power of executing great and sudden orders by irregular exactions of labour, the recurrence of those fearful intervals when the starving operatives are thrown out of employ by the accidents which cause a deficiency in the demand, would not happen. For in that case the capitalists would find themselves obliged to be beforehand with the demand, even though some portion of their enormous wealth should for a time lie idle. From this would also follow the necessity of often employing adult hands, where now the cheaper labour of children, forced from their very vitals through the day and night, may be had for the sin of demanding it. Then would the unnatural spectacle of a stalwart father, idly waiting to snatch the wages from the little feverish hand of his o'er-laboured child, be seen no more. Then would there be strength and spirits left in the young to profit by the Sunday schools, now so often ostentatiously opened in vain, because the only way in which a little piecer can keep holiday is by lying throughout the day stretched upon his straw in heavy sleep. Then, too, the demoralizing process by which the heart of a mother is rendered hard as the nether millstone, by the necessity of goading her infants to their frightful toil, would cease. Boys and girls would no longer have to return to their homes at midnight. There would be time and inclination then for those comfortable operations of the needle and the shears, which make old clothes look amazed as weel as new. Then would not the disheartened ministers of God's church strive in vain to make the reckless, joyless, worthless race listen to his words of faith and hope. Then, Miss Brotherton, they would arise from that state of outcast degradation which has caused your friends to tell you that it would be unsafe, improper, and altogether wrong, for you and such as you to make personal acquaintance with them. And do you really think that all this mighty, this glorious good, would follow from an enactment so moderate, so reasonable, so every way unobjectionable? I have not the slightest shadow of a doubt, Miss Brotherton, that such good would follow it, and more, much more than I have named. More than any one could believe or comprehend who has not, like myself, been watching for years the misery, the vice, the degradation, which have resulted from the want of it. Then why, Mr. Bell, have not such representations been made to the legislature as must ensure its immediate adoption? The good clergyman shook his head. It is a most natural question, my dear young friend. Allow me so to call you. All are my friends who feel upon this subject as you appear to do. It is a most natural and most obvious question. Yet would my reply be anything rather than easy of comprehension were I to attempt to answer it directly. I sincerely hope I shall converse with you again on this subject. Documents are not wanting, my dear Miss Brotherton, to prove that all, or nearly all, that private individuals can do in the way of petition and remonstrance, has been already tried. Nor are we yet without hope that good may come of it. But it must be long, and perhaps the longer the better, ere your young head and innocent heart can conceive our difficulties. You would hardly believe the ingenious devices to which frightened avarice can have recourse in order to retard, mutilate, and render abortive a measure having for its object a reduction of profits, with no equivalent save the beholding smiles instead of tears, and hearing the sounds of song and laughter instead of groans. "But while you are still waiting and hoping for this aid from our lawgivers," said Mary, "is there nothing that can be done in the interval to help all this misery, Mr. Bell?" "Nothing effectual, my dear young lady," he replied mournfully. "I may, with no dishonest boasting, say, that my life is spent in doing all I can to save these unhappy people from utter degradation and despair. But the oppression under which they groan is too overwhelming to be removed, or even lightened, by any agency less powerful than that of the law. Nothing, in fact, can so clearly show the powerful oppression of the system as the total inefficiency of individual benevolence to heal the misery of those who suffer under it. Its power is stupendous, awful, terrible. Nature herself, elsewhere so omnipotent, here feels the strength of unchecked human wickedness, and seems to bend before it. For most certain is it, that in less than half a century, during which the present factory system has been in operation, the lineaments of the race involved in it are changed and deteriorated. The manufacturing population are of lesser and of weaker growth than their agricultural countrymen. The development of the intellectual faculties is obviously becoming weaker, and many whom we have every reason to believe understand the physiology of man as thoroughly as science can teach it to them, do not scruple to assert, that if the present system continues, the race of English factory operatives will dwindle and sink in the strongly graduated scale of human beings to something lower than the Eskimo." "Gracious heaven!" cried Mary, clasping her hands with an emotion that almost amounted to agony. "And all these horrors are perpetrated for the sake of making rich, needlessly, uselessly rich, a few obscure manufacturing families like my own? This is very dreadful, sir," she continued, while tears burst from her eyes. "I have gained knowledge but not peace by my visit, and I must leave you with the sad conviction that the hope I had nourished of making my fortune useful to the suffering creatures among whom I live, is vain and idle." Mr. Bell listened to this melancholy assertion, and sighed because he could not contradict it. "Yes," said he at length, "it is even so. And if any proof were wanted of the depth and hopelessness of the wretchedness which the present system produces, it might be found in the fact that despite the inclination I feel both for your sake and that of the poor operatives, to encourage your generous benevolence, I cannot in all conscience tell you that it is in your power effectually to assist them. That you may save your own excellent heart from the palsy of hopeless and helpless pity, by the indulgence of your benevolence in individual cases of distress, I need not point out to you; but that any of the ordinary modes of being useful on a larger scale, such as organizing schools, founding benefit societies, or the like, could be of any use to beings so crushed, so toil-worn, and so degraded, it would be idle to hope." Miss Brotherton now rose to depart, but as she extended her hand, and began to utter her farewell, it occurred to her that it was possible her new friend might, by conjecture at least, throw some light upon the destination of little Michael, and avoiding as much as possible the making any direct charge against her rich neighbour, she briefly narrated the facts of Michael's adoption, dismissal, and unknown destination, with little commentary on either, but concluded by saying, "The mother of the child is in great anxiety about him, and though I cannot conceive it possible any harm can have befallen the boy, I am in some sort a fellow sufferer with her in the anxiety which this mystery occasions, from having almost pledged myself to learn the place of his destination. Can you, dear sir, suggest to me any means by which this information can be obtained?" "Some part of this history has reached us already," replied Mr. Bell. "It has been somewhat industriously bruited through the neighbourhood, that Sir Matthew Dowling, notoriously one of the most tyrannical millocrats in the whole district, has been moved to kindness on behalf of some poor widow's son, and taken him to be reared and educated with his own children. I trust I am excusable, knowing what I know, for misdoubting the disinterested benevolence of any act of Sir Matthew Dowling's. Nevertheless, it is certainly not easy to perceive why, after having so ostentatiously distinguished the boy, he should kidnap him, as it were, from his own house, in order to get rid of him. If, instead of being the object of his special favour, the little fellow had fallen under the rich knight's displeasure, Miss Brotherton, I should think it by no means improbable that he might have consigned him as an apprentice to some establishment, too notorious for its severity to make it desirable that his selection of it should be made known, but of this there seems neither proof nor likelihood." Miss Brotherton turned pale as she listened to this suggestion. "Nay, but there is both truth and likelihood in such a suspicion," she exclaimed with considerable emotion, and after a moment's consideration, added, "I know no reason why I should conceal the cause I have for saying so. If you know not all, how can you give me counsel?" Hurriedly, and as briefly as possible, Miss Brotherton then recounted the scene she had witnessed in the green room of the Dowling Lodge theatricals, but there was an unconscious and involuntary fervour in her manner of narrating it, which rendered it impossible to listen with indifference, or not to feel at the recital some portion of the indignation she had felt when it occurred. "It must be looked to, Miss Brotherton," replied her warm-hearted new acquaintance. "The boy must be traced, tracked, found, and rescued. I think there are few of these wretched prison houses of whose existence I am ignorant, and it is probable I may be able to help you in this. Should I obtain any hint likely to be useful in the search, I will call upon you, if you will give me leave, to communicate it." Most earnestly and truly did the heiress assure him that it was impossible she could receive a visit more calculated to give her pleasure, adding that whether the hint were obtained or not, she trusted the acquaintance she had so unceremoniously began, would not drop here, and that by returning her visit, he would prove to her that he was not displeased by it. It rarely happens between right-hearted people who meet for the first time, if one of the parties conceives a liking for the other, that it fails to prove mutual. And it was with a cordial sincerity, as genuine as her own, that Mr. Bell expressed his hope that their acquaintance would ripen into friendship. Too intently occupied by all that had passed to remember her own arrangements, Mary forgot that her carriage was not at the door, and while these parting words were exchanged, walked forth, expecting to find it. It was Mrs. Tremlett who first recollected that the coachman had been ordered to put up his horses at the nearest inn, but this was not till they had traversed the little garden, and were already in the lane. For though the good nurse had been little more than personnage muet during the foregoing scene, she had taken a deep interest in it, and it was much with the air of one awakening from a dream that she said, "My dear Miss Mary, you have forgot that the carriage is sent away." "Indeed I have," said Mary laughing, "and no wonder. But there stands our faithful William. He will tell us in what direction we may find it." "Will you not return, Miss Brotherton, while it is made ready?" said the clergyman. "Not if you will walk on with us, dear sir. The evening is delightful, but already quite far enough advanced to make it prudent not to lose any time." And having given orders that the carriage was to follow, they strolled on towards the turnpike. "There," said Mr. Bell, pointing to the towering chimneys of a large factory at some distance, "there, Miss Brotherton, is an establishment where, though carding and spinning go on within the walls, and some hundreds of children and young girls are employed in attending the machinery that performs the process, the voice of misery is never heard, for there the love of gold is chained and held captive by religion and humanity." "Thank God!" exclaimed Mary, as she looked at the sinless monster to which he pointed. "It is not of necessity, then, that this dangerous trade is fatal to all employed in it?" "Certainly not. Were but its labours restricted both for young and old, to 10 hours a day, there is no reason on earth why it should not be carried on with comfort and advantage to every individual concerned in it, and with credit, honour, and prosperity to the country. But you can hardly guess what uphill work it is, when one good man has got to stand alone, and breast the competition of a whole host of bad ones in his commercial enterprises. The high-minded owners of yonder factory are losing thousands every year by their efforts to purify this traffic of its enormities, and some thousand small still voices call down blessings on them for it. But while it costs them 10 shillings to produce what their neighbours can bring in to the market for 9, they will only be pointed at as pitiably unwise in their generation by all the great family of mammon which surrounds them. Few, alas, will think of following the example. All they can do, therefore, is in fact but to carry on a system of private charity on an enormous scale. But till they are supported by law, even their vast efforts, and most noble sacrifices can do nothing towards the general redemption of our poor northern people from the state of slavery into which they have fallen. And yet I do believe, Miss Brotherton," he continued after a pause, "I do most truly believe that these greedy tyrants would fail more rarely than now they do in their efforts to realize enormous wealth, if the system were to undergo exactly the change we ask for. The plan of underselling may indeed in some few instances enable a very lucky man to run up a blood-stained fortune. And blood-stained it must be, for whenever this method of commanding a sale is pursued, and ruin does not ensue, it is demonstrable that the bones and marrow of children, working unlimited hours, must have been the main agent in the operation. But it is quite certain that the underselling system must upon the long run be ruinous. If all the losses upon our production were fairly set against all the gains from the immoderate working of young hands, the slavery scheme would appear as little profitable as holy. But here is your carriage, my dear young lady. God bless you, and may we live to rejoice together over an effectual legislative remedy for the evils we have passed this our first interview in deploring." So saying, he extended his hand to assist her into the carriage which had already drawn up beside them. But Miss Brotherton stepped aside while he performed this office to her friend, and then laying her hand on his arm, drew him back a step or two to the spot from whence the factory chimneys he had pointed out to her were visible. "Tell me, before we part," she said, "the names of those to whom that building belongs." "Wood and Walker," replied the clergyman. "Thank you," she replied. "I shall never hear those names without breathing a blessing on them." Friendly farewells were once more exchanged, and the meditative heiress was driven back to Milford Park in silence so profound, that her old friend believed her to be asleep, and carefully abstained from any movement that might awaken her. But Mary Brotherton was not asleep. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 20. Trade in a flourishing state. The benefits conferred thereby to those employed in it. The natural logic of religion. Its fallibility when put to the test. The moment at which Michael Armstrong entered the cotton mill at Deep Valley was a critical one. The summer had been more than commonly sultry, and a large order had kept all hands very sharply at work. Even at dead of night the machinery was never stopped, and when one set of fainting children were dragged from the mules, another set were dragged from the reeking beds they were about to occupy, in order to take their places. The ventilation throughout the whole fabric was exceedingly imperfect. The heat, particularly in the rooms immediately beneath the roof, frightfully intense. Cleanliness as to the beds, the floors, and the walls, utterly neglected. And even the persons of the children permitted to be filthy to excess, from having no soap allowed to assist their ablutions, though from the greasy nature of their employment it was peculiarly required, while the coarse meal occasionally gave out to supply its place was invariably swallowed, being far too precious in the eyes of the hungry children to be applied to the purpose for which it was designed. In addition to all this, the food was miserably scanty, and of a nature so totally unfit to sustain the strength of growing children thus severely worked, that within a fortnight after Michael's arrival an epidemic fever of very alarming description began to shew itself. But it had made considerable progress before the presence of this new horror was revealed to him. Notwithstanding all the hardships of Brookford factory, no infectious disease had ever appeared before, which it is possible might have been owing to the fact that the majority of the labourers in it lived at a considerable distance, thus ensuring to them a walk morning and night through the fresh air. This, though it added to their daily fatigue, probably lessened the danger of it, while the wretched hovels to which they returned for their short night's rest, miserable shelters as they were, reeked not with the congregated effluvia of 50 uncleansed sleepers in one chamber. Michael, therefore, had never before witnessed the hideous approach of contagion. The general appearance, too, of the Deep Valley troop was so far from healthy, that the sickly aspect of those first seized upon was less remarkable than it would have been elsewhere. Thus another week wore away, during which, though several of those who had been working when it began were withdrawn, and known to be in the sick ward ere it closed, the fact that an infectious fever was among them had not yet got wing. "Poor dear Betsy Price," whispered Fanny Fletcher to her friend Michael as they sat side by side at their miserable dinner one day. "I heard Missus tell master that she was dead, but I am trying to be glad for it, Michael." "Glad, Fanny?" replied the boy. "You told me once that you liked her more than any other girl in the mill, and now you are glad she is dead?" I am not so glad as I think I ought to be," returned Fanny gently. " She will not be hungry in heaven, Michael, nor will she work till she is ready to fall. And surely God will give us green fields and sweet fresh air in heaven. And there must be flowers, Michael." " Oh, I am quite sure of that, and Betsy Price will have it all. Ought I not to be very, very glad?" Michael looked in her sweet innocent face as she said this, and tears filled his eyes. " And if you die, Fanny, must I be glad too?" " If you thought about heaven as I do, and if you loved me very much indeed," replied the little girl, " I can't tell how you could help being glad." " But I do love you very much indeed," said Michael, almost choked by his efforts not to cry. " And I do think of heaven too, Fanny, but I couldn't be glad if you was to die." " Not when you hear that, Michael?" said Fanny, starting up as the lash of the governor's whip resounded through the room as a signal that their numbered moments of rest were over. " I suppose then I love you better than you love me, for I could not help being glad if I knew that you would never hear nor feel that lash again." When they met again at supper, Michael, though still unsuspicious of the cause, missed 3 more children from their places. He fancied, too, that there was something new and strange in the aspect of their hard-featured female tyrant. She was paler than usual, scolded not at all, and when she spoke to her husband, it was in a voice that hardly exceeded a whisper. Yet, notwithstanding this, some young ears again caught words that told of death. Yet still the mill worked on, and nothing seemed to mark that any calamity more than usual had got among them. By degrees, however, the growing pestilence burst forth, as it were, before the eyes of the terrified children, and they knew that the grave yawned before them all. Then it was that the ghastly countenances of each doomed victim struck dismay into the hearts of their companions, even before they were permitted to leave their labour, and sink down to the rest that should be disturbed no more. But still the mill went on, for Mr. Elgood Sharpton had just received a glorious order from Russia, and it would have been perfect madness, as this gentleman was heard to remark to his eldest son, if a death or two among the apprentice children was to check the mill at such a time as that. So the mill went on, and death went on too. But as it is considered by all parties concerned to be extremely important that the cry of epidemic contagion should not be raised in the neighbourhood of a factory under these circumstances, it was deemed best by Mr. Elgood Sharpton and his confidential managers not to call in medical assistance. " For first and foremost, Poulet," said the experienced proprietor to the governor of the apprentice house, " first and foremost, it is of no manner of use. I never knew any proper, regular contagious fever in my life, that could be stopped short by a doctor. You must take care of yourself and your wife, of course, and I will see that you have a hamper of good old port sent in, and mind that both of you take 2 glasses a day each, Poulet, one before you go into the rooms in the morning, and the other after you have seen them all down for the night, and we must order in a cask of vinegar to sprinkle the chambers. Trust me that this will do more good than all the doctors that ever were hatched. Besides, the vinegar cask will never sing out, you know, Poulet, and the doctor might." To this reasoning and to these arrangements no objection whatever was made by the governor of the apprentice house. Of athletic frame and iron nerves, he grinned defiance at any danger that threatened his own person, rightly enough thinking, perhaps, that any disease to which his water porridge fed troop appeared peculiarly liable, would be little likely to attack himself. It was, however, not the least part of his wisdom upon this occasion, that he systematically paid as little attention to what was going on round him as possible. Had he made it a habit to look into the haggard faces of the drooping children, as one after another they pined, languished, and sunk first into the horrible abyss of wretchedness called the sick ward, and then into the grave, it is possible that he too might in some degree have been shaken. As it was, however, he went on so cleverly supplying the missing hands by recommending to the manager that one healthy child should do the work of 2, and so cleverly also getting all that died by day buried by night, without making, as he said, any fuss or fidget about it whatever, that Mr. Elgood Sharpton felt him to be eminently deserving of an especial reward. And when 15 children had been noiselessly buried in Tugswell churchyard, he presented him with a Bank of England note for £10, as a testimony of his esteem and gratitude for his very exemplary and praiseworthy behaviour. It fared not quite so well, however, with his wife. whether it were that the poco curante system was less within reach of her position than of his, or that her frame was less stoutly proof against the malaria with which she was surrounded, a visible change came over her about 3 weeks after this visitation had been first felt at Deep Valley Mills. Strong in constitution and athletic in form, it seemed, however, no easy matter for disease itself to conquer her. The large dark eye grew dim, and sunk back behind her high cheekbones by degrees. Her coarse, firm-set features appeared to relax, and her active limbs to languish, for 2 whole days before she yielded herself to the invincible power that had seized upon her. It happened during this interval that Fanny Fletcher and Michael, in their eagerness to communicate to each other their observations on the rapidly increasing sickness of their fellow labourers, hung back together, as the frightened train swept on before the lifted lash of the governor, and permitted nearly all their companions to reach the mill ere they had left the supper room. They were perhaps themselves unconscious how much they were emboldened to this hardy defiance of a standing law by the unwonted stillness of tongue, and tameness of aspect observable in Mrs. Poulet. But if they fancied they were to escape entirely, they were mistaken, for whilst the little girl was telling Michael that they ought always, at work or not at work, to be thinking of God, who was perhaps thinking of them, and meaning to take them both up together to his own happy heaven, just as she had laid her hand on his to enforce her words, and looking wistfully in his face, pronounced aloud, "Do, Michael, do!" The sick dragon stepped back on hearing them, from the passage that led into the kitchen, and turning her ghastly face full upon them, exclaimed, while her languid fist strove in vain to clench and raise itself, as in days of yore, to threaten castigation, "Do, you devil imps, I'll do ye! Off to your mules, or by—" But ere she could finish the sentence, her fever-laden sinews relaxed, and seizing upon the long table for support, she sank almost insensible upon a bench. Greatly terrified, both Michael and Fanny screamed together, but they screamed in vain. There was no longer any one within hearing, save in the closely packed chamber above, where more than 20 sick children lay 2 and 2 together in their miserable beds, but totally without nurses or attendants of any kind, so that their loud cries, though heard by many, brought assistance from none. "Oh, Michael, Michael, she'll die too," said Fanny, shuddering. "I would make her live longer if I could. She is not fit to die. Go to the pump, Michael, and fetch water. Go, dear boy, we must not leave her this way." The little girl endeavoured to raise the woman's head, which had sunk upon the table, but the effort was beyond her strength, and feeling after a moment's reflection that the best manner of assisting her would be to call others, she cried, "No, don't go, Michael. Don't go for the water. It is no use my trying to hold her up, and besides we don't know if it is good for her or not. Oh dear, how dreadful bad she looks. Let us run away to the mill, Michael, and tell the master." The seizure of Mrs. Poulet, unlike every other, became, within an hour from the time it was known, the theme of every tongue throughout the whole establishment. Had it been Mr. Elgood Sharpton himself, it could not well have occasioned a greater sensation. The effect this produced throughout the sickly troop might have served as a proof of the wisdom of a government when it conceals the mischief it has brought upon an empire, for those who are likely to discuss it. The total silence which till now had been preserved among the managers and overlookers respecting the contagious nature of the malady which had got among the children, the absence of all medical attendance, and of all precautionary or medical measures in any way calculated to excite attention, had hitherto very successfully prevented rumour from doing her usual work on such occasions. And it is probable that this partial ignorance of their own danger considerably lessened its consequences, for it was only 1 or 2 such thoughtful, meditative little things as Fanny Fletcher, who had began to remember having heard of infectious fevers, and to think that maybe it was something of that sort that had made numbers 9, 16, 18, 19, etc., stay away so long, and that too when the mill was so very busy. But when it became generally known that the awful strength of Mrs. Poulet was laid low, and when the words "the fever have couched her" had once been pronounced aloud, the palpable image of the pale tyrant seemed to stand frowning in the midst of them, substituting his grisly hourglass and scythe for the fist, and the frown he had conquered. The scene which followed this was very frightful, Those upon whom infection had seized, sunk from their work at once, despite the goading thong which had hitherto kept them from dropping, as the spur and the lash sustained the failing post horse; while those who were yet untouched looked in each other's faces as if to watch who next should fail. When the children from all the different floors of the fabric met together at their midday meal, the first thought of each seemed to be the finding out who was missing since they last assembled, and the shoulder that followed the perceiving another and another gone, ran along the shortening lines with an agony which grew more and more intense as their numbers lessened. When things had reached this state, Mr. Elgood Sharpton agreed with Mr. Poulet that it might perhaps be as well to let an apothecary from Tugswell visit the factory, to which reluctant decision 2 reasons strongly contributed. The first was, that though with his usual forethought he had divided his nocturnal buryings between the churchyards of Tugswell and Meddington, the clergymen of both had declared that their frequency rendered it necessary that some inquiry should be made into the cause of so great a mortality; and the second was, that the fact of the mistress of the apprentice house, being herself at the point of death from the same malady, must infallibly prove to the medical visitant that it was no treatment peculiar to the children which had occasioned it, but that it had come beyond all possibility of contradiction by the visitation of God. Nevertheless, the medical gentleman ventured to declare that nothing would be so likely to stop the contagion as nourishing food; upon which the terrified manufacturer astonished all the butchers within his reach, by commanding a large supply of beef and mutton, good enough to make wholesome soup; and before another ghastly week had passed away, the wisdom of this prescription became so evident that when settling accounts together at the end of it, Mr. Poulet hinted to his employer that he did not feel quite sure whether, upon the whole, a little better living for the apprentices might not pay. For all answer, Mr. Elgood Sharpton put his finger to the sum total for provisions during the last 2 weeks, and then turning back a page or 2 of the huge volume, did the same by the sum total of a former week. "True, sir, true enough," said Mr. Poulet, "but howsomever, it can't be denied, that if we go on this fashion we shall have no hands left to work with, and there would be but small profit in that, sir." "My dear Poulet, you do not study the population returns as attentively as I do," replied his enlightened master. "Just at this moment, it may be very right to cram them for several reasons; the best being, observe, that by so doing we stop more mouths than their own. But as to going on in the same style of expense when this fit of dying and gossiping is over, it is quite out of the question, and I do beg that you will never mention the subject to me again. You can know little, my good Poulet, of the rate at which pauper children are multiplied, if you think it necessary to preserve them at this ruinous rate of expense. If there were all of them to die off before the end of the month, I would undertake to have their place supplied before the end of the next. You may take my word for it, that no man ever succeeded in business who did not know how to make out an accurate balance between profit and loss. I know to a fraction what each of these 'prentice brats are worth, Poulet, and I can tell you that such weekly bills as these would speedily turn the tables against us." "In that case, sir, there is surely no more to be said," replied Poulet; and then changing the subject, he added, "In course, sir, you won't object to my missus being buried by day instead of by night. Besides respect to her, sir, I think it would be quite as well, shewing all the country, you see, as how flesh is but grass for the high as for the low, and make it manifest to all the country that it can't be no want of good nursing and comfort as causes the deaths at our mill." Quite right, Poulet," replied the rapid-minded Mr. Sharpton promptly. "I should not object even to stopping the mills for a couple of hours or so, and making all the hands follow as mourners, if you thought it would answer." "Why, as to that, sir," said the faithful servant, "I would not undertake to say that we should be able to get up much of a procession if we turned out the whole lot to choose from. They couldn't stand, I should think, sir, without the mules to hold by, for so long together. They totter frightful, I can tell you, when they starts first to move to and fro from factory to 'prentice house, and back again, and I don't think there would be either credit or profit in making a show of them." Well, do as you will, Poulet. I don't care a brass farthing whether they walk or stand. But I can't say when I built this factory, it was with any view to make a show, as you call it,
of the young ladies and gentlemen to be employed in it."
With a light laugh which challenged an answering laugh from the governor, widower as he was, Mr. Elgood Sharpton rose to depart. Poulet attended him to the outer gate, and held his stirrup while he mounted, reiterating his promises to do the best he could, and only stipulating for plenty of vinegar, and leave to use soap till the cold weather came in. Meanwhile, though a less proportion died of those who were seized with the malady, than before the improvement in the diet was introduced, the plague was as yet very far from being stayed. No day passed without many fresh victims sinking under its influence, and it was no uncommon thing to see 2 or 3 wheelbarrows at a time, towards the evening of every day, conveying children from the factory to the apprentice house who had fallen while following the machinery. For a whole week after the death of Mrs. Poulet, Michael and his friend Fanny both continued, as it seemed, unscathed. And many were the grave discussions between them, as to whether they ought to be sorry or glad that they were so. Fanny very steadily adhering to her first opinion, that if they had a great deal of love for each other, they would not let themselves be sorry if one saw the other go away. And Michael as steadily persisting that right or wrong he must be so very sorry if Fanny went, as not to care at all how soon he followed after. The disinterested reasonings of the little girl were soon put to the proof. Michael looked so very ill one morning at breakfast, that even the iron-hearted Poulet told him that he had best mount to the sick ward before it was needful to carry him. But Michael looked at poor Fanny, and saw such an expression of terror and misery in her countenance, that he could not help thinking she would change her mind about being glad if he did not go into work along with her. So he told the governor that he wasn't bad at all, and had rather work than not. An assurance which it could not, under any circumstances, be Mr. Poulet's duty to combat. And accordingly Michael got to his place in the mill, and spoke cheeringly to Fanny as he went along. But before the hour of dinner he was on the floor, and when the overlooker called to a stretcher to have him wheelbarrowed back to the Prentice house, Fanny Fletcher thought that she certainly did not love poor Michael Armstrong so much as she fancied she did, for that if the choice had been given her, she would a great deal rather have been taken ill herself. In spite of a strap that she saw coming towards her, and flourishing ready for duty in the air, she helped to drag the unresisting body of her poor companion from before the mules, and, thoughtless and reckless of the consequences, sat down and held his head on her knee, till he was raised in the arms of the stretcher and carried off. It was then, and not till then, that her tears began to flow, and they flowed so fast, that she could no longer see the uplifted strap, nor was it till the blow had descended sharply on her arm that she was sufficiently mistress of her thoughts to remember that there was at any rate a hope that it might be her turn next, and with this to comfort her, she yielded meekly to the arm that pushed her to her usual place, and resumed her occupation with more steadfast courage than at that moment any other hope could have given her. But even this sad hope proved vain. Fanny Fletcher still continued one of the very few upon whom the contagion had no effect. For the first day or two after the removal of her friend, her mind was almost wholly occupied by the expectation of feeling the same symptoms that she had witnessed in him. And when these came not, her thoughts reverted to the possibility of his recovering and coming again to work near her. It was an established custom among those who alone could give information on the subject, never to permit any questionings concerning the sick, or if they were boldly hazarded, to give no other reply than a rebuke. So that day after day, and week after week elapsed, without her being at all able to guess whether Michael were dead or alive. By degrees, however, all hope of seeing him return faded from her mind, and then, poor little girl, she found out that people can't always wish truly and really for what they know to be best either for themselves or others. And day by day, though still the fever touched her not, she grew more pale, more thin, more melancholy. Now and then, indeed, it still occurred to her as possible that Michael might reappear again, as many had done after many days of sickness. But alas, none had ever stayed away so long as he had done. She had questioned many who had been ill concerning him, but none seemed to know or care anything about those who had shared the sick chamber with them. Till at length, a boy to whom she had often addressed these questions, because she happened to know that he had been taken to the sick ward on the same day as Michael, replied as if by a sudden effort of recollection,
"Oh, that chap. Him what was one of the last as come. I mind all about him. He was dead and buried before he had been down 3 days."
Fanny Fletcher asked no more questions, nor had she any longer hope of following where so many of her happier companions were gone. The fever was pronounced to be over, the factory and apprentice houses were whitewashed, and a number of new inmates arrived. All things, in short, at the Deep Valley Mills appeared to be going on as prosperously as usual. A statement which could be hardly impeached by the fact that one little girl there was growing paler and more shadow-like every day. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 21. Miss Brotherton exerts her eloquence, and Nurse Tremlett is brought to reason thereby. The heiress hardens her heart, and speaks harsh truth to Martha Dowling, but all in vain. She conceives a project, and sets about putting it in execution with great spirit.
"Well, my dear Mary,"
said Mrs. Tremlett, on sitting down tete-a-tete with Miss Brotherton, after their return from Fairly,
"don't you think that you will come at last to confess that I was right when I told you that you had better let things alone, and not attempt to make any fuss or stir about these factory goings on?"
Mary looked sick at heart, and only shook her head in reply. "Why, what have you gained, my dear child, by all your labour and pains to get information, as you call it? You are looking as white as a sheet, your eyes are sunk in your head. When I look at you, instead of the smiles you used to give me, I get nothing but sighs, and all for what? Can you in honesty and truth say that you have gained any thing worth knowing by following your own opinion instead of mine? What good in the world can you do, dear, by listening to all the shocking stories that clergyman there told you? I dare say he is a very good man, and he looks like it, but upon my word I think he is doing nothing but just wasting his time, as well as yourself. For though I sat and said nothing, as of course it was my place to do, I listened to every word, and it is just because I believe every word was true, that common sense makes me see there's no good to talk about it. Indeed, and indeed, my darling, I would not make free to talk to you in this way, which looks for all the world as if I was taking advantage of your goodness to me, if I did not see that you was going the way to torment yourself for everlasting, without doing one bit of good to any one. For how, my dear, can you, or that good clergyman either, hope to put down all the wicked doings he told about? And to be sure he said as much himself, didn't he, Miss Mary? Then do make up your mind to be quiet and happy, and let things that you can't mend alone. Put as many children to school as you like, my dear, and you may give them a pretty neat uniform, you know, and that will be a pleasure for you to think about and to look at. But for pity's sake, my dear, dear child, give up at once and for ever this bothering yourself for everlasting about the factories, which you can no more stop, Mary, than you can stop the sun from rising in the morning and setting at night." Here the good woman ceased, and looked with some anxiety in the thoughtful eyes of her young mistress. She felt that she did not understand their expression, and no wonder, for Mary Brotherton herself sat silently doubting how she should answer her. A languid feeling, proceeding partly from fatigue and indisposition, and partly from the discouraging conviction that she had no very satisfactory arguments by which to rebut her old friend's charge of useless devotion to a hopeless cause, made her some minutes unwilling to speak at all. Then came a somewhat peevish wish to interdict for ever the discussion of the subject between them. But as she raised her eyes to utter it, she encountered a look of such humble love, deprecating her displeasure, yet fondly clinging to the freedom which risked the incurring it, that her purpose suddenly changed, and instead of the chilling command she was meditating, she threw her arms round the old woman's neck, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear nurse! How much, how very much you must love me, since care for my already too much cared for peace and quiet, can harden such a heart as yours towards all the sufferings we have this day heard recounted. Thank God, you are not angry!" cried the affectionate old woman, kissing her, and then arranging the neglected ringlets of her pretty charge, and looking cheerily in her face, she said, "Now then, Mary, I won't tease you any more about it,
You are so sweet and so gentle to me, that I am quite sure you will not long think my heart is hard. And then by degrees you will find out that I am right. And then all will go well again, and I shall see my dear girl look like herself once more. Nurse Tremlett, the time is already come when the impossibility of my efforts being of any avail to stem the torrent with which avarice and cruelty are overwhelming the land, is made evident to me. So much, dear nurse, I concede to you, and therefore on that point we will argue no more. But my dear old woman, have patience with me if I tell you, that there are some points on which my reading may have given me, young as I am, as much, or even more information than your experience has given you. You have heard of the slave trade, Nurse Tremlett. You have heard more than one excellent charity sermon preached in aid of the funds that were to assist in freeing these poor helpless black people from the tyranny of their masters, and I suppose you know that it is now unlawful to buy and sell these poor creatures. And how do you think this happy change in their favour has been brought about? By the King and the Parliament, Miss Mary, making that most good and righteous law, replied Nurse Tremlett. And how were they persuaded to make that law, think you? Demanded Mary. I can't tell how that was brought about, my dear. I suppose it was because they saw that it was right and fit. It was brought about, Nurse Tremlett, by the voices of the people of England, which were for years raised quietly, and with no breach of law or order, but with patient and unshrinking perseverance against this great sin, till the lengthened cry could be no longer resisted, and the law they perseveringly asked for was granted to them. Do you think, Nurse Tremlett, that if during these years of orderly but steady remonstrance, every Englishman and woman had acted upon the principle you recommend, and had turned their thoughts and their conversation from the subject of negro slavery, because each one knew that he or she individually possessed no power to stop it? Do you think that if such had been the system acted upon, England would now have to boast of having abolished this most wicked traffic? Perhaps not, my dear. I think I understand you now, replied the honest-hearted old woman eagerly. Then now, my dear old friend, we shall, I think, never have any more disputes upon this subject. You, I, every servant in my house, every acquaintance I have in the world, may aid and assist in putting an end to this most atrocious factory system, which ought to weigh heavier upon every Christian English heart than ever the slave trade did. If the whole British Empire, nurse, did but know what we were about here, if the facts we heard from Mr. Bell to-day were but impressed upon the minds of all my fellow subjects, as they are on mine, the horrors he detailed would cease before another year was come and gone. God forbid then, my sweet child, that I should ever more raise my sinful voice to drown your righteous one. I have been a vain, self-sufficient old woman, my dear Mary, and clearly have been talking a great deal about that of which I know nothing. Only don't think I am cruel and hard-hearted, for though I do, as you truly say, though I do love you very much indeed, I am not such a wretch as to hear all we were told to-day without wishing to mend it. This was the last time Mary Brotherton had to do battle with her nurse on the subject of the factory system. Once awakened to the sense of its tyranny and injustice, and made to feel that the only hope of remedy lay in the possibility of universally raising British feeling against it, there was no danger that the right-hearted old woman would ever again turn with indifference, weariness, or displeasure from the theme. Her young mistress felt that she had touched the right string, and that she should never again have to fear discord where it was so essential to her comfort to find harmony. This change was really a comfort, and she felt it to be so, removing as it did one irksome feature from her situation, and for a few minutes it cheered her, and she said so cordially, but the next, a pang shot to her heart, as she remembered that this assurance of accordant counsels with her venerable nurse, could avail her nothing in the most painful of all her difficulties, for it promised no help either in obtaining light upon the mystery of poor Michael's abode, or in the still more pressing embarrassment of confessing to his unhappy mother and brother the impossibility of obtaining it. Yet this painful task must be performed, and that without delay, for well she knew that every hour that passed without their seeing her would be rendered dreadful both by the agony of fear, and the sickening hot and cold fits of uncertainty. But never had she felt herself so very a coward as while meditating this visit of the morrow. She saw in imagination the eager questioning of Edward's speaking eyes, and the heavy glance of his mother, anticipating the worst she had to tell.
Sometimes she thought she would await the coming of the boy to take his place in the school, and let him report the failure of all her inquiries to the poor widow. But there was a selfish cowardice in this which instantly struck her, and she seemed to hate herself for the suggestion. For above an hour after she had laid her head upon her pillow these thoughts kept her painfully awake, and it was only after deciding that she would once more see Martha Dowling, and try the effect of repeating to her, but without quoting her authority, the dark hints she had listened to, respecting Sir Matthew's possible motives. It was only when her restless thoughts had fixed themselves on this, that she at length closed her aching eyes in sleep. Above an hour before the usual hour of rising, Mary Brotherton was already at her writing desk. The idea of going to Dowling Lodge, and encountering the knight and his family, was intolerable, and she had therefore recourse to her pen as the means of obtaining the interview she wished for, without paying for it the penalty of such a visit. She wrote as follows: "My dear Miss Martha, I trust you are too good natured to be angry with me, even if you should think that I am taking a great liberty with you. But the truth is, that I much wish for the pleasure of seeing you, and yet am too idle this morning to venture upon a drive. Will you then have the great kindness to pass the morning with me here? I send my carriage, lest Lady Dowling should not have one at leisure to send with you. Believe me, my dear Miss Martha, yours very sincerely, Mary Brotherton." Having written, folded, and sealed this epistle, Mary recollected that it would be impossible to send it for at least 4 hours, and she smiled first, and then sighed, as she thought of the restless but useless activity which had caused her so needlessly to forestall her usual hour of rising. It would, in truth, have been better for her, poor girl, could she have slept through the time, for her waking thoughts had little that was pleasant to rest upon. Even the commencement of Edward's studies, to which she had before looked forward with great delight, now recurred to her only to bring the recollection that if she saw him, his thoughts would be neither of his new clothes nor his new books, but of Michael, and of her promise to get tidings of him. For his sake, and for her own too, she determined at least to escape this interview, feeling that it would be better for all parties that no tidings should be delivered to both mother and son at once, which could be done after his school hours, by her driving to Hoxley Lane, after she had taken Martha home. In pursuance of this resolution, she walked to the schoolhouse, renewed her orders that the greatest attention should be paid to the new scholar, Edward Armstrong, and care taken that if he were found backward for his age, he should neither be laughed at nor chid. She then left a message for him, stating that she should be engaged all the morning, but would see him at his mother's house after he left school. At 11 o'clock Miss Brotherton's equipage set off for Dowling Lodge, bearing her letter to Martha, and the interval till its return was an anxious one. First, she felt doubtful if her unusual invitation would be accepted, and if it were, she felt more doubtful still as to the nature of the scene which must follow. Nothing short of her earnest wish to redeem her promise to Mrs. Armstrong could have given Mary courage to do what she now meditated. She entertained not the slightest doubt of the intrinsic excellence of Martha Dowling. All she had ever seen of her, and still more, all she had heard from the Armstrongs, convinced her of this; and to pain her therefore, particularly in that most tender point, the exposure of her father, the tremendous effect of which upon her Mary had already witnessed, was one of the very last measures she could have been led to adopt. But a strong and stern feeling of justice urged her not to shrink from this. It was evident from the statement of Mrs. Armstrong that Martha had been actively instrumental in sending Michael to his present destination, let it be where it might. And painful or not painful, it was unquestionably right to make her understand the doubts that existed as to the boy's well-being, in order that she might avail herself, as she was bound to do, of her access to the only person who could explain the transaction. Having screwed her courage, therefore, to the strictness of examination necessary to her most righteous purpose, Mary left her boudoir in the possession of Mrs. Tremlett, and repaired to the library to await her guest. Nor did she wait long. Almost before the time arrived at which she had calculated that the carriage might return, the great house bell gave signal of a visitor, and the next moment Martha Dowling stood before her. The two young girls shook hands, and each observed that the other looked paler than she was wont to do. The heart of Mary sank within her as she marked the expression of Martha's countenance. Not only was it pale, but most speakingly anxious, and in addition to her usual shy and reserved manner, there was an appearance of uneasiness, and almost of fear, as she thought, which seemed to tell her that her object was suspected. Nor was she wrong. In pursuance of a promise given to Michael, Martha had visited the widow Armstrong, and the intense anxiety under which she found her suffering respecting the destination of her boy, awakened for the first time in her own mind a shadowy suspicion that all might not be right concerning him. The pang this cost her was terrible. Good and kind-hearted as she was, there was no strength of fibre in Martha's character which might enable her to brave everything rather than remain in doubt. She loved her father fondly, but she feared him more, and the stronger her suspicions grew, and unhappily the more she meditated the more they strengthened, the less power she felt either to refute or confirm them. The note of Miss Brotherton was delivered to her at the family breakfast table, and the instant she read it, the truth suggested itself to her mind. Had she been a free agent, the wounded, shrinking spirit of the poor girl would have certainly led her to invent some excuse for refusing an invitation so full of terror. But she was not. " What's that about, Martha?" said Sir Matthew, holding out his hand for the note. " It is from Miss Brotherton," muttered Martha, as she resigned it to him. " Mercy on me !" exclaimed her eldest sister, " what a wonderful fancy Miss Brotherton seems to have taken for Martha. I do think it is the very oddest thing I ever heard of." " What a goose you are, my dear, not to understand it," observed Miss Harriet, the second sister, giving at the same time a very significant glance towards her brother Augustus. " But good gracious !" retorted Miss Arabella, " why might not any other of us do as well? It would seem so much more natural in such an elegant and fashionable girl as she is." " She is afraid of us, Bella," replied Miss Harriet, tittering. Sir Matthew, who had not only read the note, but contrived to hear all that his two eldest daughters said concerning it, here burst into a laugh. " Set a thief to catch a thief, hey, Harriet? Come, Martha, start away. You have finished your breakfast long ago. I won't have the carriage kept waiting." " Must I go, papa?" said poor Martha, turning very pale. " Must you go, and with that die away look too? Why, Martha, are you jealous, because some folks fancy that the young lady wants to make friends with you, for more reasons than one?" " I would a great deal rather not go, papa," replied Martha in a beseeching accent. " Martha, I shall be in a downright passion with you in half a minute. Upon my honour, I never heard any thing so cross-grained and unsisterly in my life. Go this moment and get on your bonnet, and remember, if you please, from first to last, to speak of your brother as a sister ought to speak. And if she hints any thing about his having flirted a little with Carey Thompson, be sure to say that he only did it to laugh at her." As he spoke these words, Sir Matthew rose from the table, as if to accelerate the movement which was to send her off. Martha listened to him with the habitual reverence which she ever bestowed on all he uttered, but shook her head, as it seemed, involuntarily as he concluded. " Why, you don't mean to say he was in earnest, you good for nothing spiteful girl?" cried Lady Dowling, suddenly rousing herself from the dignified apathy in which she usually indulged. " What a shame !" cried one sister. " That's too bad !" cried the other. " Just like her though," sneered Mr. Augustus. " Hold your tongues, all of you," said Sir Matthew. " I know Martha better than any of ye, trust me for that, and what I bid her do, that she will do, and nothing else. Run away, Martha, don't mind any of 'em." Thus urged, thus goaded to the interview she dreaded, Martha hastened to leave the room. But ere she passed the door, something at her heart told her that her best course would be to take her father apart and tell him all. She turned back to look at him, but met a frown so strongly indicative of growing impatience at her delay, that yielding to the sort of slavish feeling in which she had been nurtured, she hurried forward to obey him. Had she possessed greater moral courage, many subsequent events would have been different. After the first salutation was over, Miss Brotherton, making a strong mental effort to subdue her agitation, of which she was infinitely more capable than her companion, begged her to sit down ; and then, placing herself where she could have, as a commentary on what she might induce her to say, the advantage of watching her countenance, she pronounced in a voice that she in vain laboured to render steady, " My dear Miss Martha, I have suffered a great deal of uneasiness since I last saw you respecting the little boy for whom — concerning whom — I mean Michael Armstrong, Martha. His mother is very wretched because she cannot discover to what place he has been sent ; and I, nothing doubting that it would be perfectly easy to learn this from you, rashly promised that I would obtain this information. Can you, dear girl, tell me more upon this subject now, than you could when last we met?" " I cannot, Miss Brotherton," replied Martha Dowling, in a voice so low and husky as hardly to be audible, but with a complexion and features that spoke so plainly what was passing in her heart, that Mary felt ashamed of having placed herself where she could so distinctly read all she suffered, and leaving her chair to share the sofa on which the poor girl was seated, she took her hand and said, " My poor dear Martha, it would be better for us both that I should speak sincerely. I have become acquainted with an individual, Martha, who knows more, much more, than either you or I can do, my dear girl, respecting the factories — those great magazines of human life and labour by which your father, and mine also, have grown from poverty to wealth. This person, Martha, on my questioning him respecting the probable destination of a child so circumstanced, did not scruple to reply, that if his master were displeased, and wished to be rid of him, there were places, factories, mills, dear Martha, where the business was so managed as to render labour very heavy punishment, and where it was easy to keep children, ay, hundreds of them, unseen and unknown for years. Do not tremble thus, dear Martha. Do not draw your hand away from me. Most sure I am that your heart and my heart must beat in sympathy on such a subject as this. Let us be mutually sincere, and we may help each other to undo whatever wrong may have been done. We both well know that your father was displeased with this poor widow's son. We know too that he is a person of great power and influence. The boy is gone — he will not tell us where. What is the inference? Turn not from it, Martha Dowling, turn not from it, my poor friend, but boldly and honestly seek out the truth, and let me know enough of it to save this helpless child from further suffering." " I have no means, Miss Brotherton," faltered poor Martha. " If all your dreadful thoughts were true, which you have no right to think they are, and still less have I — but if they were true, all true, I have no means to know it." " If you have any reason to believe them true," said Mary solemnly, " means must be taken, Martha Dowling, to stop further wrong. And this can only be by learning where Michael Armstrong has been sent. I apply to you for this with great reluctance, because I know the subject cannot be brought before you without causing pain. But I feel it my duty not to shrink from this, and it is yours, my dear girl, to obtain the information I require." " But if I agreed with you in this, Miss Brotherton, what are my means of obtaining it beyond your own?" said Martha, rousing herself, and feeling renewed courage from remembering that there was no proof whatever of the boy's being otherwise than well and happy. " Nay, Martha," returned the heiress gravely, " amongst those engaged in your father's service, you can hardly be at a loss to find some one who must have been employed in removing him." " And would you have me," replied the poor girl indignantly, " would you have me tamper with my father's servants, in order to obtain a knowledge of what it may be his will to keep secret? Miss Brotherton, I would rather die than do so." " I honour your filial feelings, Martha, and grieve to think that you are placed in circumstances which must compel you to make them secondary," said Mary gently. " Nothing can make them secondary," retorted Martha warmly. " I love my father, and I hold my duty to him the first and the highest I have to perform on earth." " Save only what you owe to your own soul, Martha Dowling," replied Mary. " Had you been yourself for nothing in this matter, I might think as you do, that your duty as a child must prevent your interfering in it, though even that, I suspect, would be but doubtful morality. But, Martha, the case is otherwise. It was by your influence that this helpless widow was induced to send her child away. She did not trust your father, but she trusted you. Do you not know, Martha, that I speak the truth? And if I do, can you for an instant doubt that your first duty is to redeem the pledge you gave to this poor trusting creature, who hazarded all that was dearest to her in life upon your assurance?" A passionate burst of tears, that seemed rather to convulse than relieve the bosom on which they fell, was the only answer Mary received to her cogent reasonings, and so evident was the suffering of the innocent culprit who appeared writhing under the discipline she inflicted, that nothing less deeply impressed on her heart than was the remembrance of Edward and his mother, and the grief that threatened to destroy them both, could have given her courage to persevere. "Martha, dear Martha, be reasonable!" cried Mary, throwing her arms around her. " If you knew what I suffered in making you suffer, you would pity me. But I have no choice left me. I am not a free agent, Martha, any more than you are. We are both bound in honour, honesty, Christian faith, and Christian mercy, not to let any feeling stop us till we have restored Michael Armstrong to his mother."
"Restore him!" sobbed Martha. "Alas, Miss Brotherton, the poor woman herself has prevented the possibility of that. Do you not know that he is apprenticed? Let us but know where he is, Martha, and if the situation be one that his mother can reasonably disapprove, there can be little doubt but means may be taken to release him. Teach us but where to find him, dearest Martha," cried Mary fervently, "and we will all pray for blessings on your head." "I cannot do it," replied Martha, with a sigh that very nearly approached a groan. "How know you that you cannot, Martha? Will you not try to learn this cruel, this nefarious secret?" "No, I will not, Miss Brotherton," replied the unhappy girl with sudden firmness. "If any wrong has been done to this boy, I know that it must rest upon my head. So let it. The remembrance of it may bring me to the grave, and there I shall find mercy and forgiveness. But it shall not place me in rebellion to my father, nor force me to reveal any secrets which it may be his pleasure to keep. Now let me go, Miss Brotherton. I doubt not you have acted according to your sense of duty, and so have I. In this at least we are equal. Pray let me go. I am not well, and greatly wish to be at home." Mary looked at her with surprise, and almost with terror. She was as pale as death, and shook as she stood up before her, as if she had been seized with an ague fit. "Alas, Martha!" she exclaimed, "I have made you very miserable and very ill, yet have gained nothing by it. You shall go, my poor girl, you shall go instantly, but ere we part, let me implore you to examine in silence, and alone, the question of right and wrong in this case. Paint to yourself the misery of the wretched mother, and remember that yourself, I must say it, though I wring both our hearts as I do it, yourself, Martha Dowling, are the cause of it." "You have said enough, Miss Brotherton, to destroy my peace for ever," replied the miserable girl, "but not enough to make me act as a spy upon my father. Farewell! Do not let us meet again. It is too painful." Without waiting for an answer, Martha Dowling wrapped her shawl about her and hurried to the door. "The carriage is not waiting, Miss Dowling," said the vexed and disappointed Mary, who had gained nothing from this painful interview, but the conviction that the well-intentioned but erring Martha was as much persuaded of the boy's having been unfairly dealt with as herself. "Let me order the carriage for you." "No, no, I cannot wait. I can walk. I know the way. Indeed I can stay no longer," replied Martha, hurrying on, and closing the door of the room after her, and before Miss Brotherton could reopen it she had already passed through the hall, and was almost running from the house. Mary lost not a moment in summoning a servant, and ordering the carriage to follow her with all speed, an order which was so well obeyed that the unhappy Martha was overtaken ere she had walked a mile, and gladly did she then avail herself of it; for by that time every other painful feeling was merged in the terror of having to explain to her father the cause of her having so parted with Miss Brotherton, as to return unattended and on foot. Perfect love casteth out fear, and perfect fear may perhaps petrify the heart into a sort of unstruggling desperation. But a union of the two reduces the mind to a state of slavery the most abject, leaving no strength whereby any healthful moral feeling can be sustained. Martha's whole care, on returning home, was to satisfy her father that nothing particular had passed in her interview with the heiress, and unfortunately for all parties, she succeeded. Miss Brotherton meanwhile mounted a little pony phaeton with Mrs. Tremlett, and with a heavy heart proceeded to Hoxley lane. But, painful as was her errand, her condition was a far happier one than that of Martha Dowling; for in her there was no mixture of motives to paralyze every word and act. Her kind heart sought and found counsel in her sound and upright judgment, and, sustained by it, she executed her task without shrinking. A little reflection on the subject convinced her that it was now become her duty to confess to her poor client, not only that her exertions to discover the abode of Michael had been unsuccessful, but that she began to fear that there must be some unpleasant reason for the difficulties thrown in the way of obtaining the information she had sought. It required some courage to utter this, but when it was done, Mary was surprised to perceive that its effect, both upon the mother and son, was very trifling. Having candidly stated her fears, she remained silent, the eyes of both being fixed upon her with a sort of quiet hopelessness that was perhaps more painful to contemplate than more vehement demonstrations of grief. "Our thanks are not the less due to you, ma'am," said the widow gently. And don't vex your kind heart by thinking that we are disappointed. Edward and I guessed true from almost the first. That is, from when he was taken off without bidding us good-bye. Sir Matthew is known better by his mill people, ma'am, than by the great gentry that turns their eyes away from labour and sorrow, to revel and grow fat upon our graves. You would never be like to hear the truth from them, and I am told that even now, the country round rings with praises of Sir Matthew's goodness to Michael. 'Tis better to hear it, but it is God's will our portion should be bitter here. He has power to make it up to us hereafter, and it is there we must fix our hope." "Most sure and most blessed is that hope," replied Mary fervently, "yet it should never check our efforts to put to profit the means of happiness he has granted to us here. I have now told you the very worst, Mrs. Armstrong, for I have told you not only all I know, but all I fear. Nor will I again pledge myself to do more than I am quite sure it is in my power to perform. I think you will believe me without my talking about it, that I shall not give up the search I have undertaken. But till some new light reaches us, we should but waste our time, and wear our spirits by speaking on the subject. Let us rather think and speak of the welfare of the dear boy that is left you. This will be no hindrance to our restoring his brother, if it be God's will that we should have the power. Tell me, Edward, how did you get on at school to-day?" "Everybody was kind to me," answered the boy. "That's well, dear boy, and everybody will be kind to you. He looks nicely in his new clothes, does he not, Mrs. Armstrong?" "He does indeed, ma'am, and I could almost fancy that he looked better in health already, for having left the mill," replied the widow. "And I feel better," said Edward, looking at his mother with his soft thoughtful eyes, "and I don't think it would be impossible for me to grow well again." "My boy, my boy!" cried the poor cripple, raising herself in her bed and throwing her arms around him. "Should I dare to complain of anything, if that were possible? But oh, Teddy, wouldn't he have given one of his little hands to see it?" This appeal, which in truth only echoed the thoughts of his own heart, overthrew all the courage of Edward, and his tears again flowed as fast as those of his poor mother. A renewal of weakness of which they might have both been still more ashamed than they were, had they not perceived that neither Miss Brotherton nor her old friend had dry eyes. Mary, however, was too wise to let this last. "This dear boy," said she, "has said that which ought to give us all courage. I can hardly tell you the delightful feeling which the hope of his restoration to health would give me. It would repay me 1,000-fold for all the pain I have suffered. Let us fix our thoughts on this hope, and trust me it shall be realized, if medical skill and kind treatment can do it." It was with this assurance she left them, and if any earthly promise could have healed the anguish of the mother's heart, it would have been this. But her two children were so twined and twisted together in her thoughts, that meditating upon her hopes for Edward inevitably brought her terrors for Michael before her, and it was but with a fitful sort of satisfaction that the boy dwelt upon his anticipations of being useful to her, or that she listened to him. 2 days after this, while Miss Brotherton and Mrs. Tremlett were pursuing their usual morning occupations in the boudoir, a servant announced that a lady and gentleman were in the drawing room. Had the announcement been of a gentleman alone, Mary's thoughts would have instantly suggested Mr. Bell, for they had been fixed upon him, and the hope of his coming through both the preceding days. But the mention of the lady puzzled her. Nevertheless, the gentleman was Mr. Bell, and no other, and the frank and simple kindness with which he said, as he led the lady forward to meet her, "Miss Brotherton, I wanted my wife to know you too," rendered the introduction as agreeable as it was unexpected. "If you and I, my dear young lady," said he, "take to consulting together concerning what we may hope, and what we may do in aid of the suffering people by whom we are surrounded, we shall do well to take this good little woman into the committee, for she has probably more practical knowledge of the subject we were discussing when last we met, than any other lady you could meet with." Equally cordial and sincere was the welcome Mary gave to her new friends; and if sympathy of feeling, and a community of interest on a subject of deep importance to them all, could have sufficed to make them happy, the long morning they passed together would have been one of great enjoyment. But they were all too much in earnest to be called happy while dwelling upon the frightful subject to which their thoughts were turned. The longer Mary listened to those whose lives were passed in struggling to assuage the misery around them, and in battling with the horrid principles which produced it, the more deeply did she feel that she too was called upon to labour in the same thorny vineyard. Yet terrible as were the subjects discussed,
and sad as was the conviction that no power less mighty than that of the law could redress the evils they deplored, there was still something inexpressibly soothing to her feelings, in finding herself thus in intimate relation with persons who comprehended and shared in the sentiments which had become so essentially a part of herself. Though her conscience had told her, from the first moment her attention had been called to the subject, that it was her duty not to turn away from it, she had hitherto met little but opposition from those around her, and though steadfast and firm in purpose, she had often felt heavy in spirit from knowing herself to be alone, when she so much wanted assistance and support. This oppressive loneliness she could never suffer from again, as long as Mr. Bell and his excellent wife were within her reach, and fervently did she bless the courage which had led her to their dwelling. Tidings of poor Michael, however, there were none. Mr. Bell had sought information concerning him wherever he thought it possible to obtain them, but he had learnt nothing. Nevertheless, he declared himself by no means satisfied that the boy might not be at some one of the Bastille-like establishments to which he had applied. "I know them, and they know me too well," he said, "for me to make implicit confidence in any answer they may be pleased to make, to any question I may venture to ask. If I knew where to find a trustworthy stranger, who could not by possibility be recognized by any one as a friend of mine, I still think the chances would be greatly in favour of our finding the boy at some of the noted apprenticing establishments which I have named. But in truth, I know not where to look for such a person." "Am I not such a one?" cried Mary eagerly. "Hardly a creature in the world, beyond the town of Ashleigh and its neighbourhood, knows me personally, and in all such places as those you have named, the Emperor of all the Russias would not be less likely to be recognized." "But how, my dear young lady, could you represent yourself with any face of probability as interested in the inquiries you would have to make?" demanded Mr. Bell. "Methinks, Mr. Bell," replied Mary, colouring with her own enthusiasm, "methinks I could carry through an enterprise which had the recovery of little Michael for its object, with a degree of diplomatic skill that would surprise you. It should not be by downright and direct inquiry that I should proceed. Where such inquiry would be likely to excite suspicion, I would only contrive to insinuate myself and my eyes, and would ask no questions save what they should answer." "Many strangers, travelling, desire to see the factories, certainly," replied Mr. Bell musingly, "but you are so young to undertake a wandering expedition. And then, how could you be accompanied? Your servants would unquestionably announce you everywhere." "I am older, I think, than you suppose," replied Mary. "And if I undertake this, I will be accompanied by Mrs. Tremlett, with whom I have no reserves, and by no one else." "You cannot travel without attendants, Miss Brotherton," said the clergyman, looking at her kindly, but as if doubting that she was quite in earnest. "Do not either of you judge me harshly," replied the heiress, with great earnestness. "Do not set me down in your own judgments as a hot-headed girl, indifferent to the opinions of society, and anxious only to follow the whim of the moment. Did I belong to any one, I think I should willingly yield to their guidance. But I am alone in the world. I have no responsibilities but to God and my own conscience, and the only way I know of, by which I can make this desolate sort of freedom endurable, is by fearlessly, and without respect to any prejudices or opinions whatever, employing my preposterous wealth in assisting the miserable race from whose labours it has been extracted. If you can aid me in doing this, you will do me good. But you will do me none, Mr. Bell, by pointing out to me the etiquettes by which the movements of other young ladies are regulated. I cannot think that I have any right to a place among them; and I therefore feel that to check any possible usefulness by a constant reference to the usages of persons with whom I have little or nothing in common, would be putting on very heavy harness, neither effective for use nor for ornament. But something too much of this. I must not talk of myself," she added cheerfully. "Let us examine the possibility of my setting off with Mrs. Tremlett on a little home tour, without announcing the important event to the neighbourhood, or taking any servants with me to enact the part of fame behind my chariot." "By what conveyance would you propose to travel, Miss Brotherton?" inquired Mr. Bell, still looking, as an American would say, as if he could not realize the scheme. Mary meditated for a moment, and then replied, "In the first instance, if you and Mrs. Bell will permit it, we shall go to your house in the same manner as before, only carrying with us a small travelling trunk, or so, such as would be necessary if we were going to pass a week with you. On the following morning we would set off by the coach, in which you will secure places for us. At we will order dinner and beds, like any other travellers,
and inquire of the waiter what will be the best way of getting a sight of the factories."
"And he will tell you that such and such factories, naming precisely those in which there would not be the slightest chance of finding the boy, may be seen by application made to Mr. So and so," said Mr. Bell.
Mary coloured, and seemed about to answer him; but either from consciousness that she had nothing very satisfactory to reply, or because she had some notion in her head, not sufficiently digested to communicate, she changed her purpose, and instead of combating an objection which seemed almost fatal, drew from her pocket a set of little ivory tablets, on which she had written the names of all the establishments within a distance of 20 miles, notorious for taking apprentices, and of retaining them by means that converted the scene of their labour into a most strict and wretched prison house. She read their names aloud. "These, I think, were all you mentioned to me?" said she.
"I think they were," replied Mr. Bell. "But to these, believe me, you will get no admission as a visitor."
"Will you admit me as a visitor, if I come to you the day after to morrow, Mrs. Bell?" said the heiress playfully, and apparently wishing to waive any further discussion of her projects. "Most joyfully," was the kind and hospitable reply. "Then for the rest we must trust to chance. And now, if you will let me, I will show you my pretty garden," said Miss Brotherton, rising, and taking from a chair by the open window the ever ready shawl and parasol, which made her lawns and shrubberies essentially a part of her dwelling place. "Of all the fine things I possess, I believe I am only truly thankful for this," she continued. "I hardly know how I should pass my life if I had not a garden." The garden was indeed one that spoke of its owner's love, by a multitude of enjoyable nooks that seemed all courting her approach, and by that perfection of elegant neatness which is never found in an equal degree where the mistress is indifferent respecting it. To her new friends' praises of all this she listened with pleasure, and sketched many pleasant plans for future meetings, when they should not, as they declared unavoidable now, remain only while their horse was resting. But Mary said not a word more on the subject of her purposed expedition till the very moment of their departure, and then it was only to remind them that they would see her come with her friend to claim their promised hospitality on the next day but one. This was received with renewed promises of a joyful welcome, and so they parted. The next day was a busy one for Mary. In the first place, she was closeted for at least 2 hours after breakfast with Mrs. Tremlett, and whatever might be the subject of their conversation, it appeared to end satisfactorily, for when it was over, Mary embraced her old friend very cordially, saying, "I feel more grateful, much more grateful, than I have words to express, Nurse Tremlett, and never shall I forget your kindness to me." After this they drove to the entrance of Hoxley lane, and walked thence to pay a farewell visit to Mrs. Armstrong. And here it was evident that however wild the projects might be which the heiress had conceived, she knew how to be discreetly silent concerning them, for after bestowing upon the widow a gratuity sufficient to supply all her wants for a longer time than she purposed to be absent, she took leave of her, saying, "You will not see me again, Mrs. Armstrong, for a week or more. I am engaged to go from home for that time. But I shall take care that Edward shall receive as much attention at the school as if I were at home. Be sure also that my absence will not make me the less mindful of Michael. Neither at home or abroad shall I cease to employ every means in my power to obtain intelligence concerning him." To Edward, whom she visited at the school, she gave the same assurance, adding an earnest injunction that he should keep in mind the necessity of exerting himself, both for the industrious prosecution of his studies, and the not less important regulation of his mind on the subject of his brother's absence, the welfare of his mother greatly depending upon both. Weakness of every kind seemed to vanish before the powerful stimulant thus offered, and she left her little protege comforted and invigorated by the belief that he had a great duty to perform, and that his mother was the object of it. The preparations for her own and her friend's convenience during the journey were very simple, but they puzzled her maid considerably. First, it was so very odd that she should be going out upon a visit and take absolutely no dinner dresses at all with her; and secondly, it was, if possible, odder still, that she should not take her. But Mary listened to all the hints and innuendoes to which these feelings gave rise with a sort of gentle indifference, which was doubtless very provoking, till at length she was induced to damp the curiosity, which she feared might prove inconveniently active during her absence, by saying, "I am going to visit the family of a clergyman, Morgan, and, as much dress will not be necessary, I shall not want you."
This was perfectly satisfactory. A clergyman's family where much dress would not be necessary, was where the lady's maid never did, nor never could want to go. Nothing could have been more judicious than these explanatory words. They accorded perfectly with the report of the servants who attended the carriage, and so completely satisfied the household that, though it was the first absence of so long duration that she had made from her home since she became mistress of it, it fortunately led to no gossipings whatever. We must not pause to describe the pleasant sociable evening passed by our travellers at the house of Mr. Bell, nor even to relate all that was said in the course of it, concerning the expedition they were about to undertake. Every instruction, every hint which Mr. Bell believed might be useful, he gave clearly and succinctly, and not a word of it was lost upon Mary. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 22. Miss Brotherton sets off on her travels and feels frightened at her own temerity. But speedily recovers her courage and plays the heroine. She visits some factories and is introduced to a Sunday school. She approaches the precincts of the Deep Valley. Part 1. It was about 9 o'clock on a bright autumn morning that Miss Brotherton and her faithful nurse mounted into a lumbering 6-inside vehicle bound for XXIII. Their 2 small trunks, with Mrs. Tremlett passenger modestly written on both, were safely lodged on the top. Mr. Bell gave them a silent blessing and a silent nod. The horseboy vociferated "All right," and the richest young lady in Lancashire rolled off, very literally in search of adventures. The novelty of her situation, and of her sensations of every kind, the unceremonious examination bestowed upon her by a smart young clerk who sat opposite, the anxious look of Mrs. Tremlett's usually tranquil face, and the consciousness that the enterprise she was upon must even by herself be characterized as wildly extravagant, if not carried through with much steady courage and discretion, altogether produced a feeling of oppression on her heart that very nearly overcame her. "Am I acting rightly in thus exposing myself?" was the question that her startled nerves suggested. And had her conscience been unable to answer it boldly and promptly, her condition would have been really pitiable. Happily, however, this was not the case. There was some feminine timidity about Mary Brotherton, but not an atom of false shame or affectation of any kind. "Yes, I am right," was the answer recorded on her heart of hearts. "And shame to me if I shrink at the first step, for no better reason than because the dust flies, and a vulgar young man stares me in the face." From that moment Mary recoiled no more; and a little resolute meditation on her object, and of the strength demanded to obtain it, so effectually restored her usual self-possession, that she looked round upon her fellow travellers with as little embarrassment as if she had been used to travel in public all her life, nodded to Mrs. Tremlett with an encouraging smile, and thought how very silly people were who fancied that everything unusual must of necessity be terrible. "Are you going all the way to XXIII, Miss?" said a good-natured looking woman, who sat bodkin between the smart clerk and Mrs. Tremlett. "Yes, ma'am, I am," replied Mary civilly. The good-natured woman twisted herself round to reconnoitre Mrs. Tremlett. "Your mamma, I suppose, my dear?" "No, ma'am, the lady is a friend." "Oh, I ask your pardon, you are so very much alike, made me say it." Mary bowed, Mrs. Tremlett smiled. The good-natured looking woman persevered in the same train of pertinent observation, sometimes addressed to one passenger, and sometimes to another, so as to prevent the party from sinking into total silence, which might otherwise perhaps have happened. But Mary bore her share in this trifling annoyance with perfect good humour. And when at length they arrived at XXIII, and Mrs. Tremlett asked her in rather piteous accents, the moment they were alone together, whether she did not feel dreadfully worn out, she cheerfully replied, "Not the least in the world, my dear friend." "Thank God!" replied the old woman fervently. "I know you do so hate to be bothered, Mary, that I was afraid that old fool would put you out of all patience." "Times are altered with me now, nurse Tremlett," replied Mary. "I have left off living for myself, and I feel my temper improving already by it. Now then, ring the bell and give your orders. Remember, nurse, you are the great lady, and must order everything." Encouraged by this cheerful submission to circumstances, which was in truth somewhat more than she expected, Mrs. Tremlett began to think that Mary might indeed prove capable of carrying through the scheme, the first sketch of which had appeared so wild, that nothing short of a devotion to her will, which knew no bounds, could have surmounted her averseness to it. " My darling child !" cried the old woman, looking at her with equal admiration and delight, " your mind is as strong as your heart is tender, and never will I again oppose my silly ignorance to any thing you wish to do." It was not difficult in this first stage of their expedition to follow exactly the plan that had been laid down. The two ladies professed themselves to be travellers, anxious to see all objects of curiosity, and particularly the factories, which were, as they observed, so famous throughout all the world. The master of the hotel where they lodged exerted himself with the utmost civility to gratify so natural a desire, and Mrs. Tremlett and Mary were accordingly promenaded, on the following morning, through one of the largest establishments of the town. It is probable, from the drowsiness of the public mind on the subject, that many travelling strangers who are in like manner led by a skilful official through the various floors of a factory, retire from the spectacle they present without having any feeling of sympathy excited by the cursory glance they have thrown over the silent unobtrusive little beings, one moment of whose unchanging existence they have been permitted to witness. It is the vast, the beautiful, the elaborate machinery by which they were surrounded that called forth all their attention, and all their wonder. The uniform ceaseless movement, sublime in its sturdy strength and unrelenting activity, drew every eye, and wrapped the observer's mind in boundless admiration of the marvellous power of science. No wonder that along every line a score of noiseless children toiled, unthought of, after the admirable machine. Strangers do not visit factories to look at them. It is the triumphant perfection of British mechanism which they come to see. It is of that they speak, of that they think, of that they boast when they leave the life-consuming process behind them. The more delicate, and, alas, living springs by which the Great Artificer has given movement to the beings made in his own image, are not worth a thought the while. The scientific speculator sees nothing to excite his intellectual acumen in them. He hardly knows that they are there, but gazes with enthusiasm and almost reverence on the myriads of whirling spindles amidst which they breathe their groans, unheeded and unheard. But it was not thus that Mary won her way through the whirling hissing world of machinery into which she now entered for the first time in her life. The hot and tainted atmosphere seemed to weigh upon her spirits, as well as upon her lungs, and the weary aspect of the Drakes, and the failing joints of Edward Armstrong became fearfully intelligible as she watched the children, and she watched nothing else, who dragged their attenuated limbs along. Then it was that Mr. Bell's tremendous statement of the number of suffering beings thus employed came with full force upon her mind. She would have given years of existence at that moment, could she have believed it false. 200,000 little creatures created by the abounding mercy of God, with faculties for enjoyment so perfect, that no poverty short of actual starvation can check their joy, so long as innocence and liberty be left them. 200,000 little creatures for whose freedom from toil during their tender years the awful voice of nature has gone forth, to be snatched away, living and feeling, from the pure air of heaven, while the beautiful process is going on by which their delicate fabric gradually strengthens into maturity, taken for ever from all with which their Maker has surrounded them for the purpose of completing his own noblest work, taken and lodged amidst stench and stunning, terrifying tumult, driven to and fro till their little limbs bend under them, hour after hour, day after day, the repose of a moment to be purchased only by yielding their tender bodies to the fist, the heel, or the strap of the overlooker. All this rushed together upon poor Mary's heart and soul, and turning deadly pale, she seized the arm of her friend to save her from falling. " Terrible hot day !" roared their conductor, in the hideous scream by which some human voices can battle successfully with the din of machinery. Fortunately, they were near the door of the room, and Mrs. Tremlett, urging her steps forward, now brought her to an open window outside it. The fresh air, so carefully excluded within, soon revived her. Except in the mills of Messrs. Wood and Walker at Bradford, it is difficult to find any factory properly ventilated, free admission of air being injurious to many of the processes carried on in them. The colour returned to her lips, and having remained silently inhaling the breeze for another minute or two, she signified her wish to proceed. " Not now, Mary, pray not now," said the frightened Mrs. Tremlett. " Indeed, indeed, you have not strength for it." Mary gave her one steady look, and the opposition ceased ; for it said as plainly as look could speak, " Is it thus that I shall find Michael Armstrong?" " For a moment I felt the heat oppressive," said Miss Brotherton, in a voice of very steady composure, " but I am quite sure the sensation will not return. I came to on purpose to see the factories, my dear friend, and indeed you must not disappoint me." " The young lady's right," replied their conductor, " she'll never see the like of our mills, you may depend upon that. Why, all the machinery in the known world put all together won't equal one of our spinning mills. There is nothing in creation to compare to it ; and I don't question but the young lady heard as much before she come. So it would be altogether wrong to disappoint her of the sight of 'em." " Thank you," said Mary. " Are we to go up stairs now?" " Yes, if you please, miss. We have got 7 stories here, and, thank God, all is busy just now, one as the other, from the bottom to the top." On entering the second room, Mary felt, as she expected, that her bodily strength was quite sufficient to sustain her. She had not habituated herself to " seek the sun upon the upland lawn" for nothing. Few girls so lapped in luxury could boast of equal vigour and activity. The first aspect of the system, the horrors of which had been so clearly explained to her, in action, was for a moment overwhelming ; but it was past — the terrible premier pas could not come again, and far from shrinking from the task she had imposed upon herself, she left the enormous fabric, after having perseveringly mounted to its summit, with the satisfactory conviction that she should not fail in her enterprise either from want of strength or from want of will. Good Mrs. Tremlett, however, still felt less confident upon the subject, and no sooner found herself tete a tete with her young mistress within the shelter of their drawing room, than she said, " You will never stand it, Miss Mary, feeling about it all as you do. The sight of those poor ragged, sickly little souls will be the death of you." " Then so let me die, dear nurse," replied Mary. " If I have not vigour enough both of mind and body to be in some degree useful, I should hardly think it worth while to live. But I know myself better, nurse Tremlett. I turned sick and giddy, I confess, on entering that first room, but it is my friend Mr. Bell who has to answer for it. The impressions received at that moment by my senses served as a specimen of all the horrors he had described to me. The account I had heard enabled me at a glance to comprehend the scene before me, while that scene itself acted back again, as it were, upon my memory, making me understand, 1,000 times more clearly than before, all the frightful details he had given me. The effect of this was overpowering, but it cannot return upon me again in the same manner. I am already hardened. Think therefore no more of me, dear friend, but let us cogitate together upon the likeliest way of turning all such visits to account." This cogitation led them both to the conclusion that it might, for the sake of appearances, be as well to take the landlord's recommendation to another of the establishments usually pointed out to the attention of strangers, and then to consult the ivory tablets and venture upon a visit to the only one near, named therein, as notorious for the reception of apprentices. In pursuance of this plan, the waiter was again interrogated when he attended the ladies at their luncheon, and again he brought a written address from his master, accompanied by a message intimating that the following morning being Sunday, the ladies might have the advantage of visiting the Sunday school attached to the factory, for which he had given the address, to a sight of which they would be admitted without difficulty, if they would make known their wishes for such admission to the person who would show them the factory. " There is a Sunday school attached to the establishment?" said Mary in an accent of great satisfaction. " Yes, miss," replied the man, " Messrs. Robert and Joseph Tomlins, the serious gentleman as owns the factory, has built a schoolroom altogether at their own expense, and attends their own selves in person every Sunday morning, to see that both master and children puts the time to profit. Their factory is about a mile or so out of the town, but master says as he can let you have a carriage very reasonable." " I should wish to go there by all means," replied Mary. " Desire the carriage may be got ready for us directly." The man left the room to obey her. " Thank Heaven !" exclaimed Mary, as the door closed behind him. " There is, then, some Christian feeling still left among them here, as well as at Bradford. We shall not here, at least, be shocked by witnessing such degrading ignorance as that of the poor Drakes. They are treated like Christian children, at any rate." " Most surely it is a pleasure to hear of it, my dear," replied Mrs. Tremlett, " and it is quite as well, Mary, that we have got to ride to it.
At least, if you feel like me, my dear." Less than half an hour's drive brought the travellers to a large factory, which, whatever it might be within, was on the outside, though in itself as grim as coal smoke could make it, surrounded by a fine expanse of rural scenery. In answer to their application at the gates they were civilly desired to walk in, and presently found that the routine of exhibition was precisely similar to that of the morning. It struck them both, however, that if possible, the children looked more worn and weary, more miserably lean, and more frightfully pallid than those they had seen before. Nevertheless Mary failed not, when taking leave of their conductor, to request the permission to attend the Sunday school on the morrow. "Certainly," was the reply, pronounced in a tone as clearly announcing the speaker's connection with the party self-styled evangelical, as the broadest Irish brogue does the birthright of the speaker to call himself a son of the Emerald Isle. "Certainly. The Lord forbid that Christian woman should ask to be present at the doings of the godly and be refused." On inquiring the hour at which they should be there, the man replied, "As the clock in the tower of the Lord's house strikes 7, Mr. Joseph Tomlins, by the blessing of God, will begin to speak the exhortation. The prayer will follow from the lips of Mr. Robert, and then the schooling will begin." "We must be here then exactly at 7," said Mary. 10 minutes earlier would be more decent time," replied the man, with a gravity of aspect that approached a frown. "Our gentlemen are very strict as to their hours in all things." They civilly promised to be very punctual, and departed. The factory was built on the side of a hill so steep that the back part of it, to which the shed used as a school room was attached, could not be safely approached by a carriage. Miss Brotherton, therefore, and her old friend, on arriving at the bottom of the hill on the following morning, got out, and desiring the vehicle to await their return, proceeded on foot by the path pointed out to them as the way to Master Tomlin's school. The ladies were more than punctual, for it still wanted 7:15. They therefore seated themselves on a fallen tree by the roadside, and watched the arrival of 1 or 2 miserable looking children, who were laggingly approaching the spot. "You look half asleep, my poor child," said Mary, laying her hand on the shoulder of a little girl, who, ragged, pale, half washed, and with eyes half closed, was being dragged onward by an older child, a boy apparently about 10 years old. "She be so hard asleep by times," said the boy, "that I can't get her on." "But why is that, my dear? Surely 7 o'clock is not so very early," said Mary. "We were all to the mill till 5 minutes afore 12, said the boy, making another effort to pull his sister onward. "How, do you mean to tell me that you were working at midnight?" demanded Mary. 5 minutes afore 12 we stopped, 'cause it was Sunday," replied the boy. "Come along, Peggy," he added with another stout tug. "I shall catch it to-morrow from the looker if I's so late for the sortation." The little girl, who had fallen fairly asleep during this short delay, being thus roused again, stumbled onwards, leaving Mrs. Tremlett and Mary alike undeceived as to the humanity of instituting a school to be carried on under such regulations. They determined, however, to witness with their own eyes the operation of teaching children to read, who were fast asleep, and walking on came within sight of the schoolroom door just as Mr. Joseph Tomlins showed himself on the step before it, with his watch in one hand and a Bible in the other. "Wicked and ungrateful children," he began, "is this the way you obey your earthly master, who leaves his comfortable bed and his breakfast untouched, to lead you to the feet of your heavenly one? Wicked, idle, and ungrateful." But at this moment Miss Brotherton and Mrs. Tremlett appeared in sight, and in a voice suddenly changed from reprobation into drawling softness, he went on, "Come unto him, little children, I forbid you not, but urge you with tender Christian love, early and late, late and early, to hear his word and sing his praise." Here he stopped, and bowing to the ladies, offered to lead them to a place where they might be well accommodated for the exhortation and the prayer, and for hearing the children also, if they wished it. As soon as they had entered the sort of pew to which Mr. Tomlins led them, the 20 or 30 miserable looking children who were assembled in the room were called upon by a loud word of command to kneel, and down they tumbled, the elder ones in several instances taking the little creatures already asleep beside them, and placing them on the floor as nearly as they could in the attitude commanded. The sonorous voice of Mr. Joseph Tomlins was then heard pronouncing an exhortation, intended to show that obedience to their earthly masters was the only way of saving children from the eternal burning, prepared for those who were disobedient in the world to come.
Mary, as she looked earnestly round upon every child present, greatly doubted if there was one sufficiently awake to listen to this ; and in her heart she blessed the heaviness which saved them from hearing the mercy of their Maker blasphemed. A prayer followed this exhortation, as little like what a prayer ought to be as was the preparation of the little congregation who listened to it for bearing part in a religious ceremony. Still Mary Brotherton waited to the end, nor left her station till the nominal business of instruction had proceeded sufficiently to convince her that poor Sophy Drake's account was strictly true, when she said, keeping our eyes open Sundays wasn't possible, because they didn't strap us. The children were not strapped, and consequently they were, with very few exceptions, literally fast asleep during the hour and a half that this ostentatious form of instruction was going on. Unwilling to attract more notice than was necessary, Miss Brotherton and her companion remained till the drowsy tribe were roused, awakened, and dismissed by the loud voice of Mr. Joseph Tomlins, and then they also slipped away, regained the carriage that waited for them, and returned to III. "Now then," said Mary, as their one horse dragged them deliberately along, " now then, dear Tremlett, our search must really begin. As soon as we have breakfasted, we will set off in this same equipage for Mill, that being the first on my list where apprentices are taken, and moreover within a morning's drive of III. "And how shall you endeavour to gain admittance, my dear?" demanded her friend. " As we did yesterday, merely stating that we are strangers, travelling, who are desirous of seeing the factories," replied Mary. " But you don't expect to get in, my dear, do you? After all Mr. Bell told you about apprentices?" exclaimed Mrs. Tremlett. " Probably not," was the answer, " and in that case, my dear woman, you know what is to happen." " You are really in earnest then, Miss Mary?" rejoined her friend in an accent which betrayed some nervousness. " You really mean to do all you said when we were shut up together?" " Most certainly I do," replied Miss Brotherton gravely. " Did you suppose I was jesting, nurse Tremlett, in what I then said to you?" " Not jesting, Miss Mary. No, certainly not jesting. Only I thought that maybe after a little more thinking about it you might change your mind." " You do not yet understand me, nurse," said Mary with vexation. " You do not yet comprehend how determined I am to persevere in the business I have undertaken." " Do not say so, dearest Miss Mary," replied the old woman with emotion. " I do understand you. I do know that you will leave no stone unturned to obtain your object. And indeed, I love you 1,000 times better than I ever did, and that is just because I do understand you. Only I did not feel quite sure that you would have courage." " We shall see, nurse Tremlett. Courage, I believe, often depends more upon the earnestness of the will than the strength of the nerves," said Mary. Their attempt to get admittance to the apprentice factory was, as they both expected, abortive. They were told that no persons were admitted there except on business, and having nothing such to plead, they retreated as they had advanced, somewhat fearful lest their having taken so much trouble for nothing, might excite the alarming observation, " It is very odd," on the part of their driver or some of his gossips. The distance was considerably greater than they had expected, and they had little more time on their return to III. than sufficed for securing places in a cross country coach for the morrow, which would convey them to a small town named by Mr. Bell, within a morning's drive of which were 2 establishments known to receive apprentices, howsoever and wheresoever they could get them. Having again booked their places in the name of Tremlett, prepared their travelling luggage for further progress, and taken a meal that served for dinner and tea in one, they went to rest. But it was long ere the excited mind of Mary permitted her to sleep ; nor did she, in fact, close her eyes till, after repeated consideration, she had decided totally to change the plan of operations she had fixed upon for the morrow. Mrs. Tremlett had not yet left her bed when her young mistress appeared at the foot of it, on the following morning, with her ivory tablets in her hand. " Nurse Tremlett," she said, " do you remember which, among all the places mentioned here, was the one Mr. Bell declared that he considered as the most likely for Sir Matthew to have selected, if his purpose was to keep the abode of Michael Armstrong unknown?" " Dear me, my dear Miss Mary ! Only think of your being up already and me lying abed so," was the reply she received. " Never mind that, dear nurse. It's not getting up time yet. Only I am restless. Do you remember the name of the mills Mr. Bell particularly dwelt upon?" " I dare say I might, Miss Mary, if I was to hear it spoken again. said the old woman, sitting up in bed, and endeavouring to feel awake. " Now then, listen, dear soul, and stop me when you think I name the right." Mary then turned to her tablets, and read the names, with the descriptions of the localities inscribed there. It was not till she had reached the last on the list that Mrs. Tremlett again spoke, and then she exclaimed promptly, " That is it, Mary, I am quite sure that is the place. I will bet 10 to 1, he said, that if Sir Matthew has been for putting the boy out of sight, Deep Valley Mill is where he will have lodged him. Those were his words, Miss Mary, I could quite swear it." " I was pretty sure of it before, nurse Tremlett, but now no doubt can possibly remain. Hear me then, my dear kind friend, and tell me truly if I am right or wrong. I settled last night, nurse, to set off and visit all these factories exactly in the order in which they are here set down. But after I went to bed, it struck me that it would be surely better to begin with the place pointed out by our good friend as the most likely to afford success. I like the business quite as little as you do, nurse, and would gladly shorten it if possible. But, my dear, won't the stage we are going in take us the wrong way?" " A little roundabout. But I see no objection in that. We have no particular wish, you know, to have our course traced, and this setting off in one direction when our purpose is to take another, must go far towards preventing it. So that, you see, we have no immediate change to make, and you have only to get up and eat your breakfast in time to be ready for the coach that is to stop for us here." " God bless your dear heart," said the old woman. " You think 10 times more of me than you do of yourself, darling. Little sleep last night, Mary, and getting up before any body else in the morning, is not the way to be quite strong and composed by and by. Fear nothing, I feel perfectly well, and greatly pleased by our change of plans. I have great faith in this visit to Deep Valley, and long to have the experiment made and over." Mary Brotherton was quite correct in her geography. The place to which the coach conveyed them was at about the same distance from Deep Valley as from ... and without making any further inquiries concerning that mysterious spot, which indeed the memoranda received from Mr. Bell rendered quite unnecessary, she ordered a chaise, on quitting the stage coach, to convey them to the nearest town at which he had stated that it would be likely they should find decent accommodation for the night. CHAPTER XXII. Part 2 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Part 2 of Chapter 22. Both the young and the old lady were rather surprised, on reaching this place, to find every house in it that offered public accommodation so poor and miserable looking, as to make them almost afraid to enter. Their driver, however, soon drew up to one which, upon Mrs. Tremlett's inquiring if it were the best, he assured them was not only the best, but the only one that ladies could find comfortable. " Here then we will get out," said Mary courageously, and giving her friend an encouraging smile, she preceded her into a room that smelt strongly of tobacco smoke, ale, and gin. " Can we have an up-stairs room that might be more open and airy like?" said Mrs. Tremlett, looking anxiously at her young mistress. " To sleep in?" demanded the woman who had received them. " A sitting room, good woman, I mean," responded the meek-spirited Mrs. Tremlett, half frightened by the woman's look and accent. " What, this is not good enough, I suppose? Then you may trudge, it is good enough for your betters," replied the woman, looking most alarmingly sulky. Had the last been addressed to herself, Mary Brotherton would have thought it one of the duties imposed by her pilgrimage to endure it ; but as it was, she slipped out of the dungeon parlour with great celerity, and reached the house door before the postboy had succeeded in his attempts to untie the cord which fastened their trunks behind the chaise. Apparently hands were scarce at this unpromising hostelry, for he was performing the business alone, at which Mary greatly rejoiced, as it enabled her to address him unobserved. " This does not seem a comfortable house, my lad, that you have brought us to. Don't you think we might do better if we tried another?" " It be the best in the town," was the reply. " Then could you not drive us a mile or two out of it?" said Mary, in a very coaxing voice. " We should like to sleep at any little country inn by the road side a great deal better than this." " And how would my master's horses like it, I wonder?" said the postboy. By this time Mary's purse was visible in her hand. The youth's countenance softened as he gazed upon it, and he presently gave an unequivocal symptom of relenting, by scratching his head. Miss Brotherton held half a sovereign between her finger and thumb.
I will give you this, she said, beyond the sum you are to receive for the horses, if you will drive us to some clean country inn at which we could sleep." "Where is the old lady?" demanded the boy in something like a whisper. "I will bring her out this moment," said she; and without waiting further parley, Mary flitted back again through the vapour of tobacco and spirits to rescue her old friend; a deed of daring that found its reward in the look of gentle satisfaction with which her signal to quit the parlour was obeyed. For Mrs. Tremlett was one who could not bandy words, and she had therefore endured, without intermission or resistance, as much insolence as could be compressed into the period of her abode in the apartment. "Why did you not follow me at once, dear nurse?" said Mary, as soon as the postboy had closed the carriage door upon them. "Bless you, my dear, I never thought of getting away again till to-morrow morning, and I stayed with her to prevent her following you. How very glad I am we are got away safe and sound from that terrible woman. How could you have the courage and cleverness to think of it, Mary? Sure enough, dear, it is you that take care of me, and that's a shame, isn't it? It is but fair, nurse, that we should divide the labours of the road between us. It is you who always take care that we are not starved, and it is not too much in return that I should be watchful for your preservation from all the wild cats and tigresses we may chance to encounter." The postboy earned his golden gratuity, greatly to the contentment of its donor, by drawing up at a small but perfectly neat little mansion, where milk pans set on end to dry before the door offered a delightful contrast to all that had been visible at the sign of the Three Crowns. The clean coiffed landlady looked a little surprised at being asked for sleeping rooms by ladies entitled to so splendid a mode of travelling, but the demand being satisfactorily answered, they were quickly installed in a parlour smelling of geraniums instead of gin, and giving orders for their evening meal to the bustling good woman of the house with an air of old acquaintanceship, that looked as if they had been her guests for a month. "Nothing was ever so fortunate as this, Nurse Tremlett," said Mary, as soon as they were left alone. "Our stage playing, as you are pleased to call it, must begin here. There is no danger that this kind simple hearted creature should misdoubt a word we say, and if you will only perform your allotted part with your usual quiet good sense, I have no doubt that we shall reach her heart sufficiently to make her very useful. I do not ask you to say anything, only look sufficiently interested to support the character I assign you." "Oh, dear Miss Mary!" exclaimed Mrs. Tremlett, colouring, "is it to begin already?" The countenance of Miss Brotherton fell from an expression of great animation into that of deep despondency and disappointment. She found that all her difficulties with the old woman were about to be renewed. "Oh, why, Mrs. Tremlett, if you are unequal to this, did you not honestly tell me so when I explained my purpose to you before we set out?" said she, with more of severity than she had ever used in addressing her during her whole life before. "I could then have taken measures to carry on this business without you. You know how deeply my heart is in it. I did not expect this weakness. I thought it was over." "You are wrong, Miss Mary, you are mistaken altogether," replied Mrs. Tremlett eagerly. "I am neither weak nor silly, and so you shall see, if you won't be so very rash and hasty with me." By no means displeased at the energy with which the good woman defended herself, Mary replied, "Let me see this, Tremlett, and my love and value for you will increase 100-fold." "Begin then as soon as you like, my dear. I am quite ready." And in saying this, the good old woman assumed an aspect as full of confidence and courage as her own. In a few minutes their repast, which a good dairy made luxurious, was before them, the landlady remaining in attendance to replenish the teapot and so forth. Miss Brotherton's manners, though by no means remarkable to those in her own station for that perfect polish which guards everything without, and everything within, from disagreeable impressions, were always conciliatory and kind to all below her, and seldom was she waited upon by any one who would not have gladly retained that office near her. So it was with Mrs. Prescot of the King's Head. The good woman lingered in the room, evidently because she liked being there, and taking advantage of this, Mary addressed her, venturing to give her the name she had read upon the sign. "We are in Derbyshire, are we not, Mrs. Prescot?" "Yes, miss, this is Derbyshire, sure enough." "What distance is it from hence to Deep Valley?" "What, the factory, miss, that is called Deep Valley Mill?" "Yes. How far is it to that factory?" "Why, it is not over easy to say rightly, seeing that there is no direct road to it. It is a lonesome out of the way place as ever human beings thought of taking to, and I can't say as much as knowed about it by any of the neighbours round. There is a cart road, I believe, as goes right down the mill, but the nearest way would be over them hills there, of course, because the factory is built down amongst the very middlemost of 'em," replied Mrs. Prescot. " Would the walk over the hills be too far for my aunt and me?" inquired Mary. " Oh, dear miss, I should think so. Besides, 'tis no place whatever for ladies to go. The poor little creatures as bides there bean't no sight for them to look at ; and besides, nobody of any sort is ever let to look at 'em." " We must get there somehow or other, Mrs. Prescot," said Mary, " and I trust in God that we shall not be refused admittance, for our business is no common one." " You have got business at Deep Valley Mill?" demanded Mrs. Prescot, abruptly. " Indeed we have," replied Mary, " and by some means or other we must get in, and what is more, we must see every apprentice they have." The woman shook her head. " I have had more than one lodging here for a night," said she, " who for some reason or other was curious to get inside of Deep Valley Mill. But I never knowed one of 'em that ever did more than get a look down upon it from the top of one of them mountainous hills out yonder ; and it's no easy matter, they say, to get to the right place even for that ; for, by what folks say, them as built the mills seem to think that they could puzzle the wicked one himself to find 'em out. But there's one eye as sees 'em if no other do." These last words were added in a mutter that might or might not be noticed, according to the pleasure of the parties within hearing. Mary did not notice them. " Could you have the kindness to tell us to whom we should apply for permission to go through the factory?" said she. " Indeed, miss, I am happy to say I knows nothing about 'em, and if all's true as I've heard said over the ale pot by the kitchen fire, the more people ask for leave, the less they are likely to get it. But may I make so bold, miss, as to ask the question why such ladies as you wants to get in there? It would only break your hearts ; and what's more, they've been having a horrid fever there, and that I know for certain, though they sent the poor little creatures off by night to be buried, some to one churchyard, and some to another, to stop people's tongues. It bean't no place, ladies, for you to go." " When I tell you why we wish to enter there, you will not say so," replied Mary. " The mill is worked by apprentice children, is it not?" " Yes, miss, the more's the pity, for that's what makes the poor wretches slaves for life, for not many of 'em, by all accounts, lives till their time is up." " Hear me then, Mrs. Prescot. Among those miserable apprentices we hope and expect to find a dear child who belongs to us." " Lack a day ! What a story book that would make !" exclaimed Mrs. Prescot. " How long is it since you lost him?" " It is a long time," replied Mary, evading the question, " and it is a long story to tell how it happened. He is my own brother, and this lady who is come with me is our aunt." " Are you quite sure, miss, that you shall find him there?" " How can I say that, Mrs. Prescot, when you tell me so many of the children are dead?" replied Mary. " But so much do I think I shall, that I will give 5 sovereigns to any one who will only put me in the way to get admittance to the mill." Mrs. Prescot again shook her head. " There be a many and a many poor souls around about that would do most any thing honest for such a reward ; but if anybody told you they could do as much, they would only deceive you. I don't believe there is anybody in the parish, not even the parson, could make 'em open their doors to let strangers in." " Do you think that the person who has the power to open them would do it for £100?" demanded Miss Brotherton. " I can't take upon me to say, miss. It sounds like a fortune to me, but they are all rich at Deep Valley, as folks say, managers, overlookers, and all ; so maybe they mayn't think so much of it. Mrs. Prescot, I would give £500 rather than not look over the children at Deep Valley Mill." The woman stared at her with a very natural mixture of curiosity and astonishment ; but there was a friendly interest in her eye also. " It's late to night, ma'am, to do any thing," said she, " and if you'll be pleased to say nothing to nobody till my husband comes home, I don't know but what he may be as likely to think upon what would be the best way to set about it as anybody. Not that he ever meddles or makes with the people of the mill in any way, but he's a good scholard, and a quick witted man too, as ever I knowed, though I say it as shouldn't." This proposal was readily agreed to, and the interval till their host's return employed in a ramble of a mile or two along the road, where a recent shower had laid the dust, while every woodbine in the hedges which skirted it sent forth a delicious perfume. The outline of the hills around them, though hardly deserving Mrs. Prescot's epithet of mountainous,
was bold and picturesque, and the foreground, with its hanging levels and rich copses, altogether formed a scene of considerable beauty. " All this is very pretty, my good Tremlett," said Mary, offering her arm to her old friend to assist her ascent of a steep hill, " and I should enjoy it greatly did I not fancy that could we look over yonder hill tops we should see a hateful roof, excluding the sweet breath of evening from the helpless creatures it encloses. God grant that you may snatch one of them from it, my dear child," replied the old woman. " Let that thought comfort you." " Should I succeed," cried Mary, " should I indeed carry home that little fellow to his mother and my pretty Edward, I should certainly feel something approaching to perfect happiness. But if I fail, how shall I bear to meet them?" " Think not of it, dear. See how that last bit of sunshine comes full upon your face as you talk about it. That is a sign, my dear, that you will have your wish." It was the last bit of sunshine, for the next moment the golden disk was hid behind a ridge of hills. Yet they walked on for nearly a mile further, and when they returned to the King's Head, they found the good man of the house already returned, and his supper, as his wife assured them, very nearly finished. " He shall come to you in half a minute, ladies, if you'll please to be seated, while I bring in the candles. I have told him all you said to me, and he don't seem so much put out about it, by much as me ; but he's uncommon cute, as you'll find when you comes to talk to him." In about a quarter of an hour Mr. Prescot knocked at the parlour door, and being properly introduced to the ladies by his wife, was left standing before them, while she retreated to pursue her various avocations. " Your wife has told you, Mr. Prescot, our reason for coming here?" said Miss Brotherton, glad to escape the repetition of her fictitious tale. " She has, ma'am," was the succinct reply. " And do you think it possible for us to obtain admission to Deep Valley Mill, and to go over it in such a manner as to give us an opportunity of seeing all the children?" " If I had heard that much as to your purpose, ladies, and nothing more, I should have said no, you could no more get into Deep Valley Factory than into the moon. But my missus added something to the back of it, as makes a difference." This was said with a look and accent which fully justified Mrs. Prescot's assurances of her good man's " cuteness." " I think, Mr. Prescot, that she said no more than I am willing to make good," replied Mary. " I do not wish to expend money wantonly, but, if less will not serve, I am ready to give £500 to any person who could enable me to see all the children in Deep Valley Mill." " It is a long sum, miss," replied the man thoughtfully, " and I can't but fancy that less might serve. The people as is in authority there is bad people, I don't scruple to say it, and sooner than open their doors for pity towards any Christian soul, man, woman, or child, they would see 'em all in the bottomless pit. But 'tis just because they do all the wickedness we hears of, that I sees hope they may be bought to break their own laws. For if they does one thing for the love of gold, they may do another. 'Tis plain enough to see, to be sure, that they knows it is for their interest to keep all eyes off their cruel goings on, and what's for their interest they won't easily give up. So it may be that Squire Elgood Sharpton himself would turn away from £500, rather than show off his poor miserable apprentices. But that mayn't hold good for his agent, and I believe in my heart that if we could quietly get to offer Woodcomb the manager £100, he would not have long to wait for a sight of the children." " And how is this to be done, Mr. Prescot?" said Miss Brotherton. " If you can undertake to manage it, you may put what price you like on your services, I feel certain that you would not name a higher sum than I should be willing to pay." " Why, as for me, miss, I must not be known to meddle or make in the matter. Squire Sharpton would have my licence away before I could say Jack Robinson. Any advice I can give is at your service, and I may be able to put you up, perhaps, to doing the thing in the likeliest way. But as to my going to the mill, it won't do. One reason is, that I never was there before, and it's like enough that, seeing a stranger, they'd set the dogs at me before I had time to say my errand. No, that won't answer. The only man I can think of as would give us a chance is one Smith, the miller as serves 'em with oatmeal, and pretty stuff 'tis, as I've been told, which don't speak over well for his honesty, you'll say, though, 'tis likely the price is in proportion. Howsomever, whether he be good or bad, I don't know another as comes and goes to Deep Valley as he does, and that's what makes me fix upon him as a messenger." " And when could I see this man?" demanded Mary. " Why, betimes to morrow, miss, there's no doubt, if I goes and gives 'em notice." " Then do so, Mr. Prescot, and be assured your trouble shall not be forgotten."
" There is no fear of it, miss," replied the acute landlord with very honest sincerity, " and I'll go to the mill outright. But I think, you'll be pleased to excuse me for speaking my mind, that you two ladies must settle between yourselves what you'd be willing to give Timothy Smith himself for the job, seeing that he's not one to work for nothing. And another thing I'd make so free as to mention is, that you'd do well to make him understand that you don't want to get inside their wicked den, but only to see the children, one and all of 'em. And then you know, miss, they may trim 'em and scour 'em up a little for shame's sake, afore they brings them out." Miss Brotherton, after this conversation, felt as fully convinced as the good wife herself could desire of the value of the landlord's head, and determined to be guided by his advice. After a little further conversation between them, it was settled that she should write a note to Mr. Woodcomb the manager, in readiness to give into the hands of Mr. Timothy Smith on the following morning, if she could prevail upon him to deliver it. Mr. Prescott performed his part of the business ably, for the portly miller was waiting for the ladies in the parlour when they returned from their early walk. Miss Brotherton possessed a sort of instinctive skill in reading the human countenance, which rarely deceived her, and it took her not long to discover that the man she had now to deal with was one upon whom it would be folly to waste any arguments which did not affect his own interest. She therefore briefly stated the fact that it was of great importance to her to obtain sight of all the apprentices at Deep Valley Mill, having great reason to hope that she should find a young relative there, for whose release from all engagements she was willing to pay handsomely. " It is not the custom, man, to admit visitors at that factory. It has been found to hinder the work," replied the miller solemnly. " So I understand, sir. But hearing that you are in the habit of visiting the mill on business, I have taken the liberty to send for you in order to say, that if you would undertake to deliver this note to Mr. Woodcomb, the manager, I would willingly give you £5 for your trouble." " That is hardly enough, ma'am, for the risk of offending so good a customer," replied the miller. " Will double that sum induce you to do it for me?" said Mary. " On what day do you wish it to reach Mr. Woodcomb's hands?" demanded Mr. Timothy Smith, endeavouring to retain a doubtful expression of countenance. " To day, sir, as early as possible." " Then, ma'am, I'll be fair and open with you, and not go about to mince the matter, or deceive you in any way. If you will pay me down £20 in gold, or Bank of England notes, I will consent to give up all the important business I had fixed to do this morning, and undertake, not only to give your letter to Mr. Woodcomb, but to use my influence with him, which is greater than you may guess for, to make him do what you wish, provided that you treat him with the liberality which a gentleman like him has a right to expect." Miss Brotherton drew forth her pocket book. " I will give you the £20 you demand, Mr. Smith," she said in a tone as businesslike and decided as his own, " if you perform my errand successfully. I will give you this £10 note now, as payment for conveying the letter, and another of the same value when you return to me with the manager's permission to see the children who are apprenticed at the mill." Mr. Timothy Smith looked at Miss Brotherton's pocket book, and he looked at her. His glance at the first inspired a strong inclination to increase his demands ; but the miller had studied the human countenance as well as the lady, and when he looked at her he felt certain that though young, rich, and very eager in pursuit of her object, she was not a fool, and that if he pushed her to a more preposterous payment than he had already proposed, she would be likely enough to turn about and look for another agent. He therefore demurely replied, " It is all fair, ma'am, I agree to the terms." And without wasting any further time, the man of the mill received the note, put on his hat, and departed. Not all Mary's self-command, and, considering all things, she had a great deal, could enable her to await the return of her costly messenger with composure. All that she heard of this mysterious mill tended to prove that it was precisely such a place as Sir Matthew Dowling would be likely to fix upon as the abode of Michael. The more she meditated, the more she became convinced that the boy was there, and she was hot and cold, pale and red, a dozen times in an hour. She had kept a copy of her letter to the manager, that she might show it to Mr. Bell, from whom she hoped to receive absolution for the innocent fraud she had practised. To read and re-read this letter, and to speculate with Mrs. Tremlett upon its probable and possible effects, occupied some portion of the tedious time. Slowly dragging her steps up and down Mrs. Prescot's little garden, and occasionally sitting for a fidgety 5 minutes in a bower of scarlet runners, employed the rest. But the morning seemed endless, and more than once she suspected that her watch stood still. The important letter to Mr. Woodcomb was as follows: " Sir, a wealthy and respectable family have recently had reason to believe that a dear child,
long considered as lost, has been sent as an apprentice to Mr. Elgood Sharpton's factory at Deep Valley. Fully aware that the examination necessary to prove whether this hope be well founded must be attended with considerable trouble to you, inasmuch as the children must be brought out from their work for me to see, I beg to say that, if, without giving me further trouble, you will permit this, I will pay the sum of £100 for the accommodation. Should it be refused, I must have recourse to other means for the purpose of ascertaining what it is so important for me to know. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Dorcas Tremlett. It was not till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, by which time Mary was fully persuaded that her commission had failed, that Mr. Timothy Smith, in his white hat and well-powdered blue coat, was again seen approaching the King's Head. The heiress, who was sitting near the window, started up, and would certainly have stepped forward to meet him, had not Mrs. Tremlett whispered, "Sit down, Miss Mary, sit down, there's a darling, and look like a great lady as you did this morning, and that's what you are, and always should be." Mary reseated herself, and after a short interval the miller knocked at the parlour door, and was desired to enter. Miss Brotherton pointed to a chair, and he rested himself. "The weather is warm, ladies," said he, drawing forth a cotton handkerchief, and wiping his head and face, "and I have not loitered in my errand, as you may see by the state I'm in. But my horse is getting in years, like his master, and it's no easy work to drive him by such a road as that I have comed by." "Have you succeeded, sir?" said Miss Brotherton, looking as grand as Mrs. Tremlett could desire. "I am happy to say, ma'am," he replied with dignity, "that the second £10 is fairly won." "I rejoice to hear it," cried Mary, brightly colouring, "and I shall have great pleasure in paying it. When, sir, may I see these children?" she added, pulling out her pocket book as she spoke. "Here, ma'am, is Mr. Woodcomb's reply to your note, and on the reading of that, I look to hear you say that the £10 is mine." Miss Brotherton took the dirty epistle offered her, and read: "Madam, my employer is strict in his orders not to let the hands be interrupted, as they too often are in some mills, to gratify the idle curiosity of strangers. But in consideration of your handsome proposal, and hoping that you won't scruple to follow it with a like sum in case of your finding and carrying away the child, which will be no more than just, seeing that if I part with a hand I must get another in the place of it, on this condition I am willing that all the children on the premises shall be placed in the feeding room for your inspection at 12 o'clock tomorrow. I am, madam, your humble servant, James Woodcomb." The miller kept his eye fixed upon her as she read, and the result he looked for followed the perusal of the despatch he had brought. Miss Brotherton handed the letter to her friend, and then drew the promised bank note from her pocket book. The jolly miller rose, and received it from her hands. "I thank you, madam," said he, folding it carefully, "and I beg to say, in return, that you would have been troubled to find another man who could have done your errand as well." "I am quite satisfied, sir," she replied, "and will only ask in addition to what you have already done for me, that you would be obliging enough to tell me by what conveyance it will be best for us to get to the factory to morrow. Mr. Woodcomb, as you probably know, has named 12 o'clock. I suppose the distance is too great for us to walk?" "Quite impossible, ma'am, altogether out of the question. But I shall have no objection to hire out my chay cart for the day, if so be you would think that suitable," said the obliging miller. "I have no doubt it would do perfectly well, provided you have a horse that can draw it. I should be sorry to lose time in going, and should not choose to be later than the hour appointed," replied Mary. "I'll look to having a fitting horse, ma'am, and one as is used to the road, and that is what but few are. The road is no very good one in parts, that's the truth, and I'm not over sure that there's another man besides myself that would like to undertake the job. But I've no objection to driving you myself, ladies, provided you think it worth while to pay a tradesman for the loss of his time. Of course, I can't charge my labour like a postboy." "If you take means, sir, to get us to Deep Valley Mill by the hour appointed, and drive us back again safely to this house, we shall not dispute about the price. But remember, if you please, that the carriage or cart, or whatever it is, must have accommodation for the child I hope to bring away with me." "I will take care of that, ma'am. I will put a little stool in on purpose, and I think if I say 2 guineas, ma'am, for the job, which is no easy one, that you can't complain of the price." "I certainly shall not complain of it," said Miss Brotherton. 9 o'clock was then fixed as the hour of setting out, and Mr. Timothy Smith departed. Mrs. Prescott's roast chicken and French beans were treated very differently from her previous breakfast and luncheon. Mary Brotherton was in higher spirits than she had enjoyed for many weeks. She felt confident of success, and for the first time in her life, perhaps fully enjoyed the possession of the wealth which gave her such power of surmounting difficulties. The kind-hearted Mrs. Tremlett was at length as sanguine and almost as happy as herself; and very freely confessed, again and again, that her dear young lady knew 10 times better how to manage things than she did, old as she was. The evening was again spent in a long late ramble, and though they did not forget that over a certain towering height, pointed out by Mrs. Prescott, lay the dismal spot called the Deep Valley, the exceeding happiness which was anticipated for one who dwelt there, made them almost forget the misery of the rest. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 23. Miss Brotherton and her friend arrive at the Deep Valley. A review. Disappointment. A sudden thought strikes the heiress. She concludes a bargain, though not the one for which she meditated. She sets out upon a walk. Mr. Timothy Smith was punctual to his appointment, and at a very few minutes past 9, Mrs. Tremlett and Mary were jogging along in the miller's jockey cart, on a seat whereon cushions that looked very like pillows had been carefully strapped, and with a little stool placed before them, the sight of which conjured up so delightful a picture of the manner in which they should return, and the joy it would be her lot to confer and to witness, that the pretty eyes of the heiress sparkled through tears of pleasure, and she would not have exchanged her present expedition for the best party of pleasure that ever was devised by man. A considerable part of the way was the same as that followed Mr. Parsons when he conveyed Michael to the factory, and need not be again described. The tranquil loneliness of that portion of the road which ran along the stream, before it made the turn which brought the hideous prison house in sight, lulled her spirits into a state that but ill prepared her for the aspect of the grim, desolate-looking dwelling into whose recesses she was about to penetrate; and when it suddenly became visible, something like a groan escaped her. "I hope that jolt didn't hurt you, ma'am," said the miller, turning towards her. "Here we are, safe and sound, and that's half my bargain at any rate." The vehicle drew up to a small door in the exterior wall of the extensive enclosure in which the building stood. Mr. Smith threw the reins upon the neck of his horse, and bringing his stout person cautiously to the ground, offered his services to assist the two ladies in doing the same. Miss Brotherton trembled as she stood waiting till the miller's summons at the door should be answered. Now that the moment was come which was to decide the question of her success or failure, she no longer felt the same confidence which had cheered her while the trial was still distant, and her heart sunk with anticipated disappointment. Several minutes of irksome delay gave her time to dwell on these oppressive forebodings; and when the door was at length slowly and cautiously opened by Mr. Woodcomb himself, her pale face spoke such painful anxiety, that the suspicious guardian of the unholy spot was comforted from the satisfactory conviction that her tale was true, and that she came not under false pretences to look at that which he considered it to be the first duty of his life to conceal. "Good morning, Smith. All's right, and all's ready for you. Walk in, ladies, if you please," said the stern manager, relaxing his habitual frown, and intending to be extremely gracious. Mary and her friend stepped forward, and heard the stout lock and 2 heavy bolts secured behind them. "This way, ladies, this way, if you please. There is no need to trouble you to enter the factory, which, do what we will to keep it nice, can never be quite free from dust. You are a trifle after your time, Mr. Smith, but it's no matter. Dinner time is over, but if the ladies will walk into this room, they shall have all satisfaction. Howsomever, as the young uns is again at work, I can't well stop the mills to march 'em in all together. Nevertheless, I don't see but it may be quite as agreeable, or may be more, for the ladies to look at 'em 1 or 2 at a time." Miss Brotherton did not attempt to speak, but placed herself in a chair near the open door, and bent her head to indicate that she was satisfied with the proposed arrangement. "You had best walk this way with me, Mr. Smith," said the amiable Woodcomb. "The ladies look quite agitated, as is but natural, and would sooner be without strangers, I don't doubt." A proposal which truly was a welcome one to all parties, for Mrs. Tremlett and Mary longed to be at liberty to speak without restraint. Mr. Smith was thirsting for his accustomed mug of ale, and the manager himself bursting to make a few inquiries respecting his mysterious visitors. "Have you seen the colour of their money yet, friend Smith?" were the first words uttered as they crossed the court. 20 good pounds.
replied the miller, expressively patting the pocket where the treasure lay, "and given as freely as if it had been 20 pence, out of a full pocket book too, Mr. Woodcomb, I can tell you that. And I can tell you besides, that your money's as sure as the bank, and your customer one as is thinking of her own concerns and not of yours. That's what I'm judging too, Mr. Smith. One can see in a minute if folks' eyes are roving here and there, up and down, to take account of all they can see. God grant that those poor whey-faced females may find what they want, and we shall both of us have made a good day's work of it. I shan't wish the thing talked of, that's a fact, not but what I shall be ready with an answer, if I'm troubled with questions. People as have money to throw about, like these folks, are not to be put off with a short word and a lock turned in their faces. It mayn't chance one in a century that any such should trouble themselves concerning the cart loads of live lumber as we takes off to relieve the overstocked parishes. But now it is come to pass, in course we must manage to get through it quietly. So I'm not without my answer, Mr. Smith, if the squire should hear of it and make a riot." "No, to be sure you aren't. Besides, there's no need to say nothing," replied the miller. Mr. Woodcomb, in answer to this, gave an assenting nod, and an approving smile. "Now then, my man," said he, more gaily than he often uttered any thing, "sit down here, and you shall presently have a snack and a mug to keep you company. I'll see myself to the turning in a few of the hands at a time, to be looked at. For I have been thinking the matter over, Master Miller, and I judge it will make 10 times less talk and tumult that way, than if they were all turned out at once. I'll have out a few boys and girls together, chance like, just as they come, and 10 to 1 nobody but Pullet will find out that there's anything more going on than some job as I wants to get done." Mr. Woodcomb accordingly proceeded to the different parts of the large establishment, and contrived, without stopping the work anywhere, to perform the task he had undertaken. As the selected children came forth from the various rooms, he told them to cross the court to the prentice house, where they would find one as wanted to look at them, adding an order to come back again as quick as light, if they didn't wish to be strapped dead. Whenever such promises were made, Mr. Woodcomb was known to be strictly a man of his word, and Mary and her friend had soon gazed with anxious eyes and shuddering hearts upon a greater number of half-starved trembling little wretches, than could possibly have been made to pass before them in an equally short space of time by any other mode or process whatever. They came so quickly in succession, however, that no interval was left in which Miss Brotherton and her faithful attendant could exchange a word on the melancholy panorama of human misery that passed before them. Strange and unwonted as was the spectacle of 2 ladies sitting in the prentice house, the cowed and frightened children for the most part did little more than stand before her with eyes and mouth wide open for a single minute, and then start off again, while Mary herself aided the celerity of the process by a shake of the head, and a wave of the hand, which indicated plainly enough that they were not to stay, but go. "What a multitude, Nurse Tremlett!" she exclaimed at length, her spirits worn with repeated disappointments, and the contemplation of the wretched creatures for whom she knew she brought no help. "The train seems endless." The old woman returned her a speaking look, and whispered in her ear, "Could you not question them, Mary? Might not this dismal work be shortened by your asking them if the boy is here? They can't have any reason to hide him. They can't be agents of Sir Matthew." Mary took the hint, and said to the next young skeleton that presented itself, "Can you tell me if there is a boy here named Michael Armstrong?" The result was a stupid and silent stare, and without answering, the child darted off like the rest. Thrice she repeated the question, but with no better success, for 2 out of the 3 were among those newly arrived to supply vacancies caused by the late mortality, and the 3rd, from working and sleeping in another chamber, had never heard poor Michael's name. "No," was pronounced by this one. "No, ma'am," by the 2 newcomers, and Mary's heart almost failing her, she resumed her silent examination. In truth, there was in most of the unhappy faces that thus presented themselves, such a look of blighted intellect and dogged apathy, that she clung to the ever-lessening hope of seeing the boy appear, in preference to any further questioning. And thus the coming and going lasted for another half hour without a word being spoken. At length the sad monotony of the spectacle was broken, at least to the eyes of Mary, by the appearance of a little girl, who, though pale and lamentably thin,
had not yet lost thereby the sweet expression of her delicate features, neither had the soul within yielded to the paralyzing influence of the hopeless, helpless, unvarying misery by which she was surrounded. Her soft grey eyes still retained their eloquent power of speaking, and the look of surprise, mixed with something that was almost approaching to pleasure, with which she fixed them upon Mary's face, caused her to make a sudden movement to detain her, as the child, following the example of the rest, was turning away. At first, this movement was caused entirely by the interest which the little creature herself inspired, but it almost immediately occurred to her that here at length there was a chance of receiving a rational and intelligent answer to any question she might ask. And such strength did this idea gain as she continued to look at the child, that she told Mrs. Tremlett to stop the approach of those who were coming on, and by keeping them waiting in the court for a minute or two, to give her time to see if she could not learn something from this most interesting looking little creature. Mrs. Tremlett showed that she too thought something might now be hoped for, and with great alacrity stepped out into the court to meet the fresh arrivals, shutting, to Mary's extreme satisfaction, the door of the room behind her. " My dear little girl," said Miss Brotherton, taking the child's pale and slender hand in hers, " how came you in this sad place? You do not look as if you were used to it." " Not for very long, ma'am," was the reply. " But you have been here during the last few weeks?" " I have been here for several months," answered the little girl. " Can you tell me," and Mary almost gasped as she asked the question, " can you tell me if there be a boy here called Michael Armstrong?" The look of modest and well pleased curiosity with which the soft eyes were fixed on Mary's face, was instantly changed for an expression of deep anguish. For a few moments no reply was uttered, and large tears were already chasing each other down her cheeks before the trembling child found voice to speak. At last she uttered, almost in a whisper, and still looking through her tears in Mary's face, " Michael Armstrong is dead." " Dead ! Oh, do not say so !" cried Mary in a voice so shrill as to reach the ears of Mrs. Tremlett, who immediately opening the door, close to which she had been stationed, entered in dismay, exclaiming, " What is the matter, Mary? For Heaven's sake tell me, was it you who cried out in such a piercing voice?" Several of the children who were by this time assembled in the court, followed at her heels, thrusting open the door, and staring at the scene before them. " Shut the door, nurse Tremlett, send them away, send them all away. I have no further need to see them," said poor Mary, weeping from sorrow, disappointment, and complete prostration of spirits. Before she spoke another word, Mrs. Tremlett obeyed her instructions, and gently pushing back the curious throng, closed and bolted the door. " Now tell me, my poor dear child, what new sorrow has come upon you? Sure nothing dreadful has happened to the poor little fellow?" " Nurse Tremlett, he is dead," replied Mary, weeping afresh, as if the boy had indeed been her brother. " Lack a day for his poor mother !" cried Mrs. Tremlett. " These are bad tidings to take home with us, after all our trouble and pains. Oh, Mary dear, I wish you had never left your home." " Say not so, Mrs. Tremlett," said Mary, recovering herself, " certainly it is even better than doubt. And here is one I may still save from misery. What is your name, my dear child, and who was it sent you to this dreadful place?" " My name is Fanny Fletcher," said the little girl, " and it was mother's parish that sent me here as soon as she was dead." " Have you no other friends — no relations any where who could take care of you?" demanded Miss Brotherton with quickness. " No, ma'am, nobody," replied Fanny. But in saying this, the child ceased to weep, and young as she was, an expression of such hopeless, yet enduring composure took possession of her beautiful features, that Mary's memory instantly applied to her Byron's thrilling words —" My thoughts their dungeon know too well. Back to my breast the wanderers shrink, and bleed within their secret cell." " Tell me, Fanny," she said, " tell me quickly, should you not like to come away from this place? I came here to take away poor Michael Armstrong. I was to pay money for taking him, and I will pay it now for you, if you will tell me that you wish to come, and will be a good girl to me." " Poor Michael !" said Fanny, while her tears again began to flow. " Speak, Fanny, shall I take you with me?" cried Mary impatiently, for she heard without the door the sound of a heavy step approaching. Fanny Fletcher heard it too, and an almost ghastly paleness spread itself over her face and lips, she seemed choking, and perfectly unable to articulate, but clasping her hands together, and dropping on her knees before Miss Brotherton, raised her eloquent eyes to her face, with a look which required no commentary. " Open the door, Mrs. Tremlett," said Mary. " Don't you hear the knocking ? This is the child I shall take away with me," she added in a whisper, and with a look that her friend perfectly understood. Mrs. Tremlett opened the door, and the well pleased Mr. Woodcomb stood before them. " That's well," he said, looking at the kneeling child, and at Mary, whose arm encircled her neck, with an air of great complacency. " I thought by what those said, as you sent back without looking at 'em, that you had found what you wanted. And now, ladies, I hope you remember the conditions." " Do not doubt it, sir," replied Miss Brotherton, instantly drawing forth her pocket book. " Here is a note of £100 to repay the trouble I have given you, and here, a second of the same value to atone for the loss of Fanny's labour." " All right, ma'am," said Mr. Woodcomb very graciously, " and if you had but told me that it was a little girl with a very pretty face, and that her name was Fanny, I could have saved you all your trouble, for we don't happen to have another that would answer to that description." " I have taken no trouble, sir, that I at all regret," replied Miss Brotherton, " but I am anxious to set off on my return without any further loss of time. Will you have the kindness to inquire if Mr. Smith is ready?" " I don't doubt, ma'am, but he will be ready to obey orders, though the horse have hardly been waited well yet. Howsomever, those as pay well generally looks to have things done in a little less time than other folks ; and it's very right and fair that so it should be. If a horse can stand he ought to go, if his owner is well paid, there is no doubt of it." " I should be sorry to distress the horse," said Mary, " and if he be not sufficiently rested, we must wait." " At your pleasure, ladies, at your pleasure. Pray sit down and make yourselves comfortable. And of course your ladyship would like to have this pretty little girl here made as decent as we can manage. The dirtiest part of her clothes can be changed easy, though the missus of the 'prentice house being lately dead, puts us all out a little in our management. However, if little Miss Fanny, as we must call her now, will please to come up stairs with me, I can make her look a deal better, I will answer for it." Fanny Fletcher, having been raised from her kneeling position by the hand of Miss Brotherton, still continued to hold that hand tightly, and the young lady now felt so strong a compression of her fingers, and was at the same time conscious of so tremulous a movement in the person of the child, as she nestled closely to her, that she felt persuaded the proposal of Mr. Woodcomb had frightened her. " You are very kind," she replied, drawing the child, sordid as its wretched garments were, still closer to her. " You are very kind, sir, but I shall prefer taking her away exactly as I first looked upon her." " Dear me, only to think of that now ! That's the beauty of what's called natural affection. Then if you will please to keep seated, I'll go tell Miller Smith as you're ready, and all the business done, so as he may set off as soon as he is able." Mary again thanked him for his civility, but felt disposed to think that he might have executed his mission more satisfactorily, when he returned in about 3 minutes, with the assurance that Master Smith would be ready to start in little less than an hour. An hour at that moment seemed to Miss Brotherton an almost interminable space of time. She felt painfully conscious of being " confined and pent up" with sin and suffering. Heated, agitated, and impatient, panting for the fresh air, and longing to question her little purchased protege concerning poor Michael, she determined to walk forward on the road they had that morning traversed, and letting Mr. Smith and his cart overtake them. " Should you dislike walking on, Mrs. Tremlett?" she said. " My head aches, and I am sure nothing will relieve me but a walk." " I should like it too, my dear," replied her observant companion, looking anxiously in her face, and perfectly understanding her feelings. " Walk, ladies !" exclaimed Mr. Woodcomb, looking exceedingly shocked. " Ladies such as you, to walk out upon our wild moors ? Oh dear no ! That is quite impossible." This was said to prove at once his tender care of personages possessing the power of dispensing hundreds, and to show that he was not unacquainted with the refinements of polite society. But this civilly intended opposition to their exit produced on his hearers an effect very different from what he intended. That Fanny Fletcher should tremble at the mention of delay was not extraordinary, but that Mary should hear again in fancy the grating sound of the locks and bars, which had closed behind her as she entered, and feel a sick qualm at her heart, that if she were betrayed and doomed to remain in that hateful spot against her will, showed that her nerves had indeed been severely shaken, and that her heroism had more of zeal than strength in it. Mrs. Tremlett too looked exceedingly annoyed, though certainly without the same lively recollection of the bolts and bars. but she was so accustomed to consult the wishes of her young companion, and to feel at ease herself only when she saw her so, that she too coloured with impatience, and sustaining admirably her character of aunt, said, " I beg pardon, sir, but I know my niece's constitution so well, that I am quite sure the jolting of that rough cart would not do for her just at present. She is a great walker, and a mile or so, creeping along in the fresh air, will do her a deal of good. In course you know best, ladies, and I can't, for certain, take the liberty to oppose. But by your leave, I'll just mention your plan to Mr. Smith before you start, and then, maybe he'll be for pushing on his horse a little." So saying, Mr. Woodcomb left them ; when Mary, turning to the little girl, said, " Have you any bonnet and shawl to put on, Fanny?" " I don't know," replied the child. " Not know? How can that be, Fanny?" " Because I have never been out of the doors since I first came into them," said Fanny. " Poor dear ! I wish they would not keep you here any longer. This is quite intolerable," said Mary, again opening the door, and looking impatiently across the dismal court. " Keep me here?" murmured the little girl, in a voice of the most evident terror. " Do you think they will keep me here?" " No, no, my poor child, they shall not keep you here," said Mrs. Tremlett, kindly. " Here come the two men together." Fanny did not venture to look at them, but Mary did ; and again, in spite of her reason, she felt terrified at the idea that she was in their power. Mr. Woodcomb, indeed, looked smiling and obsequious as before, but in the countenance of the burly miller there was something of opposition and displeasure that she could not understand. " Setting off walking, miss, is very like bilking your driver," said he, with considerably more bluntness than civility. " What does he mean, Mrs. Tremlett?" said Mary, turning pale. " You had better pay the gentleman before you set out, my dear. That's what you mean to say, isn't it, sir?" " Why surely, ma'am, it would be more like doing business," replied the man, looking a little ashamed of himself. " Is that all?" said Mary, inexpressibly relieved, and drawing out her ready purse with such cheerful alacrity, that could the hearts of the two men before whom she stood have been read, there might have been found in both a strong inclination to profit by it a little further. " That, I think, sir, is the sum you named for the hire of your vehicle?" said Mary, extending her hand with 2 sovereigns towards him. Mr. Timothy Smith took the money, but certainly thought that if that sharp eyed rogue Woodcomb had been further he might have hit upon some excuse for demanding more. As it was, however, he could not venture it, and with a rather surly inclination of the head, pocketed the gold, and left the room. " Now then, sir, if you please," said the still frightened Mary, " we will wish you good morning." " Yes, ma'am, surely, you can go if you please. Only perhaps you might like, for the honour of your young relation here, to leave some little gratuity to be divided as a little treat among her late companions." Mary looked in his face, and the sort of half ashamed glance with which the extortioner watched the effect of his words, appeared to her so sinister, that with a sudden feeling of something like rational alarm, she remembered that she had only a few shillings left in her purse, and that again to open in his presence her still well filled pocket book might be dangerous. " Aunt Tremlett, have you any money to lend me?" she said, at the same time drawing out again her almost empty purse. " I am very sorry, I have only these few shillings left ; but I will willingly send you £5, sir, for the purpose you mention, if the miller will take the trouble of bringing it to you." " Oh, it's no matter, ladies. Pray do not trouble yourselves any more about it," replied Woodcomb, keeping his eyes, however, furtively directed towards Mrs. Tremlett, who was still engaged in seeking for money in the recesses of a very large pocket. " I have £2 and a few shillings, my dear," said the old lady at length, placing her little leathern purse in Mary's hand. " That will do perfectly," said the worshipper of Mammon, with an air and tone of the most amiable liberality, but at the same time stretching out his hand, in which he received the entire contents, uncounted, of Mrs. Tremlett's purse, which Miss Brotherton unclasped and emptied into it. Had she studied the man's character for years, she could not have devised any manoeuvre so likely to hasten the unlocking the door which enclosed them, as thus emptying their 2 purses before his eyes. He now moved forward of his own accord, drew forth from the pocket of his coat the massive key, applied it with a large, strong, and effective hand, to the enormous lock, drew back the heavy bolts, and finally threw wide the hateful door. The 3 females passed through it with no lingering steps, and heard it close heavily behind them, with feelings assuredly very different in degree, but in so far the same, that each one as she stepped over the threshold, breathed a prayer that she might never repass it again. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 24. The walk proves too fatiguing to one of the party, but not to Miss Brotherton. She wanders further, and meets with an adventure, but at last returns in safety to her inn. A journey homeward, and a fact related without ornament. It is but a dreary and desolate landscape which greets the eye immediately without the walls of the Deep Valley factory. But to all who are happy enough to feel that they are quitting those hideous walls for ever, it can hardly fail to convey a sense of beauty, freshness, and freedom, sufficient to expand the heart with admiration and delight. Mary felt disposed to bound along the grassy path beside the stream with the joyous playfulness of a child, and rather than have re-entered that creaking door again, would have been tempted, like another Undine, to plunge into the water, and take her chance of finding quarters less hateful beneath its rippling wave. Mrs. Tremlett breathed more freely, and seemed to have recovered the elastic step of youth as she moved briskly on. But compared with what was passing in the breast of the ragged, dirty little creature that walked beside them, their feelings were most earthly cold and dull. Her small hand was still clasped in that of Miss Brotherton, who felt that the child was urging her onward, even faster than she was inclined to go, while her head upturned towards the towering heights which hemmed them in, seemed eagerly seeking an outlet from the region that her soul abhorred. " You are glad, dear Fanny, are you not, to know that you have left that frightful place?" said Mary, kindly pressing the little emaciated hand she held in hers. The child stopped short in her hurried walk, and looked up in her deliverer's face, with a doubting, anxious look that it was painful to see, murmured very softly, and as if fearing to be overheard from within the walls, "Shall I never, never go back again?" "No, never, Fanny. Do you think I would be so cruel as to take you back?" said Mary. "I do not know if it is not all a dream," replied the child. "I have dreamed that I saw green grass, and felt the air upon my face before." "Do not be afraid, Fanny. You are not dreaming now," returned Mary. "Run on, and gather that fine large stalk of foxglove. You never saw such a gay flower as that in your dreams, did you?" The little girl sprang forward, and falling upon her knees on the grass, plucked the tall flower, and pressed it to her lips and to her heart. But though this was a childish action, it was not done childishly. There was an appearance of deep feeling, and even of devotion in her look and attitude which strongly awakened Mary's interest, and when the little creature rose again, and holding the flower in one hand, and slid the other once more in that of her new friend, the heart of that friend yearned towards her with a newly awakened tenderness. But when she spoke to her, and endeavoured to lead her into conversation, the attempt entirely failed. There are many who might have felt disappointed and chilled by this. But Mary Brotherton had truer sympathy, and as, from time to time, she felt a loving contraction of Fanny's little fingers upon her own, and sometimes caught her looking up as if by stealth into her face, she felt no misgivings as to the cause of her silence, but loved her the better for knowing that her heart was too full to speak. They all, and as if moved by one common impulse, walked quickly forward as long as their road continued along the margin of the stream. But when it turned round the steep hill's base, and began to mount, their pace relaxed. Mary felt that her little companion dragged on her steps with labour, and perceived that Mrs. Tremlett was out of breath. " Let us sit down under this ash tree, and wait for the jolly miller," said Miss Brotherton. " It cannot be very long, I think, before he overtakes us." This proposal was the more amiable, because, in the first place, Mary could herself have run from the bottom of that steep hill to the top almost without perceiving that it was any hill at all, and in the next, she so exceedingly disliked both the miller and his cart, that had she consulted her own inclinations alone, she would probably have preferred retracing the whole way on foot. But very gladly was her proposal for rest accepted by both her old and young companion, and long did they remain seated under their pleasant canopy before any of them grew weary of it; till at length, after consulting her watch, Miss Brotherton expressed a doubt whether the fat miller and his lazy steed intended to overtake them at all. " Good gracious, my dear, do you really think so?" said Mrs. Tremlett, considerably alarmed.
Why, Mary, we shall never get back to Mrs. Prescot's without him." " I hope I may be mistaken, my dear old woman," said her kind mistress affectionately, " for I fear such a walk will be too much for you ; but when I remember that he is paid, and remember, likewise, how very little he seemed actuated by any motive, save that of sordid interest, I confess that I do think it very probable he means to leave us in the lurch." " Then let us walk on, Miss Mary, without saying a word more about it. The shadows are beginning to grow long already, and you shan't be kept out half the night by my laziness. Come along, little girl." With these words Mrs. Tremlett raised herself from between two comfortable roots, which had made her an excellent arm chair ; but the little girl whom she summoned to do likewise, though she exerted herself to get on her feet, seemed hardly able to stand. " My poor Fanny, you are quite knocked up !" exclaimed Miss Brotherton, looking at her with great anxiety. " How in the world shall we ever be able to get her on?" " It is only because I have not been used to walk lately," said Fanny, " that is, not as we have been walking now. Our work keeps us always on our legs, and that makes them bend about so, when I try to walk. But I can walk, though it hurts me, and I think it would be better to die outright in getting on, rather than rest so near the factory, so please ma'am, I'm quite ready to go on." And again the party set off, but the difficulty with which the little Fanny got along became more obvious at every step, and it soon became evident that to get as far as Mrs. Prescot's would be impossible. The dilemma was not a pleasant one. They were still in a part of the road so little frequented that it was probable they might wait for hours without obtaining assistance from any passer by, nor did either Mrs. Tremlett or Mary recollect to have seen any dwelling nearer than the high road, from which they were still at a considerable distance. The distress of the little girl was painful to witness. At the very moment when the dark cloud which had seemed to settle upon her was withdrawn, and hope gradually and with difficulty as to eyes long unaccustomed to its light began to reach her, at that very moment her strength failed, and a sensation like the sickness of death rendered every attempt at further exertion impossible. " I must stay here," she said, " it is the will of God." " No, no, Fanny," said Miss Brotherton, seating herself beside her, and letting the languid little head drop upon her bosom. " You have no reason to think that, while I have 1,000 to believe the contrary. It is a most strange chance which has brought me here, and placed you in my hands. This was by the will of God, and I will not believe it has so chanced only that I may see you die." " You must not stay here," said Fanny feebly. " Night will come presently, and you must go fast to get home. Do not be sorry for me, but, indeed, I think I am as bad as Michael was when he fell sick and was carried away to die." " Did you see " began Mary eagerly, but suddenly stopping herself, she added, " Not now, my poor Fanny, you must not tell me about it now. When I have got you strong and well at my own home, we will talk of poor Michael. Try now to think how glad you will be when we have you got home, and all our difficulties are over. But something must be done, I know, my poor child, before this can be. How had we best act in this dilemma, Mrs. Tremlett? Do you think you shall have courage to remain with this poor child while I run on, and endeavour to find some house where we may get assistance?" " Alone, Miss Mary?" replied the good woman, looking terribly alarmed. " How can I let you set off in a strange, wild country like this, with nobody to take care of you? Let us go together, Mary. Nothing can hurt this little girl, you know, while we are away." " Think it over once more, dear Tremlett," said Mary, " and then I believe you will perceive that there is more chance of your being useful to her than to me. I shall get on faster without you, good nurse, and with a lighter heart than if I took you for company, while this little creature was left with nothing but her own melancholy thoughts and childish terrors to comfort her." " Then I will stay," said the poor woman, sighing heavily. " But think, Miss Mary, how I shall feel till you come back again." " I will not loiter to amuse myself," replied her young mistress with a cheering smile. " And now take my place, and let this poor little head rest on your shoulder. She shall lie down on that bit of level turf yonder, with her head upon my lap," said the old nurse, tenderly assisting Mary to lift her up. " God bless you, my dear good soul ! I will be quickly back again," replied her grateful mistress. " How much more you show you love me now, than if you insisted upon walking after me. There ! She lies as nicely as if she were in bed. If our faithless miller makes his appearance, keep him and his cart till I come back. Tell him he shall have more gold, and he will stand waiting beside you as gentle as a lamb."
Having said these comforting words, Mary hastened onward, and was speedily out of sight. Having reached the top of the hill, she looked anxiously round in search of a human dwelling, but nothing met her eye but barren moorland, which at some distance showed symptoms of cultivation, being enclosed in patches by low stone walls, and here and there the fragment of a stunted hawthorn fence which seemed to sustain a hungry life with difficulty. Making her way across the rude and imperfectly formed sunk fence which marked the boundary of the cart road, along which they had travelled in the morning, Mary found herself on a level of some extent, but without the slightest track to direct her steps amidst the long parched grass, and frequent stones with which it was covered. " This will never do. I may walk here till I have completely lamed myself, without a chance of meeting any living soul," thought Mary, stopping short. " I shall do better by making for the high road at once." And having so decided, she turned about to retrace her steps, and regain the road. But ere she reached it, a sort of hillock at a little distance caught her eye, and wishing to take advantage of its elevation for the purpose of reconnoitring, she turned aside to reach it. Her approach to it was from the east, and a dazzling sunset was in her eyes as she made her way up the rugged side of what looked like one of the tumuli which served as resting places for human bones, ere churchyards yawned for them. Greatly was she startled on reaching the top of it, to perceive on the western side, crouching in a hollow that looked as if it had been excavated by the shelter-seeking sheep, a strange wild figure whose dress, as she looked down upon it, left its sex doubtful. The fragment of a hat, and the remnant of a jacket were evidently intended by their original construction for the use of the nobler sex, while something resembling a petticoat enveloping the lower half of the figure suggested the probability that the masculine portion of the attire was worn by sufferance, and not by right. Mary's light step among the matted tufts of coarse vegetation which covered the thin soil had not been heard, and she stood looking down upon her doubtful neighbour with the advantage of being herself unseen. " There goes another day," said a voice which, though harsh and aged, was unmistakably female, " and the silly soul has got to wait for another." Glad to find that her unexpected companion in this most desolate spot was of the safer, because the weaker portion of the human race, the wandering heiress determined to address her; but deemed it wisest to approach her visibly, instead of startling the poor soul by speaking to her unexpectedly from the spot where she stood. For this purpose, she gently descended from her elevation, and making a little circuit, presented herself before the eyes of the sun gazer. The old woman, for such she was, sat nose and knees together in a sort of hole which completely sheltered her in every direction but the west ; and from the earnest manner in which her dim eyes were fixed upon the last bright rays of the setting sun, it seemed as if her lair was chosen on purpose to look upon it. The appearance of Mary seemed to startle her, but not much ; for after looking at her for a minute, as if she examined her person with difficulty, because her eyes were dazzled by the object on which she had before been gazing, she said, pointing a stick that she held towards the point whence the bright orb had just disappeared, " Who you be, coming to spy out old Sally at her devotions?" " I want to find a house, my good woman, for I have left a poor child very ill at a short distance from hence. I want to find people who can help me to remove her." " There are no people here," said the old woman, in a gentle but melancholy voice, and turning her eyes round the desolate moor as if in confirmation of the assertion. " But perhaps you may be able to tell me where I can find some one?" " Oh dear, there is no want of finding for such as you. Just go upon the high road and turn yourself about, and say, ' Come to me,' and you'll be seeing 'em flock in, right and left, and north and south, all bowing and scraping as genteel as possible. 'Tis only me as lives in a hole, and prays to the sun every night to be so kind as not to wake me the next morning. 'Tis only me that never sees anybody. I am the only woman in all the world. All the rest have got their death in the factories." There are many circumstances of more danger that are infinitely less appalling than meeting, when out of sight of every other human being, a poor frail shattered remnant of humanity with a disordered wit. Mary shuddered as the wild speech of this poor creature confirmed the idea of insanity which her appearance suggested, and her first impulse was to turn and run. But her steps were stayed by the shrill, trembling voice of the old woman, who in an accent the most helpless and forlorn called after her, " 1 minute, only stay 1 minute. Let me look at you 1 minute." Mary turned again, and all feeling of terror was lost in pity as she beheld the miserable little crippled feature which was hobbling towards her. Her height hardly reached that of an ordinary child of 12 years old, her gait showed that her legs were dreadfully deformed, her uncouth garments hung about her in tatters, and as she painfully rolled herself at every step round the stick by whose aid she was supported, it was hardly possible to conceive a more complete image of poverty and decrepitude than her whole appearance offered. " Do not hurry so," cried Mary, every idea of alarm lost in contemplating her suffering helplessness. " I will not go yet, if you wish me to stay." They were now close together, and the shaking creature looked up in her face with a soft, silly smile, that had all the woeful innocence of imbecility. With a small, skinny hand that was delicately pale and perfectly clean, she took the end of Mary's silk scarf and gazed upon it in a sort of ecstasy. " Oh fine ! Oh pretty, pretty, pretty !" she exclaimed, smoothing and patting it with her hand, as if it had been a tame and favourite bird. " I think," she added with a sagacious nod, " that I know where you come from. This is just the things I know, that they wear in heaven. I think I know where you come from." Then breaking into what sounded like a genuine laugh, she again repeated, " I think I know where you come from. That is what the overlooker man said to me," she added, lowering her voice to a whisper, " when he caught me running away from the factory. It is not so very long ago. I can tell you all about it, if you would like to hear. And it is not like the rest of the things you know," touching her forehead with her forefinger. " I don't tell that backwards and forwards, nonsense fashion, like the other things I talk about. That was beat in upon my brain by the blacksmith, and nothing can ever take it out again, they say, till one of the angels does it in heaven. It used to pain me a good deal," she continued, taking off her hat, and laying her open palm on the top of her head, " but since I took to sitting on my throne there, as the folks call it, and gathered the dew morning and night to put upon it, the pain is a deal better." " I cannot hear your story now," said Mary gently, " because there is a poor sick girl on the side of the hill that wants me very bad. She comes from the factory too, and she is too ill to walk. Can you tell me where I can find anybody to help me carry her?" " Come from the factory, is she? Dear, dear, dear! She will be sure to die, you may depend upon it. They all do die, except me. Don't you fancy that you'll ever take her back alive? It was only I that could bear that, and I was burnt in the head for it, as I told you." " I do not want to take her back," said Mary. " I want to help her. Where do you live? Are there any houses or people near this place? Now be a good woman, and take me where I can find somebody to help us." " Yes, I will," replied the poor creature, in a tone which convinced Miss Brotherton that she understood her, and at the same time beginning to hobble on before her towards the road. Nothing probably less pressing, and less hopeless than her present position, could have tempted Mary to trust herself to such a guide. Yet she felt a strange sort of confidence that the old woman knew what she was about, and though aware that the experiment was rather a desperate one, determined to follow wherever her feeble guide should lead, certain, at least, that the distance could not be very great. There was, however, much more strength and power of locomotion in the little cripple than she gave her credit for. Having contrived to crawl through the grassy dyke that fenced the moor, she crossed the road obliquely, and making her way through a very imperfect hedge of furze and quickset, hobbled on across a bit of miserably arid stubble, which presently descended abruptly, and led to a tuft of stunted elder bushes, beside which stood a small farmhouse with its cow yard, barns, and ricks. Surprised and delighted to find herself so near a human dwelling, Mary had hardly patience to restrain her steps to the pace of her poor guide, nevertheless she had not the heart to leave her, for there was an expression of pride and pleasure in the woman's eye as she turned round from time to time as they advanced, which she felt it would be most cruel to check by showing that she could do without her. So it was together that they reached the bottom of the steep descent, and together that they entered the kitchen of the farmhouse, where a very decent looking middle-aged woman was engaged in preparing supper. She looked exceedingly surprised at the appearance of Miss Brotherton, and for a moment turned her eyes from her to her companion, and back again, with an air that was almost bewildered. But soon recovering herself, she courtesied with much respect, and said, " I hope you haven't been scared, ma'am, by falling in with this poor creature. She is as harmless as a baby."
"Oh no," replied Mary, "she has been very kind to me, for she has brought me here, where I should never have been able to get without her, the house is so completely concealed. And I want help, ma'am, very much indeed." "You haven't met no accident, I hope?" said the good woman kindly, and ceasing her notable operations, she drew forward a wooden chair for her guest to sit upon. "Thank you very much," said the young lady, seating herself, "yet it is not rest I most want. I have a little girl with me whom I have left by the side of the road that leads from the mills. She is too weak and ill to get on, and I hope you will be able to lend me some conveyance, a cart, a wagon, anything to take her as far as the King's Head, 3 or 4 miles I suppose from hence, upon the turnpike road. I would pay well for it." "From the mills?" repeated the woman, staring. "Yes, from the place called Deep Valley Mill," replied Mary, "perhaps rather more than a mile from here." "Oh, ma'am, I know the Deep Valley Mill well enough," was the answer. "All Mr. Woodcomb's own butter and milk comes from here. That is not the difficulty. But we shan't like to have nothing to do with carrying away any child from there." "You need fear nothing on that point," replied Miss Brotherton, eagerly. "I have paid for permission to bring this child away." "That alters the case for certain. But — I ask pardon, ma'am — there is something very odd, too, in such a lady as you walking away from the factory with one of the children." "Indeed, I do not wonder at your saying so. But believe me, I tell you nothing but the truth when I assure you that I have permission, and have paid largely for it, to bring this child away. Our unfortunately attempting to walk was merely accident, and occasioned entirely by my foolish impatience to get away from the place before Mr. Smith, the miller who took me there, thought his horse sufficiently rested to return." "Mr. Smith, the miller? Then for certain all's right, for they be known for the greatest friends, Mr. Woodcomb and he. And I dare say my husband, ma'am, would be proud to help you when he comes home. It's coming dark fast, and he won't be long, I dare say." "But I must go back to this poor child. I have left her with an old lady who will, I fear, be greatly alarmed at being left so long," said Mary. "Poor child!" repeated her limping guide, who, from the moment they had entered, had been reposing herself by sitting on the floor, and had not spoken till now. "Poor child! Think of that! And she comes from the factory. Think of speaking in that way of a factory child." "Hold your tongue, Sally, or I'll give you no porridge for supper," said the woman, but by no means harshly. And as she spoke, she dropped into the maniac's lap a piece of bread that lay in a plate upon the table. "Had your factory child got this now," said poor Sally, nodding her head with a sort of boastful exultation, "she would not be so terrible bad. But there's nobody but me as gets this. I am the only old woman in the world. All the rest die young. And most of 'em," she added in a whisper, "before they get away." "Was this poor creature at the Deep Valley factory when she was young?" demanded Miss Brotherton. "She tells you quite true, ma'am," replied the farmer's wife, resuming her cookery, which consisted in chopping up bacon, cabbage, and potatoes for the frying pan. "She talks nonsense about the moon sometimes, and is very wild when it comes to the full, but she never makes any blunder when she tells of her own troubles at the factory. She never varies the least bit in the world when she tells about her getting away, and being stopped, and taken back again, poor creature. 'Tis only too true, that's the worst of it, and she has never been in her right mind since." "I would hear her tell it willingly, and should listen to it with great interest," said Miss Brotherton, "but at this moment I can think of nothing but those I have left." "Whereabouts be they, ma'am?" demanded the farmer's wife. Mary described the spot very accurately. "Why, dear me, them surely must be the trees right against our gate," said the good woman, with great apparent satisfaction. "And if so be as I'm right, 'tis hardly more than a stone's throw from our back gate. I take it, ma'am, as you walked by the lane just round our farm, and them trees as you speak of bean't not 1/4 of the distance as you have come." "In that case," replied Miss Brotherton, greatly comforted, "I have no doubt that we could get the poor little girl here, and then if you would give us leave to remain till your husband has contrived to procure some sort of conveyance for us, all our troubles would be over, and most gratefully will I repay you for your assistance." "I will show you the way this moment, ma'am," said the woman with great alacrity. And once more suspending her labours for the good man's supper, she prepared to attend the lady by taking off an external apron, and smoothing that which was below it.
Though not quite within a stone's throw, the spot to which Miss Brotherton was so anxious to return was reached by a very short cut across the piece of meadow ground on which the back part of the farmhouse opened. The joy of Mrs. Tremlett at seeing her was great indeed, and poor Fanny, refreshed by the interval of rest, declared herself quite able to walk a good piece more. " Poor little creature !" exclaimed good Mrs. Roberts, the farmer's wife, " she do look bad, sure enough. It is seldom or never that we gets a sight of the children at the mill, for they sends regular for what they wants, and bean't over fond of having any body go near 'em. But she puts me strongly in mind of old Sally's stories, to be sure." The little party reached the farm without difficulty, and then indeed, as Mary had predicted, all their present troubles seemed over, for nothing could exceed the earnest kindness with which Mrs. Roberts administered to all their wants. Mrs. Tremlett's appearance and manner appeared to have entirely removed the sort of doubtful impression which poor Mary's hurried entree had produced, and having been told that the little girl had been reclaimed by them as a relation, the whole adventure appeared to her as one of the deepest interest, and her sympathy and goodwill were most fully excited. Old Sally was sitting upon the floor exactly where they had left her. " Poor thing !" exclaimed Mary, " she has not moved an inch." " Not she, poor soul," replied Mrs. Roberts. " I told her to bide still, and when we says that to her, she'd keep still if we was to be away a whole day, I believe. Get up, Sally," she added good humouredly, " there's a brave woman. Look at that little girl, and tell the ladies what she puts you in mind of." The expression of the poor withered idiot face that was turned upon Fanny Fletcher when this was uttered, was most touchingly sad and solemn. The gentle, silly look which her countenance usually wore was exchanged for one full of deep mysterious meaning. She drew herself towards the little girl with a sort of stealthy movement, as if afraid of being seen to approach her, and then quite close beside her said, " You then have done as I did, you have run away. Poor, poor little thing! Can't you guess what will come next? Poor little thing! They will catch you, hide where you will, they will catch you." " I have not run away," said Fanny gently. The maniac shook her head. " Don't you scream as I did, my poor lamb, for it's no good. They care no more for screams and groans than for the whirring of the spindles. But the screams went into my own ears, and I have never got rid of them since. I still hear them all night long, when it is moontime. Poor, poor little girl!" "Come, come, Sally, let her alone, she is going to eat something." And Mrs. Roberts completed the arrangements upon which she had been occupied since they entered, by placing chairs at the table on which bread, butter, and cheese were placed. Not even the Deep Valley apprentice feel more disposed to do justice to these preparations than did Miss Brotherton and her old servant. They had tasted nothing since breakfast, and when a bowl of fresh milk was added to the bread and butter, Mary gratefully assured her entertainer that she considered it as the most delicious supper she had ever eaten. " Now that's different," said poor Sally, who had perched herself on a low stool close to Fanny Fletcher. " I never had any pretty creature like that, all clothed in heavily trappings, giving me milk. But it will make no difference in the end. You must be dragged back again, poor little thing." " No, no, she won't be dragged back again," said Mrs. Roberts, " and there's a cup of milk for you. So now let the ladies eat in peace, Sally. You know it's time for you to be crawling home. The master will be here in no time, and maybe he will be asking how many stones you have picked up to day, so you had better be off." The docile creature immediately shuffled off her stool and prepared to depart. " I should like to hear her describe her own adventures, which you say she does so faithfully," said Miss Brotherton. " Do you think you could persuade her to repeat her story to us?" " Yes, yes, ma'am, she will do that quick enough. It is just what she likes best," replied Mrs. Roberts, " except now and then when she is moody. Now, Sally, if you will behave yourself like a sensible woman, you may sit down again, and tell the ladies how you ran away from the mill, and was caught, and brought back again, and all the rest of it." The little cripple's eyes twinkled, and a gleam of intelligence flashed across her countenance with a sort of will-o'-the-wisp brightness, as she took the fragment of a hat from her closely shorn grey head, and reseated herself. " 'Twas my knees as was the first of it," she began. " I couldn't bear it. The pain growed worse and worse, and my legs dipped down, and they strapped me harder and harder,
and that was the reason that I couldn't bear it. So one day," she continued in a deep clear whisper, "one day when the 'prentices and overlookers and manager and all was off for dinner, I stopped behind 'em, and nobody seed me. No, not one of 'em. And while they were at dinner I slipped into the yard where the pigs bide, and then away again, all upon the sly, to the door where they takes the dirt out. I thought maybe I might have the bolts to pull, but not a bit of it. There it stood wide open, with a barrow full of rubbish between the posts. That was fun."
And here the poor creature laughed that dreadful laugh which none but maniacs utter.
"But the fun lasted longer than that," she went on. "It lasted while I creeped along for a mile or more among the bushes as grows so rank t'other side the mill. And there I laid down at last in the midst of 'em, 'cause I heard a noise, and what d'ye think it was? What d'ye think the poor creature heard with her heart galloping just at the bottom of her throat, for all the world like the flap, flap, flap of a fly-wheel?"
"Perhaps 'twas a dog barking, Sally," said Mrs. Roberts, humouring the maniac as she made a pause.
"No, 'twas not a dog barking, nor it wasn't a wolf, nor it wasn't a tiger. But it was something 10,000,000 of times worse than either. It was the 'prentice master,"
replied Sally in a slow, deep whisper.
"It was the divilish 'prentice master with his eyes of fire and his breath of flame. Oh, I feel him at my throat now."
And she clasped her withered neck with her pale thin hands, shuddering violently from head to foot. "Speak soberly, Sally, and like a sensible body, or you must not go on, you know that," said Mrs. Roberts, interposing in a warning tone, which poor Sally seemed to understand, for though her breast still heaved with a panting movement, like one who had run a race, and was out of breath, she assumed an affected air of composure, putting her hands before her primly and shutting her eyes.
"Yes, missus, I know that," she replied sedately. "I know that very well, and we won't trouble Joe Plowman to help us home this time. But I may go on if I speak sensible, and like a wise woman as I am."
The farmer's wife nodded assent, and Sally continued more quietly.
"It was the 'prentice master, and none but he has dragged me forth head foremost out of the bushes, very much like the butcher, you know, my dears, when he takes a little lamb's head between his two hard hands. I never sees that up at Tom Blake's shambles without thinking of it. So he dragged me back again, and then you may guess how the strap went. But think of me, think what a spirit I must have had in those days, my dears. Will you believe that I made up my mind to start again, though I hadn't a bit of unbruised skin upon my body? I did, though. Oh dear, how I used to hear the birds singing in my ears o' nights when I lay down and made believe to sleep. But I don't fancy it was sleep, not right wholesome sleep ever, as I got then. For I can mind now, yes I can, with all my moonshine, I can mind now, how I used to smell the grass, and see the dew shining, and hear the pretty sweet cows a-mooing, and all the while shut up in a stone prison house. That was the divil tempting me, wasn't it? But I didn't start again for 2 whole years, though. 'Cause why, I never found no chance for it. And by that time my legs were shocking bad, and if it was the divil as made me run, he ought to have sent me a stick to help me, for oh dear, I crawled dreadful slow, and then—"
Come, Sally," interrupted Mrs. Roberts, "I won't have all that at full length, or else we shall have you off again. Make an end, there's a fine woman. Tell the ladies about the shutting up, and then go home and to bed, for 'tis time." Miss Brotherton ceased to wonder, as she had first done, at the chartered licence which the crazy cripple seemed to enjoy, when she observed the perfect docility with which she obeyed every word and look of the farmer's wife. She now resumed her story exactly at the word commanded.
"Yes, I was shut up, my dears. I shall have soon done now, for I am coming to the Black Gap, as I call it, and I always stops there. But where do you think they shut me up? in this room or that room, or t'other room perhaps. Not a bit of it. They shut me up in a little narrow place, not much bigger than a grave, and it was dark, 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 all but one little narrow slip, and there was no light come through that at first. But by and by, after I had been days and days locked in, I heard a horrid, horrid lumbering noise, and then I saw a flash of light through the narrow slip, for all the world like the light of a candle. And the light of a candle it was, too. And what do you think it showed me? Crippled as I was, I managed to scramble high enough to peep. There was beams, on bricks or something, and what do you think I saw?" The poor creature began shaking again, but on Mrs. Roberts holding up her finger, she seemed to make a strong effort to control herself, and once more slipping off her stool, she drew close to Miss Brotherton, and in a low rapid voice hurried through the remainder of her narrative. "I saw," said she, "the master's wife laid stone dead upon a truckle bed, almost as close to me as I to you. Think of that. Stone dead. Stiffened, stark and ghastly and blue. There was a candle that flamed full upon her dead face. But they as brought her was run away, they couldn't bear it, I'm sure they couldn't bear it, and I was left alone to look upon it, and I couldn't run away. But I could not bear it either. And then it was that I screamed. Hush! I must not scream now, you know." Here she stopped, putting her hands before her eyes and remaining perfectly still for a minute, and then added with more composure, "After that came the black gap, and I don't know anything more about it. Only that I watched the sun go to bed every night, and I have been going on praying for years and years, all the time I have been growing into an old woman, that he would please not to wake me in the morning." "Here's the master, Sally," said Mrs. Roberts, "so take yourself off, there's a good woman. Here's your mug of porridge. Put on your hat steady, and wish the ladies a good night." Again she was most docilely obeyed, and in another moment poor Sally was gone, and the hard-working master of the premises occupied her place. The situation and wants of his unexpected guests were speedily explained to him, and his best assistance as speedily promised. While he devoured a hasty supper, one of his farm horses was put into the shafts of a jockey cart, and in less than an hour after his return, the comforted party set out by the light of a friendly moon, and were safely jolted to the King's Head, without having been overtaken by the treacherous miller, who probably preferred sharing the jovial supper in which his good friend Woodcomb indulged on this memorable evening, to forsaking it for the purpose of overtaking the ladies from whom it was derived, as there seemed but little chance of drawing anything more from the same source. Great was the joy of Mrs. Prescot at seeing her guests return, for their long absence, together with the nature of the business on which they were engaged, had caused the good woman to torment herself with many dark forebodings. Nevertheless, she was well prepared to receive them, and nothing was wanting that she could furnish towards refreshing the adventurers after their fatigue. But alas, it was only then, it was only after the anxiety and the agitation of the enterprise were over, that poor Mary fully remembered how abortive that enterprise had been. And then she wept bitterly, as she thought of the load of anguish she had to carry home to Michael's mother and brother. Yet, as she listened to little Fanny's tearful narration of all that had passed between them during the weeks they had worked together, she felt that when the first dreadful pangs should be over, there would be something like consolation for them in listening to it also. And as she studied the delicate and expressive features of the pretty creature she had rescued, and watched the sort of timid doubting hope that by degrees took place of the nervous heart-struck look that had been so painfully legible in her sweet face when first she saw her, it was impossible not to feel that while deploring the loss of one object of benevolence, she had to rejoice for having found another. Luckily for the respectability of their appearance in setting forth on their homeward travels the following morning, the active Mrs. Prescot was enabled, by the aid of the heiress's magic pocket book, to procure from a neighbour a suit of decent apparel for the little orphan. The same freely flowing source supplied wherewithal to reward all the friendly offices performed by the host and hostess at the King's Head, and in addition, they were left in possession of a romance which was likely enough, from the frequency with which it was repeated, to furnish a legend to the little village to the end of time.
One single adventure occurred to Miss Brotherton on her way home, which, though forming a very isolated episode in the history of her journey, shall be recounted, because the fact which it brought to her knowledge is one that well deserves publicity. The heiress varied her road homewards by driving through a village which, were it not infested by the plague spot of a factory, might be considered as one of the most attractive in Derbyshire. At one point the road passes through a rocky defile of such wild beauty, that Mary, who was equally unacquainted with fine scenery, and capable of enjoying it, called to the postboy to stop, that she might get out and walk up the long ascent, in order the more thoroughly to enjoy the widely spreading landscape it commanded. Neither of her companions accompanied her. Mrs. Tremlett consenting, nothing loth, to remain in the post-chaise, upon the steepness of the road being pointed out to her, while little Fanny, though in her heart longing to spring after her benefactress, replied to the observation that she was not yet strong enough to climb, by a look that spoke more of gratitude than regret. It was alone, therefore, that Mary Brotherton started forward, her active steps soon leaving the carriage behind; when, cutting short the spiral ascent by making her way through the underwood which clothed the bank, she soon found herself high above the road, and on a spot of great beauty. After lingering here for a few minutes she proceeded, when hearing the ever attractive sound of rushing waters, she again stopped, and then guided by her ear followed where it led, till she reached an opening not far from the high road, but apart from it, where, instead of the mountain cascade she had expected, a spectacle greeted her that for an instant seemed to petrify every nerve, and the bounding elastic movement which had brought her within sight of it was changed to the rigid stillness of marble. A man, almost ferocious in his aspect, from the squalid, unshorn, brutal negligence of decency which it betrayed, was supporting in his arms, and on his bosom, a boy of 10 or 11 years old, whose ghastly countenance showed plainly that death was busy at his heart. Before the rock from whence flowed the gushing stream, whose sound had brought Miss Brotherton to the spot, stood what looked like the fragment of a rude pillar, and on this stone the father had rested the wasted form of his dying child. Before him stood a little girl gazing on the boy with a mixture of infant fear and sisterly love, as she tended a bowl, filled from the spring, to his lips. " He is very ill," said Mary, addressing the father. " Can I go anywhere to get help for you?" The man, who had the fragment of a pipe in his mouth, and who looked rather bewildered and fiercely angry, than oppressed by sorrow, stared at her, but answered not a word. " What is the matter with him?" said Miss Brotherton, addressing the little girl. "He be worked down," replied the child, sobbing. "We have been at long hours for 4 weeks, and Dick couldn't stand it. Father have carried him to and from mill for a week, but he couldn't stand it. Mother said when we started that he looked as if he'd never come back alive, but he'd have had to pay double fine if so be as father had left him to bide at home, so he carried him to mill. But, though they strapped him, he couldn't stand to his work, and he have been lying in the mill yard till father come to take him." This horrible statement was uttered amidst tears and sobs, but poor Mary lost not a word of it; and as her very sick soul sickened at the tale, she felt tempted to believe that she was doomed to witness every circumstance that could most painfully recall the source whence all her greatness flowed. With clasped hands and streaming eyes, she stood silently watching the gasping breath of this young victim of unnatural labour. The boy's eyes fixed themselves on the face of his little sister. He might be listening to her history of his early fate, or he might be consciously taking a last look at what he loved. In either case, the effort demanded more strength than was left him. His eyes closed, a shivering movement passed through all his frame, and then he became still. The quick, short, unequal heaving of the breast was seen no more, and Mary hid her eyes at the mysterious change which no human being can gaze upon unmoved, came upon the stiffening features. It was rather instinct than feeling, which prompted her even at that awful moment to proffer what she had learned to know would be felt as consolation, did one starving member of a family alone survive amidst the dying and the dead of a whole race. Without venturing again to look at the father and his son, she dropped into the bowl, which the little girl still held, what she hated to think would soon turn natural sorrow into unnatural forgetfulness of it. But she had no power to serve them more effectually, and hastily turning into the road, she awaited the slow arrival of the post-chaise in a state of mind which left no faculty at leisure to enjoy any longer the hills and valleys for whose sake she had left it. From this time the journey homeward proceeded without accident, or adventure of any kind, and Mary would probably have shared the pleasure so energetically expressed by Mrs. Tremlett at being restored to the luxurious tranquillity of Milford Park, had not the heavy news she carried to the poor Armstrongs made her dread the day that would follow her reaching it. But how she got through that painful day, and all that resulted from it, how little Fanny Fletcher fared in her new and most strange home, and whether her patroness had most reason to bless or deplore the sudden movement which had caused her to hazard the blending thus the destiny of one so utterly unknown with her own, must all be reserved for future narration, as the adventures of Michael Armstrong of necessity draw the pen of his historian elsewhere. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 25. The narrative returns to its hero, and relates why and wherefore he was kept alive. The boy grows tall, and takes to thinking. The answer which Fanny Fletcher had received to her inquiries concerning Michael was as false as it was heedless. The little fellow who gave it had no intention of uttering what was untrue. He believed that the boy she inquired for was dead, so many had died, and been borne from the wretched garret where he had himself lain, battling with the fever, sometimes delirious and sometimes asleep, that it was no great wonder he should blunder. But Michael Armstrong was not dead, though the state in which the malady left him was such that for weeks the surly old woman, hired to supply the place of Mrs. Poulet, muttered curses on him for not being in a state to be quietly buried out of the way like the rest. It was just 5 days after Fanny Fletcher left the Deep Valley Mills in company with Miss Brotherton, that Michael waked from that first sound healing sleep, which often announces the conquest of life over death, after a hard-fought struggle between them. The little fellow raised himself upright on his straw pallet, and for a minute or two looked about him to make himself quite sure where he was, for so heavy had been his sleep that it was not immediately his senses could recover their usual powers of perception. But only too soon, alas, he made it all out. He was still in that foul den of misery and filth, and the first impulse of his fully recovered intellect was to utter a bitter expression of regret that his life had been spared for further suffering, while so many had been mercifully permitted to sink into their peaceful graves. But even as he breathed the words, he repented of them. The image of his mother seemed to rise before him. He remembered that she had bade him ever to trust in God, and let no cause tempt him to take his name in vain. The quiet eye of his much enduring brother rose to his memory, as he had seen it 1,000 times fixed upon him, while he enjoined patience and submission for their dear mother's sake. And the more recently heard precepts of little Fanny, all preaching the same righteous but hard lesson, came in their soft, pleading, innocent tone to give him strength to bear. Michael crossed his emaciated hands upon his breast and murmured, "God forgive me!" Then dropping again into a gentle sleep, awoke not till the old woman shook him rudely, rather for the gratification of her curiosity than in performance of her duty, in order to see whether the wiry, hard-skinned little varmint wasn't dead at last. She started with a feeling very like terror when the boy, opening his large eyes upon her, asked her to please to be so kind as to give him a drink of water. "What then? You don't mean to die after all? If you bean't born to be hanged, it's a mystery. Water? If you haven't got summat in it after lying this fashion, the Lord knows how long, you'll balk the hangman at last." And with these words the crabbed crone retreated, hastening, with the consciousness of having something wonderful to tell, into the presence of Mr. Woodcomb. "There's a boy, sir, as have been lying a-dying almost ever since I comed, as is actually coming to now. Not but what he must still be within an inch of the grave, seeing what he has gone through, and he looks for all the world as if he had been buried and dug up again. Howsomever, I don't think but what he might come through, if so be as you thought it worth while to give him food. That sort of sleep as I waked him out of, shows plain enough as the fever is gone, and then you know, sir, as kitchen psychic is all the creatures wants, perhaps, for the sake of preventing the burying beginning again, your honour might think it was well to give him a little broth, and meat too, after a bit, for he won't do without it, that's certain." "I had clean forgot that there was one left up there, Molly," replied the superintendent. "But in heaven's name let him be fed, woman. I wouldn't have to bury any more of 'em just now, for ever so. He'll come round again, I suppose, before it's very long. We are still very short of piecers, and it's as well to keep 'em alive, you know, as to go after another." " As for that, sir," replied the old woman, " it won't be to morrow, nor next day either, as he'll pay for his salt. I'll tell you that beforehand. So you had best please to make up your mind at once about the keeping him alive. There's nothing will do it but giving him almost a bellyful every day, and maybe a little fresh air into the bargain, I'm thinking, seeing the time he's laid stewing up there with such lots dying all round him. If it wasn't for the having to open ground for him again, I'd be hanged, drawn, and quartered before I'd trouble myself about what sort of air a 'prentice had to breathe. Howsomever, I have got my own reasons for not choosing to trouble the parson again, nor yet for doing the job without him. So cram the brat as much as you like, I suppose my leavings is good enough for him." " Please, master, not to talk of my liking to cram 'prentice brats," retorted Molly. " Often and often, as I've been back and forward here for one job or another, nobody ever saw me trying to pilfer anything for their starving stomachs, the low creatures. I despises 'em too much. But I knows what will save life, and what will lose it better, maybe, than most folks, and so now you may do just as you please, without putting it upon my likes or dislikes." " Don't be so frumpish, Molly Bing," replied Mr. Woodcomb, laughing. " There's nobody going to charge you with being such a fool as to make a pet of a factory 'prentice while there's a puppy dog to be had for love or money. Don't you be scared at any such notion as that, for I knows ye a deal better, old woman, than to put any such affront upon ye. You just stop the creature from dying, if you can, for that will suit me a deal best just now." The will of Mr. Woodcomb, thus clearly expressed, was acted upon with very implicit obedience ; the consequence of which was, that Michael Armstrong was not only saved from death, but his constitution greatly benefited. Molly Bing had pledged her judgment upon the result of his case, and in order to prove it correct, she contrived that he should swallow about 10 times as much nourishment as fell to the share of any other child in the mill. He had grown surprisingly during the period of his confinement, and this gave so lengthy a look to his thin person, that Molly more than once fancied the audacious little villain would give her the lie at last. So she not only fed him, but got leave for him to clean out the pigsties, scrape up the filth from the yard, and sundry other jobs of the same description, all of which, however unsavoury in their nature, bore, as the sharp-witted old woman well knew, the balm of health in every movement they enforced, compared to the monotonous and grinding slavery of the mill. But in the course of a month or two, another glorious proof of England's prosperity reached the Deep Valley, in the shape of a large order, and Mr. Elgood Sharpton, in communicating the cheering intelligence to his manager, enforced the necessity of strenuous exertion in the execution of it, by telling him that, sick or well, the children must work long hours, and that it was far better that they should a little overwork the hands, than run any risk of disappointing so valuable a customer. In consequence of these instructions, Michael was withdrawn from his outdoor labours, and once more made to follow the mules. It was then, and then only, that he discovered the heavy loss he had sustained by the departure of Fanny. While employed upon the out-of-door tasks assigned to him by the commands of Molly Bing, he had been strictly enjoined never to speak to any of the apprentices who might chance to pass while he was at work. His meals were eaten in Mr. Woodcomb's kitchen, and the place assigned for his lodging by night was a sort of closet that opened from it. No day, no hour had passed, unless in sleep, since he recovered his senses without his thinking of her. At the risk, or rather with the certainty of cuffs and hard words, no footfall had ever passed within his hearing without causing him to turn his head to reconnoitre, and much as he preferred the labour on which he was now employed to that of the mill, he would willingly, nay, joyfully, have exchanged it in the hope of again seeing his little friend. It was therefore with a feeling of gladness instead of regret that he received orders to turn into the factory. " That is queer," thought the little fellow, as he bounded to obey the command, with the double energy of recovered health and awakened hope. " It is queer for me to feel glad that I am going back to the factory." As it happened, he was marshalled into the same room in which he had worked before his illness ; but alas ! when he turned his eyes to the spot which Fanny had formerly occupied near him, a singularly ill-favoured boy met his gaze, instead of the pretty creature he sought for. This was a death blow to the joy which a few minutes before had given him a gait and an expression of countenance so unwonted in a factory boy returning to his well known sufferings. Nevertheless, though a tear blinded the eyes which at length settled reluctantly on the broken threads which awaited his fingers, he remembered that the factory had 7 floors, and cruel as it was to lose the pleasure of giving his little friend a look or a word as they each paced their weary walk, he still thought he might get a sight of her at their dismal meals, and fancied that he should not greatly regret exchanging scraps of wholesome meat for musty oatmeal, provided Fanny Fletcher was by to tell him not to mind it. But the musty oatmeal came all too soon, for no word or look of Fanny's came with it. Nor did any uncertainty long remain, on which to hang a lingering hope that some unfinished task detained her in the mill, and that he should see her soon. His first question, whispered to the girl who sat beside him, brought forth the history of Fanny's wonderful departure, at as full length as the time and place would permit. At first he listened to it with incredulity. It seemed, he thought, like a story made up to deceive him, for fun. And little as the blighted young spirits of that sad fraternity were given to jesting, Michael clung to the belief that such was the case, as long as the meal lasted. But as usual, a few minutes followed, during which they were left alone, an indulgence which necessarily arose from the fact that even the niggardly allowance of time awarded by the regulations of Mr. Elgood Sharpton for their meals, was more than the famished children required for devouring the scanty portion set before them. No sooner had Mr. Poulet withdrawn himself, after witnessing the orderly consumption by each of the allotted morsel, than such of the miserable crew as had survived the pestilence, and remembered the close alliance between Michael and the heroine of the marvellous tale which was still in every mouth, all rushed together towards him for the purpose of recounting it. Notwithstanding the confusion of tongues, their noisy testimony was too consistent to admit of doubt, and Michael remained with the astounding belief that his little friend was taken away to be made a great lady of. The heart of Michael Armstrong proved itself to be a very generous one on this occasion. Some natural tears he shed, but wiped them soon. As he remembered that the more miserable the situation in which he was left, the more he ought to rejoice that Fanny had been taken away from it. And he did rejoice. Truly, sincerely, and at the very bottom of his heart did he rejoice. As day after day the hateful routine of unvarying suffering again laid its grasp upon his existence, with a power as irresistible as that of the vast engine which within those prison walls seemed lord of all, the generous heart of Michael felt thankful that Fanny Fletcher shared in it no longer. It had been quite in vain that he had laboured to persuade himself, while listening to the reasonings of his little friend, that they ought mutually to rejoice in the probability of each other's death. Though he had allowed that as far as he was himself concerned he might easily be brought to think that it would be a comfort to die, he could never reach the pitch of sublimity necessary to perform the wish that Fanny might die before him. But now it was evident that this weakness, which had more than once caused his little monitress to shake her head, and say that he did not love her as well as she loved him, it was now quite evident that it was no selfish motive which had caused it. By degrees this truly noble feeling, this generous power of living, as it were, in the prosperity of another, so strengthened the character of the boy as perfectly to save him from that worst result of youthful suffering, a reckless, desperate despair, which by destroying hope, that beautiful mainspring of all our best actions, leaves the poor spiritless machine alive only to the wretched consciousness of its capacity for pain. It is, beyond all question, this bitter hopelessness which deteriorates in so remarkable a manner the moral character of operatives under the present factory system. In no other situation, excepting only that of slaves purchased and paid for like an ox or an ass, is the destiny of a human being placed so wholly and completely beyond the reach of his own control. He is, as Wordsworth truly says, "a slave to whom release comes not, and cannot come." In no other situation do labouring men, women, and children feel and know that unless they submit in all things to the behests of their employer, they must die; and that too by a process 10,000 times worse than either the hangman's cord or the headsman's axe. They must die the death of famine. If their lingering hours of labour be prolonged beyond the stipulated time for which they are paid, they cannot turn and say, "I will not, for 'tis not in the bond," for the ready answer is, "Go." We employ none who make conditions with us. And where are they to go? To the parish officers? As ready an answer meets them there, "Go." We relieve none who can get work and refuse it. If they are fined, however unjustly, however arbitrarily, If the iniquitous truck system be resorted to for payment of wages instead of money, if their women be insulted or their children crippled, and remonstrance follow, the same death-dooming reply awaits them: "Go! We employ no grumblers here." Then to what quarter can they look with hope? Where are they to find that only elixir by which the human strength is mercifully made for ever equal to sustain human suffering? This sparkling draught is not for them. The factory operative alone, of all to whom God has given the power of thought, is denied the delicious privilege of hope. It is this which degrades their nature. It is this which from youth to age renders one ruinous hour of brutal debauchery more precious than all that steadfast sober industry can promise or bestow. It was long, very long, ere this intellectual blight, this smothering mildew of the soul fell upon Michael, for he seemed to possess a sort of twofold existence. The worser half of it, being his poor self, while the better was found in the happy destiny of Fanny. Countless were the miles that he walked backwards and forwards before the mules, during which he cheered his fancy by painting her in the midst of liberty and green fields. Sometimes he thought that if she were rich, she would remember all he had told her about his mother and Edward, that she would find them out, would take compassion on their poverty, would talk of him, would soothe and comfort them. All this may seem, to happier beings, but a frail support, under incessant labour accompanied by every species of privation. Yet it did Michael service. It kept his faculties alive; for it gave a theme, and a pleasant one, on which to fix his thoughts, and half the tedium of his own sad life was forgotten, as he meditated on the probable happiness of hers. Sometimes, it must be owned, though he always told himself that such thoughts were nonsense, ideas would suggest themselves less abstractedly disinterested; for it would now and then come into his head, that Fanny Fletcher knew where Sir Matthew had sent him, if nobody else did; and that perhaps, if she grew to be a great girl with power to do what she liked, she might think of him, and try to do something to rescue him. Vague as was this notion, vague as he himself felt it to be, it was a blessing to him. When such thoughts arose, his bodily strength seemed to revive, his aching knees no longer bent under him, his gait was no longer that of an ordinary factory child, the energy of his mind lent itself to his limbs, and wearily as he stretched himself upon his bed of straw, and long and lanky as his half-starved person grew, Michael Armstrong did not become a cripple. But years wore away, and the stout-hearted young prisoner of the Deep Valley began to think again that he had better have died of the fever than have lived so long, hoping for some happy chance to set him free, and hoping for ever and for ever, in vain. "I am a fool," argued Michael at 14. "I am a fool for thinking so very much of one who, it is quite plain, has never thought of me, nor of mother, nor of my poor Edward either. She never gave a thought to either of us. I was a fool to dream it. The fine folks that carried her away, took her far enough from sight and sound of factory people. And who can blame her if she never turned her head back again to inquire about any of them? Poor little Fanny! She was very kind to me once, and she was the very prettiest little girl that ever I happened to see. But other people may have found that out by this time as well as I. Fanny Fletcher is a whole year older than me. I will try with all my might and main never to think of her any more." This resolution was not very steadily adhered to; but the struggle to do it, which was perfectly sincere, made the poor boy moody, and more miserable than ever. His dreams perpetually represented to him his mother and helpless brother suffering from some unkindness from Fanny, whom he saw superlatively beautiful, and superlatively rich, but more superlatively hard-hearted still. These nervous and irritating visitations brought his mother and brother so vividly before him, that for weeks he could never, whether waking or sleeping, get them out of his head. He fancied himself again running at full speed from Dowling Lodge, with Martha's basket on his arm. His mother's little room, decent and orderly in spite of poverty, came back upon his mind as if he had left it but yesterday. He saw the soft expression of her faded countenance, and felt the welcome of her fond embrace. "Oh fool, oh proud and wicked fool!" he murmured to his tear-stained pillow, as these and 1,000 other tender recollections pressed upon him. "Why could I not endure the tyrant's cruelty? I might have kissed her now. I might have comforted poor Teddy." The sound of his own voice, as he pronounced this dear familiar name, though in a whisper too low to awaken the weary sleepers round him, wrung his very heart by the vivid recollections which it brought, and though he was now beyond 14 years old, he cried himself to sleep. Fitful and feverish were the transitions of his mind at this period. Sometimes he persuaded himself that his mother was no more, that the loss of him had broken her heart, and that she had died believing him to have gone before her. At other times it was Edward whom he wept as dead. His shattered health, his feeble limbs were, as he thought, sure evidence that nature meant him not to struggle long against the misery of his lot, and there were moments in which this persuasion even soothed him. Sweet fellow, thought he, how calm and beautiful he must have looked in death. Even in suffering, even in agony, his countenance was lovely, so patient and so heavenly mild. Better, far better he should die than live a factory boy like me. And then again his mood would change, and he had for ever before him images of the most fearful destitution — his mother starving, and Edward slowly perishing beside her, because he had been too proud and too impatient to endure sundry buffetings and other indignities, which, when put in competition with the thought of having injured them, dwindled into petty injuries, which he deserved eternal shame for shrinking from. Dreadful were the hours he thus spent; and, fearful to think of, was the hopeless, helpless, joyless, comfortless existence by which he held to earth. His very soul sickened as he looked around him, and read in every withered melancholy face the history of blasted youth, and the prophecy of premature death. But there are spirits which sorrow and suffering cannot quench, and Michael Armstrong's was one of them. Nature and accident together had been stronger than the tendency of his employment to cripple his limbs, and he was neither deformed nor stunted. This happy exemption from the common lot was doubtless greatly owing to the pertinacity of Molly Bing in proving to Messrs. Woodcomb and Poulet that she was no fool, and knew well enough what she was about. This steadfastness on her part, acting in unison with the superintendent's judicious objections to Michael's being buried at that particular time, had certainly given a very critical and efficient impulse to the vigour of a frame of great natural strength and comeliness. The energetic self-sustaining soul within it had also much to do in defying the paralysing influence of his miserable situation. It was rarely that Michael could be seen to drag his limbs along, even in the last hours of long protracted labour, with the same crippled, dipping gait as his companions. A broken-spirited child, when his knees are aching, permits them to bend under him; and not 1 in 50, perhaps, of the half-starved, overworked apprentices of the Deep Valley reach the term of their captivity without carrying away with them some species of bodily weakness or deformity. But let the reason be what it might, Michael was saved from this, and though exhibiting a fabric composed of little besides skin, bone, and sinew, he was at the age of 14 years and 6 months, both tall and straight. But it seemed as if the inward strength of mental suffering kept pace with this vigour of frame. For day by day the bitter consciousness of his own wretched and degraded state increased upon him; and day by day his swelling heart grew more indignant as he looked around him, and watched the exercise of lawless power and a coward tyranny upon his miserable companions. It was after a peculiarly hateful display of this power, by an act of insult too disgusting to relate, upon the unresisting person of a little fellow who seemed crawling, only too slowly, to the grave, that Michael, when every other sufferer in the chamber was fast asleep, set himself to meditate gravely and deliberately upon his own situation. He had that day been so near trying the power of his bony arms by flying at the throat of the ruffian who had so revoltingly outraged his companion, that with more than boyish judgment he became conscious of the growing danger that beset him. Though he had felt almost to suffocation the boiling rage which nothing but injustice, and the pitiful abuse of adventitious power can generate, he was not such a Quixote as to hope that his arm could effectually redress the wrongs he witnessed, yet he thought with a sort of trembling exultation, that if he had seized the craven overlooker, as he kicked from him the helpless object of his tyranny, he might have held him with a grasp that would have stopped his breath for ever. It was a horrid and murderous thought, and poor Michael, once the gentlest, fondest little heart that ever nestled to a mother's bosom, did penance for it by a pang of self-condemnation that made him grind his teeth in agony. Yet even then the goaded spirit seemed to rise in rebellion against its own remorse. "I cannot bear it!" he exclaimed in smothered accents, as he turned his face towards his bed of straw. "I know I cannot bear it long. I have seen two attempting to escape, who have been brought back to frightful tortures, to I know not what. A solitary cell, the whip, the knotted thong, what matters? Would they could slaughter me at once, all would be over then." For a long still hour of that feverish night the boy lay sleepless. A terrible conviction that there was something within him which might prove stronger than himself, stronger than all his mother's precepts and the holy fear of God which they had left upon his mind, made him feel sick with horror and shudder in abhorrence of his own wickedness. He prayed to God to give him power to turn his thoughts from this; and soothed to calmness by the healing act, he meditated without passion and with great acuteness for his years, upon the probable result of attempting to escape. The difficulties of the enterprise were greater than any can imagine who know not the locality, and the intricate network of security which surround the imprisoned apprentices of Deep Valley on all sides. Of this the elder children, and the few who lived to approach their majority, were by no means ignorant. Considerable pains were indeed taken to impress upon their minds the certainty of their being caught if they succeeded in clearing the walls; together with the important fact that, as apprentices, it was illegal to assist them in running away from their master, and that it was the duty of every justice of peace to assist in securing and sending them back to complete the term fixed in their indentures. All this Michael knew perfectly well. Neither was he at all sanguine in his hope of avoiding the toils from which he had never heard that any had escaped. Yet he determined to make the attempt, assuring himself that no change in the treatment he received could render him more miserable, and sincerely thinking that it would be better and safer for him, should the failure of this desperate attempt lead to such a degree of restraint as would render the yielding to such violence of emotion, as had that day seized upon him, impossible. Having come to this conclusion, and firmly pledged his young spirit to the attempt, his feverish restlessness subsided, and he dropped asleep. The waking of the next morning was unlike any he had ever known before. He no longer felt as one among a miserable crew, sharing in common with them starvation, labour, and indignity. He felt himself to be one alone and apart from all. He was on the eve of doing that which would involve him in difficulties and dangers altogether new and strange to him, and the only termination he could be really said to expect was the being dragged back to his prison to suffer all that it was in the power of his tyrants to inflict. These were strange materials for meditation, which was decidedly agreeable. Yet such Michael felt it to be, in spite of reason. A sensation of active, dauntless courage swelled his breast, which, with all the danger it threatened, was well worth the heavy monotony of his ordinary existence. At times, too, a gleam of hope would dart across the stern and steady gloom of the prospect; and during the moment that the flash lasted, he saw himself restored to his mother and Edward. He could hardly be said to hope this, yet the feeling that it was possible sufficed to sustain his spirits through the days and nights which preceded the attempt. It was exactly by the same exit that poor crazy Sally had made use of some 50 years before, that Michael determined to leave the premises. The month or two during which he had been employed in cleaning the yard and its appurtenances, had made him thoroughly well acquainted with the outward door, and also with the region immediately beyond it, for it was thither that he was accustomed to convey all the rubbish which it was his office to remove. An office which might have been attended with some danger of the escape of him who performed it, had not those in authority taken care to inform him that no celerity of step could avail against the watchfulness of certain eyes about the factory, which were always on the alert to reconnoitre that door, and never far distant from the commodious windows which gave them power to do so. Poor Sally had found this but too surely in making her attempts, and Michael had more than once listened to the merry tradition, which was a favourite story with the overlookers, of how the silly girl had run in full sight of a dozen watchful eyes, till her strength failed, and she sank down among the bushes and was taken, like a bird that, having been long confined, has no strength of wing left to bear him beyond reach of the first hand extended to recapture him. Yet this open postern was the only one by which it was possible to pass. But the very extremity of the danger of passing it made the attempt easy. For though it was always carefully locked at night, and the key placed, together with those of every external door on the premises, under the pillow of Mr. Woodcomb, the manager had more than once seen a miserable little head peeping through it when left open for the passage of the wheelbarrow, without testifying the least alarm. The time chosen by Michael for passing this terrible door, was that during which the dirty herd were commanded to expose their faces and hands for a short moment to such cleansing as might be obtained in a huge trough, in company with a score or two of competitors. It was constantly a moment of great noise, bustle, and hustling; and it was in the midst of this that the young adventurer contrived, unobserved, to push back the only bolt which secured the door during the day, leaving it in a position to yield noiselessly to a very slight touch. At the sound of a bell, which rang about 10 minutes after the children were turned out into the court to wash themselves, the whole troop hurried back again to the apprentice house for their breakfast. It was then that Michael, often the last to finish the too short operation of washing, remained for a moment behind the rest, and in that moment, opening the door just wide enough for his slender figure to pass, he slipped through, and closed it after him. The interval which elapsed before his departure was suspected certainly did not exceed 2 minutes, and before the expiration of 10, the fact was completely ascertained and known to nearly every inmate of the mill. Mr. Poulet's second wife, to whom he had then been married about 3 years, was in appearance the very reverse of the first, being as remarkably small as the other was large. But what she wanted in muscle was made up in watchfulness. Nothing escaped her restless and malignant little eyes, and either from the incessant danger of her spying sharpness, or the propensity of the human mind to think present suffering worse than every other, there were many who declared they would be glad to have her brutal predecessor back again. It was this woman who first descried the absence of Michael from the board. "Hullo! Where is number 57?" she cried. No one could answer, and number 57 was sought for in vain from one end of the premises to the other. "He has gone through the yard door," reclaimed the active and intelligent Mrs. Poulet, after discovering that the bolt was withdrawn. "Off with you, you stupid old fool!" she added, addressing her husband. "What do you stand staring there for? If you had the wit of a jackass, you might trace him by his feet on the dew, for there are the marks plain enough to anybody, that has sense enough to look for 'em." And so in truth there were. A continuous track of footmarks were easily traced from the door to the steep bank behind the factory, where they were lost in the covert of bushes, which had of late years been coaxed to clothe its sides for the purpose of furnishing faggots. That some one had recently broken through these bushes was equally evident, from many boughs having been torn, and the soil beneath them trampled. This was enough to direct the pursuit with so much certainty of being right, that Mr. Woodcomb laughed as he gave the orders for it. "The bushes last for about half a mile," said he, "and then he must take over the hills, of course. Fine fellow, isn't he? And it will be hard to take him again, won't it? There's only 3 justices of peace for him to be handed to, and only every man he meets ready to introduce him. The worst misfortune is, that I don't quite see where he is to get his dinner." 2 stout overlookers started accordingly upon the track thus easily hit upon, and Mr. Woodcomb awaited the results of their exertions without the slightest anxiety, or any irritation of nerves whatever. Albeit he knew that, favourite as he was, he might run no small risk of losing his place should one of the apprentices really escape. But the thing was impossible. No one could live without eating, not even one who had served his apprenticeship to starving as well as piecing at the Deep Valley Mill. So Mr. Woodcomb slept soundly, although in ignorance of the fact that Michael Armstrong was already within a few feet of his premises. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy. This is a LibriVox recording. Chapter 26. A dismal enterprise, and its melancholy result. Martha Dowling punished more severely than she deserved. Very wild projects conceived by Miss Brotherton, and speedily put in execution. It is now necessary that the narrative should briefly return to the period of Miss Brotherton's arrival at Milford Park, after her unsuccessful expedition in pursuit of Michael. There was no needless delay between this return to her home and the communication to Mrs. Armstrong and Edward of the dismal news of which she was the bearer, nor was there any consultation on this occasion concerning the mode of her reaching Hoxley Lane. Poor Mary had greatly advanced in independence of spirit within the last few months, and had she encountered all the military quartered within 20 miles, with the Dowling family marching in procession at their head, she would have quietly driven through them all, with the carriage windows up perhaps, but with no greater precaution, except indeed an order to the coachman to drive on without stopping, let them meet who they would. The carriage was at the door the morning after their return, and Miss Brotherton had not yet named her intended expedition to Mrs. Tremlett. " You are going out without me, my dear," said the old lady on hearing it announced. " I am going to the widow Armstrong's, dear nurse," replied the heiress. " Your presence cannot help me through this dreaded visit. Then why should I make you share the pain of it?" " Why, my dear, because I am of no earthly use, and had better die at once if I cannot be of some little comfort to you at such a time as this. Why, don't I know all about it, and how you must feel at this very moment, just as well as you do yourself, Mary ? Sure it was a foolish notion to leave me here enjoying the arm chair and the footstool, and the flowers, while you are having your heart broken by telling that poor pale body that the child she loved so dearly is dead and gone for ever. If you could save either her or me a pang, nurse Tremlett, I would not thus have spared you," replied Miss Brotherton. " However, you shall go with me, dear friend. It is quite like yourself to wish it ; and in truth I might have guessed that you could not have remained easy and quiet at home while I was so engaged. And poor Fanny ! I have left her very busy with Martin, assisting in arranging the little room I have assigned her near my own. Shall we tell her where we are going, in case she should come in here to look for us?" "My dear Mary, if you will take my advice, you will let her go too. If you do not, the whole of this terrible talk will have to begin all over again ; for of course when Mrs. Armstrong hears that you have got with you the only person who can tell any thing about her boy, she will be restless and anxious to see her, and then won't it be all over again, Mary?" " It will indeed, dear nurse. You are very right, and very wise in this. She shall go with us, poor child, though it will be a dreadful task for her," replied Mary. " And you would rather take it, dear, all on your own shoulders?" " I do not doubt that, only you don't know how to manage it," replied Mrs. Tremlett. " But there is another thing, Mary, that I have been thinking of," continued the kind hearted old woman, " and that is the other poor boy. I'll engage to say, he has never missed school for an hour after what you said to him about exerting himself. I saw how he took it, and therefore you may depend upon it, that he is at the schoolhouse now. Then just think, my dear, what his going home will be after you have told all. Poor creatures ! It makes one's heart sick to fancy it. If I were you, Mary, I would send for him, tell him every thing at once, and then take him home to his mother." Miss Brotherton instantly rose and rang the bell. " Do not say you are of no use, my dear good creature," said she. " How infinitely better this will be than the hurried, thoughtless plan which I had sketched." A message was accordingly despatched to the schoolhouse to summon Edward Armstrong, and in a few minutes he stood before them. Most true is it that there is something holy and imposing in the presence of sorrow. It would be difficult to imagine any entree into the boudoir of Miss Brotherton, which would have inspired a feeling both in her and her friend so nearly approaching awe, as did that of Edward Armstrong. " There is no need to tell him, poor fellow !" exclaimed Mrs. Tremlett, mournfully shaking her head, as she saw the sudden and eloquent change in Edward's countenance the moment he looked in the face of Miss Brotherton. " There is no need to tell him. He knows it all already." " He is dead, then?" said the boy, his pale lips parting, as it seemed with difficulty to pronounce the words, " Please, ma'am, let me go away." He looked as if he were unable to sustain himself, and Mary, really fearing he might fall, started from her seat, and throwing her arms round him, almost carried him to the sofa. " No, no, my poor Edward," she said, " do not go away. Stay with those who love and pity you. Poor Michael is dead, Edward, and we must all try to support your mother under the dreadful news." " How do you know he is dead?" cried Edward, starting up and looking almost sternly at his benefactress. " How do you know that they have not hid him away where you cannot find him, that they may torture him and work him to the bone, when there is nobody by to see?" " I know that he is dead but too well, Edward," replied Mary gently. " I have brought home with me a little girl who worked in the same factory, and who knew him well. He died of an infectious fever that killed many, many more. I am going to take this little girl with me to your mother, Edward, that she may question her, if she wishes it, about poor Michael, and I wish you to go with us, my dear boy. It is better that your poor mother should have you with her." " You are going to tell mother?" said the boy with a shudder. " Yes, Edward, it must be done, and the sooner it is over the better.
Your mother is a good woman and a pious Christian, my dear boy. She will know and feel that all that can befall her is the will of God, and when she remembers this, she will rise above her sorrow and think of the better world hereafter, will be able to say, His will be done." "Yes, ma'am, if it does not kill her first," answered Edward. "Indeed, I think a great deal will depend on you, dear Edward, as to her manner of bearing it. If she sees you sink, be sure she will sink too. But if you make her feel that she still has a beloved child to live for, to whom life may yet be a blessing, she will cease to repine for the loss of one child, for the sake of making the other happy." Edward slowly and silently shook his head; but after the melancholy silence of a minute or two, he said, "I will do my best, ma'am." The scene which followed beside the bed of the poor widow was one of such deep but patient sorrow, as left an impression never to be forgotten on the minds of those who witnessed it. Mary's counsel had not been thrown away upon Edward. The boy displayed both a delicacy and firmness of character beyond his years and above his education. No ordinary topics of consolation were clumsily uttered to redeem his pledge to Mary, nor did he affect a stoical indifference which he could not feel. But with gentle endearments he drew the mourning mother to think of him, and there was healing, as well as agony, in the tears she shed upon his bosom. Of all this Fanny was a silent but deeply moved spectator. The widow gave her one earnest look when Mary said, "This little girl was the last person who spoke to Michael before he was laid on the sick bed from whence he never rose, and she seems to have loved him dearly." One long earnest look was turned upon her when this was said, but no word was spoken to her, for the time was not yet come when the bereaved mother could seek comfort in anything. Nevertheless, when Miss Brotherton rose to go, and pressing the hand of the poor sufferer in her own, promised to pay her another visit soon, Mrs. Armstrong murmured in her ear, "I should like to see that little girl again, when I can bear to name him." Mary nodded her assent, and left the mother and son to exchange thoughts and feelings which, when deep and genuine, must ever be held sacred from every unkindred eye. Most watchfully did Mary attend to this poor pensioner; and many were the hours during which she sat, reading the book of life beside her bed. By degrees, too, the bereaved mother did bear to name her lost darling to Fanny Fletcher; and having once listened to the sweet tones of her gentle voice as she related all she had heard him say, all he had seemed to feel, and all he had seemed to think, the poor woman grew so enamoured of the uneventful tale, that she wearied not of making her repeat it. For days together Fanny would beg to be left beside her, while Edward resumed his place in the school; and Miss Brotherton often thought, when she drove to Hoxley lane in the evening to bring back her little protege, that she had never chanced to witness so pretty a specimen of female tenderness and pity as this lovely little girl exhibited, while ministering to the poor crippled woman, whose only claim upon her love was, that she wanted it; a species of claim, by the way, that is very rarely made in vain upon any uncorrupted female heart. With every want prevented, soothed by the most generous kindness attended with the most watchful love, and cheered by a greater appearance of reviving health in the boy that she had thought crippled for life, than she had ever ventured to hope for, it might have been expected that the widow Armstrong would, in some degree, have forgotten past sufferings, and have once more looked forward with hope. But no, it could not be. This last, this heaviest of all her sorrows, came too late to be wrestled with, as others had been; and though her meek nature seemed so peacefully resigned that there was more pleasure than pain in watching over her, she was in truth dying of a worn-out spirit and a broken heart. By some means or other the news that little Michael Armstrong was dead reached Dowling Lodge. Sir Matthew knit his brows, wondered how the devil anybody could have got tidings of him, but said nothing. To all the rest of the family, save one, the intelligence was too unimportant to be listened to at all; but to that one, to the already conscience-stricken and repentant Martha, it was a heavy blow. Most miserable indeed had been her state of mind for the last few months. From the day of her painful but useless visit to Miss Brotherton, her eyes had been, in a great degree, opened to the hard and avaricious nature of her father's character. Like a person excluded from the light of the sun, and seeing only by the delusive glare of an unsteady lamp, Martha had passed her whole life in mistaking the nature and the value of almost every object around her. The language of Mary Brotherton had shot with a painful and unwelcome brightness upon the dim and uncertain twilight of her moral perceptions;
and the unhappy girl learned to know that the only being who had ever seemed to love her, or whom she had ever ventured to love, was one that her better reason shrunk from and her sober judgment condemned. Yet still he was her father, and still she loved him, and gladly, joyfully would she have given her young life could she thereby have changed his love of gold for love of mercy. Sometimes she thought that time and age would teach him the hollowness of his present pursuits, and that if she never left him, but ever stood ready at his side to watch some favourable moment, she might have the surpassing joy of seeing his heart open to the truth, and in a state to permit her helping to lead him to efficient repentance, and the all-merciful forgiveness of God. It was impossible but that such thoughts and feelings must separate her, more than ever, from the rest of her family, and she had already pretty generally received the epithet of methodistical from the whole neighbourhood. But she hailed it as a blessing, and without a shadow of religious enthusiasm, beyond what was almost inevitable under the circumstances, and with no sectarian views or notions whatever, poor Martha gladly sheltered herself under the imputation of both in order to avoid joining in scenes of amusement for which she had no relish. In such a state of mind it was natural enough that Martha should deem a visit to the bereaved mother a penance which it was her duty to perform, though it was more painful to her perhaps than almost any other to which she could have been subjected, and she did perform it accordingly. She found the poor sufferer, whose eye she dreaded to meet, sinking fast into peace and rest, but never more could be disturbed. Miss Brotherton and Fanny were both with her. A Bible was in the hands of the former, and Mrs. Armstrong's countenance, though greatly more pinched and pallid than she had ever before seen it, expressed a tranquil calmness which it was impossible to contemplate without pleasure. But alas for poor Martha! She had the pang of seeing this consoled and consoling look suddenly change to an expression of intense suffering, the moment her own person met the poor woman's eye. They had never seen each other since the fatal morning on which Martha had so innocently persuaded her to sign the articles of her boy's apprenticeship, and the recollection of that scene, and all its consequences, could not so suddenly come upon one, reduced already to almost the last stage of weakness, without shaking her terribly. The distended eye, the open mouth, the heaving breast, all spoke a degree of agitation which in her condition was frightfully alarming; and Mary, who dreaded lest the calmness of her last moments should be disturbed, hastily turned to the intruder and said, "Go, go! The sight of you will kill her." Though there was no more of harshness in this than the urgent circumstances of the case seemed to call for, Mary Brotherton would have rather died than utter it, could she have guessed the pang it gave to the already wounded heart of poor Martha. She made no reply, but, fixing on the victim of her most innocent delusion a look, just long enough to impress the terrible expression of her countenance upon her own heart for ever, she turned away, and reached her splendid home in a state of mind that seemed fearfully to verify the annunciation, "He will visit the sins of the fathers upon the children." That day was the last of the widow's life, and it is probable it might have been so even if Martha Dowling had not made her unfortunate visit; but the coincidence was fatal to the poor girl's peace, for the anxious inquiries she made respecting her brought the intelligence of her death, and the time of it, with sufficient accuracy to leave no doubt on Martha's mind that the event had been accelerated by her appearance. Happily, however, for those who tenderly watched her last moments, the widow Armstrong's gentle nature permitted her not long to suffer from the irritation which the presence of Martha produced, and many hours before she closed her eyes for ever, she expressed her sorrow for having yielded so weakly to feelings which she had hoped were altogether conquered; assuring Mary, who never left her, that she acquitted the young lady of all intention to deceive her, and that the shock she felt from seeing her only proceeded from the vivid recollections her appearance awakened. Unhappily, however, it was long ere this healing assurance reached poor Martha; for Miss Brotherton, who was far from guessing its importance to her, had decided upon having no further intercourse with the Dowling family, a resolution which would never have been taken had her last interview with Martha at Milford Park ended more pleasantly. But it had been already so long acted upon that it would have been equally awkward and disagreeable to break through it, and Martha long continued in the terrible persuasion that she had been accessory to the death of both mother and son. The loss of the only relatives he had ever known, following as they did so closely on each other, made Mary tremble for the health of Edward. She had watched the affecting close of the poor widow's life with all the tender feeling such a spectacle was calculated to excite in such a heart as hers. She had mourned for Michael for many reasons, and mourned sincerely. But she had hardly known the boy, and it was her sympathy with the sorrow of others rather than her own which caused the event to touch her so deeply. But to Edward she had become attached with so much fondness, and he had inspired such a feeling of wondering admiration in her mind by the extraordinary faculties he displayed, and the justness and uprightness of every thought and feeling, that to watch over his health and welfare had become nearly the first object of her isolated existence. The few months which had elapsed since the whole system of his life had been changed from all that was most injurious to health, to a mode of living in every way conducive to its recovery, had produced a more favourable and decisive effect on him than could have been reasonably hoped for in the time. And it was a remarkable evidence of the powerful influence which such a change produces on the frame, that not all the sorrow and suffering which Miss Brotherton's intelligence brought, or the heart-wringing loss which followed it, could check the active energy of benignant nature in restoring health, where all she required for it was given, and all that had hitherto impeded her kindly operations was removed. Yet Edward was still lame, though so much less so than he had been, that his benefactress could not help indulging a hope that time and judicious treatment might remove the infirmity altogether. For some reason or other Miss Brotherton entertained no very particular respect for the medical practitioners of her immediate neighbourhood, and for several months after her return she contented herself with following Mr. Bell's prescriptions for friction and moderate exercise, without calling in any medical assistance at all. But though the improvement that followed was very perceptible, it was not rapid, and the idea of London advice suggested itself as the most satisfactory mode of ascertaining at once whether a perfect recovery might be hoped for. Information which it was very desirable she should obtain, before she decided in what way she should bring him up. Since the death of his mother, Milford Park had been Edward's home, and the orphan boy's hold on Miss Brotherton's warm heart had been greatly increased by the opportunities this gave her of more frequent intercourse with her. In truth, though he still attended the school for an hour or two every morning, by far the more important portion of his education went on under her own eye, and, as well as that of his little companion Fanny, was beginning to take a form and extent totally different from what she had at first intended for either of them. Ideas respecting them both began by degrees to arise in her mind, which she at first endeavoured to resist, as being too much out of the usual course to be safely indulged in. But use lessens marvel, and the notion of making a man of learning of Edward, and a woman of fortune of Fanny, which once and again she had rejected, as too romantic and absurd, gradually grew into an habitual theme of meditation, on which her fancy delighted to fix itself. Mary Brotherton was at that time about 22 years old, extremely pretty, and moreover almost childishly young looking for her age; and whatever she might have brought herself to think of it, most others would very naturally have deemed her adopting a boy of 12 and a girl of 11 a most outrageously preposterous and imprudent act. But her situation was one in most respects quite out of the common way, and she every day felt it more impossible that she should continue to endure the station of one of the magnates of a manufacturing neighbourhood, with all eyes fixed upon everything she did, and her whole heart and soul recoiling from companionship with the only persons whom her neighbours and watchers would deem fit to be her particular friends. The heart of this isolated girl was so clingingly affectionate that it is probable she would, under almost any other circumstances, have at least loved the beautiful mansion in which she had passed the greatest part of her life, and felt the trees and flowers that adorned it to be as companions and familiar friends. But 1,000 painful thoughts were mingled with the consciousness that she was mistress of that fair domain; and the very fact that the education she felt inclined to bestow upon the two orphans would bring down upon her the criticisms, and probably the reprobation, of the whole neighbourhood, making it very desirable that the extraordinary project should be carried into execution elsewhere, was in her estimation more in its favour than against it. When, in addition to all this, she succeeded in persuading herself from some of her miscellaneous reading, that there were German baths which might assist the restoration of Edward's limbs, and that it was her duty to consult the most approved authorities upon his case, the decision to leave Milford Park and remove to London was at no great distance. Had her valued friend and counsellor Mr. Bell led her to believe that all the wealth she had, if thrown back among the class from which it was drawn, could have sufficed to remedy the evils under which they groaned, she was quite capable of stripping herself to her last shilling for the purpose. But he knew better, and he taught her to know better too; and having convinced himself that her best chance of happiness, as well as her best opportunity of doing good, would be in yielding to the affection which, her boy and girl had inspired, he promised to assist her projected removal by seeing that the orders she left respecting her property were faithfully executed; and about 8 months after the death of Mrs. Armstrong, the heiress left her parks and gardens, her splendid mansion, and all its gorgeous appurtenances, to attend the orphan boy to London. The consultation which immediately after her arrival there took place upon the case of Edward was productive of, perhaps, the greatest pleasure Mary had ever known; for the sentence unanimously pronounced was, that the limbs of the boy were in a state of progress towards perfect recovery, the weakness and distortion brought on by his employment not having lasted long enough to produce any deformity, capable of resisting the tendency of nature to recover herself, if not impeded by any fresh unhealthy influence. That any such should arise to disappoint her hopes was not likely; all that was required for him being good air, regular and moderate exercise, wholesome food, and abstinence from all violent exertion for the next year or two. As to her question respecting German baths, the answer was less unanimous; 2 gentlemen being of opinion that they would do no good at all; 2, that it was doubtful whether the case would be affected by them or not; and 1, that great benefit might probably ensue. But as all were of opinion that change of air was desirable, and as a pretty strong inclination to try fresh fields and pastures new seconded this judgment, Miss Brotherton determined to start for the Rhine. Mrs. Tremlett declared that she had not the slightest objection to foreign parts. Edward's heart swelled with an ecstasy made up of gratitude, hope, curiosity, and the delicious exhilaration attendant upon returning health; while Fanny looked around her, and listened to every one whose words referred to the expedition, with a very delightful consciousness of being wide awake, but not without some fear that she was dreaming nevertheless. Such was the party that filled the travelling carriage of Miss Brotherton, while an English maid, a French footman, and a German courier, formed her suite. Nothing certainly could be well more whimsical than the party with which she had thus surrounded herself; but this mattered little, since she was pleased with it, and we must leave her in the full enjoyment of a whole host of delightful feelings, while we return to follow the fortunes of poor Michael. CHAPTER XXVII.